seen any movies recently, siblings, that kind of thing. They're not going to put that on here because that's what you already asked. Like, they assume that everyone is smart enough to already be asking those questions. I think AI does. Yeah. That's why they don't put them here. This is like a step above that in AI's mind. Yeah. That's my read on these. I think we're witnessing AI not knowing what love is. Definitely. I don't think, yeah, for sure. What is your favorite way? These are so weird, and they're worded like somebody doesn't know how to talk to someone else. What is your favorite way to spend a Saturday? Can you imagine saying that to a girl that you just met? That would come out so weird. So, what is your favorite way to spend a Saturday? Does it mean just like it comes off like you're gonna plan out how to kill them or kidnap them on the. What is it? Let's talk about like their day to day of the minutia of our job, our office job. When you turn on your computer, what's the first program you open? On a date, that's that. That'd be great to have us put the worst questions on a first date. I like this. It was like one of those shows where you should put on my headset and I would just say to a girl. So when you get there, whatever, you're like, hey, I'm Gerardo, the love machine. Say you're the love machine. Say it. And then when you say it prefers Google calendars or Microsoft Outlook calendars. Google or Zoom. Yeah, Google or Zoom. You go lightning round, Google Meet Zoom. Slack, G-Chat. Just ask her a bunch of office bullshit. I'm really sold. I'll do it if you want. No, not your out. That's the terrible part. Terrible idea. I'm talking about literally getting the whole place involved. Answer your question. I want to get and if I make them like all embarrassed and stuff, then but this question. Just say what it was out loud, please. You know? She just said cook or eat. That's what it says there. Dodger Stadium. Yeah. So, anyways, this is I'm trying this, but let's use this podcast. They probably will. I think we're probably still 1%. Oh wow. Well, we talked more. No, not think. Good questions, just the way they're worded. I'm curious. That's the one. Do you still? Nowadays, I don't normally. It's kind of like she loved all 14. And your ex breakup that brings it up. Yeah. It's a trap. Fuckers say over again. Yeah. I want to go if I can go anywhere. But hey, everyone. Do you ask that because you said my ex? Or no, you don't say you're like a random city name. Why? You really like Monrovia? Like this team. How much money do you make, or what do you bring to the table? That's an excellent question. That should be the first question. What do you bring to the table? I agree that. I mean, how much money you make is like that's like. Yeah. But what do you bring to the table is kind of playful and funny. A girl might take it the wrong way. A guy might take it the wrong way. Check your watch. Be like, all right, I got about 3 minutes left. What do you bring to the table? Let's go. And let's say she says, what do you bring to the table? And you list off all your strengths. I bring a girl that asks me, like, what do you bring to the table? Your sexual ability. Yeah. Intense personal future plans. How many kids do you want? Do you want a serious relationship, or are you still single? Girls ask this all the time. Are you still single? In Arizona, your mind's up. Well, he wasn't like a douche. Yeah. Wow. That's nice. I mean, that feels good. And like that, I think it's a good question. How are you still single? Then I would be like, thank you. I don't need it. But it's not really that. These are actually would probably go over better than the ones who are just like. That's excellent right here, though. This is something you probably asked. Ever struggled with your weight? That is a weird question. That would, I mean, it would be funny though if you guys play your favorite movies in there. She's like, I like the one with and you're like, oh wow. Well, have you ever struggled with your weight? It just doesn't have nothing to do with it. I wish I was autistic, dude. I'm gonna read. Have you ever been in legal trouble? Doesn't seem bad to me. Yeah, that's playful fun. Have you been in jail? Have you been times? I got drunk. Yeah, it just happens. Will you do a second date with me? Jim and I would probably wouldn't do that. Yeah. What is your what's asking instead? See what I'm saying? What's your favorite place you've traveled to do? Who gives a fuck about travel? You know what I mean? We don't even have oil. We were talking about traveling. I did Helen Iverson. We're talking about travel? Yeah. I mean, I don't even know. I'm like, I guess have you ever been out of the country? And that gives me a chance to brag about being in the country. Tell them all the stuff I've been, all the places I've been, all the people I've seen. Yeah. A lot of stuff. I've been in. I was posting threads, the greatest social media site. Comedians forget the rule of 3, and I wrote Live Laugh Love. But do you have? It's not the comedian. It's not the rule of 3 where it's like the third of joke. 3 things. Rule of 3. I had 3 rules for doing acid. No, nothing's real. And then always sunglasses. What did the sunglasses do? Because you wander a lot, look guys, so people can tell. Yeah. So it stops you from being able to tell that you're high in acid, and then also recovery. Yeah. So I don't know about rule of 3 I could get another roll of 3. Obvious. Or it's not a bigger the guy up. Reginald, yeah. Let's see what else. Oh, the mic stand. I have a close stand. Everybody has levers. Oh, I thought you were going to say close stand. Oh, yeah, bring it in. Whatever, Saturday, and on the show. So I went to the show. Like right when I got there, I wanted to book her. So I wanted to tell, can I get a spot? Yeah. It's just like DM me on what's your Instagram? What I thought was right. Beans comedy. Beans comedy. And I was like, oh, okay. Can you spell it for me? He's like, it's like the devil. Beans comedy. And I was like, oh. And then he was just that I asked for a spot. And then finally it's Beast comedy. Oh, yeah. Man. Yeah. I mean, you gotta be like used to that, right? I say the whole time, yeah, dude. Yeah, it's the music playing. Like, spell the fucking thing for me, dude. Yeah. You're never gonna find. It's funny because it's like if you can't hear it and you keep asking, you gotta spell it. And he's wasted 6 instances of just saying the same thing. Beans, fast, bomb, clearing combo. Like the beast with 2 backs. Shakespeare, is that the devil? Why is it the beast the devil? Maybe it's because my whole show and today my guest is Rabbi Rothschild. We're in California. I love it. Yeah. But his fucking show sucked, dude. It's not my fault nobody's here. It's kind of your fault, you know? Yeah, but like, why do you, if your show's not even that good, I'm asking for Bob. Why do you care? Just say. You don't have to give me a spot. is this? Why does it suck like this? Right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So what do you think? You know? Yeah, that was on comedy shows. It's like not so much the paying, but the aspect of the headline. This person maybe told people that go like, this guy dropped out, and he goes, "There's nobody there." But yeah, I mean, didn't do that. These toxic habits. But I was immediately like, we can at least do fucking episode 23. I mean, yeah, what does he have a big part? How do you guys do this thing? I'm very interested in seeing. It bothers me too. I mean, I don't even do it. I don't do singing, but I still have this issue with the. Oh yeah, they've been around. They were on like what, like popular an indie show. Close to them, you know. There's a possibility that people will actually come out to see one of us. You know, like we have some fans, and you're telling me that it's like, oh, we got so and so. Who the fuck cares? They stink and nobody knows them. No CRP. I went to their Comedy Central taping. And I'm telling you, it went okay intro because you know what? Even if it would have things worth noting on YouTube. He's averaging 30 dang podcasts. That's huge. I guess, I mean, it might just be that they're just saying. Because I remember, like, you the headliner would be somebody that you've seen, and they maybe cancel on the show, and they show up, and nobody can. Or it's just like the headliner. They're not that good. Let's just say the last comment. Yeah, almost. It's almost like that. It's like, but if they're gonna do more time, they gotta say something. But it's like you sure. You know, the headliner should bring some people to the show. Yes. I'll say it does. It's bothering. Why are you interviewing them? Why? The show, like, you're walking. I watched. There's no one here. I wouldn't say that hard because, like, whatever. Yeah, I kind of know. But yeah, he wasn't. I see it. He was like, I used to host the fourth wall. So he's like, I'm gonna do a bunch of notes on your guys' sites. Don't do that. What a waste of time. Don't do that. Why don't we check out? I don't know. Because, you know, I think it's because I said the rule of three thing. Oh, the rule of threes, dude. Yeah, this is real too. I heard about a bringer show where you gotta bring 3 people. Yeah, imagine. Dude, if I was the club, I would say 5. Like, don't say 3. That's what other people do. Like, yeah, the idea starts cracking. You know what I mean? It's just cooking in my head. I'm like, oh wow, I'll bring 3 people on. But yeah. And then I also forgot to say I'm hosting the Saturday for the show. Nice. Yeah, we're at. It's Free Spirited Sober Room. Okay. Some funny people. Nice. Very funny people. It's going to be epic. I'm going to host. Good. You're in Sereno. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And at night we go fuck together. If you go to that, let's get advertisement for that. One of them decided. The other thing that I was thinking, it's also comedy related, is that I think that in comedy, I wonder if it's the same with other fields. There's always something terrible happening to people, and then you randomly, man, I wonder where that guy is, and then he has a post where it's like, well, I'm back. That's how it starts. And you go, well, back from what? So a lot of you guys don't know this, but I was driving my car and I fell into a coma. And then another car hit me, T-bowed me, and I it made it so that my leg actually fell off, not my arms, my chest. Like everybody gets hit by a car, some sort of horrifying disease. There's so many GoFundMe. What is that? Why does it always happen? Yeah. That's 100% true. And then, are you talking about them coming back to comedy, or is that after the, I guess, yeah, brain surgery is done, they were some fingers, I don't think this guy listens, we both know him, and he's one of these guys that, announces, don't announce you're coming back to the side, it's just like, like, yeah. Whatever feels good for you, you're gonna look for that hit again. Type bullshit. I do think if it worked, but yeah, I agree with you. There's no reason to say you quit. There's no reason to say you started again. And so recently he messaged me and was like, "Hey, thanks for liking my last post." Or something like that. Hey, thanks for liking something. Can you look at my last post? Something like that. And I was like, what? I never like anything. Yeah. And so I go check. I'm like, okay. That's the thing. That's another thing that comedy it makes nice people do creepy, gross, like that. Like a normal guy, nice person, but then leave me alone. This is a message people saying that you liked your post before, and so they want if you need a post to tell you, do this, do that. Oh yeah, you can read it. Argue this post. Give him any person. Yeah, it's just like yeah, no, that this is too much. But he's a cool guy, nice guy. If I need somebody to like a post because for some reason or whatever, I will just message only people that are close to like, listen, I need this. Like this post, okay? I need people to think of it. I'll be very honest. It's not going to be like hey guys, I saw you like my latest post. Why don't you check out this one I did Discord? No, I'm going to be direct honest with you. And if you don't like it, I hate you. If you don't share it, I will. But if that has gone, the post or the message that you sent, you're like, that's how I used to send most booking requests. Like, it feels so pathetic. Yeah. Oh, here's a clip, and if you ever want to be on your show, like, throw it up in my mouth because I'm gonna have to ask for something. It's like I don't deserve that. But it's, at the same time, I still have the audacity to be angry about headliners. Yeah. It's just a gross sport we play, dude. This comedy thing. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Nobody wants the truth, you know what I mean? They want you to just like everything. Dude, I was joking with comics that I was gonna sleep on the Santa Monica Pier. And this one guy, no matter what I said after that, it was a joke. Yeah. They were like, what are you doing after this? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna drive to Santa Monica. What are you doing out there? Too many questions. I don't know you fucking people, right? So I'm like, oh, trying to find a spot to sleep on the pier tonight. Yeah. Because like this inside joke that we have with me being homeless is not real. I have an apartment, right? Right, yeah. Yeah. And then this guy keeps going. He goes, I don't get you. Like, I will. I don't understand what you're saying. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this guy's up. And then I was like, real question. You know what I mean? I was talking about that song. You know, we're talking about movies. Yeah, he goes, yeah, I don't get you. Like, what are you talking about? And then I looked at him and I was like, can you fucking do like going through like a fucking that big right now? Yeah. And now I look like the angry guy, but I'm being funny. This is funny because then he got mad about her acting weird. Because I totally understand that. Yeah. It's not all that with Ben Affleck. So it's kind of like early because I'm a paparazzo. But I'm just cooking. I'm confusing this. And now you're mad at him. He's rightfully confused. Fucks girls. He's trying to like. He doesn't let it buy. You're on his side. What I'm trying to say, I'm joshing her outside of my book. It was fun. It was fun. Yeah, just fuck around about it. Yeah, get like, what are you, rookie? I just think like it's like this guy. It's probably not real. It's potential. You're like this title is leaving Applebee's after dollar margarita. It's like rock. It's gonna be out of it. Oh my god. He crashes his car, he opens the door, throws up, and then makes it great. I think shoot. His car. Oh wow. Every time I watch it, it makes me it's like this is how she drives to work. This is dinner shop and your crash car. I mean, dude, when that song came out, you like Creed? Did I say I like Creed? That's the song. I'm like, I gotta immediately. I'm getting vulnerable right now. You fucking. Yeah, it's bad. I'm vulnerable right now. Dude. Favorite band? I'm out of here. That song reached out from the heaven. Like, jumps you through it. So, you know, people question. I don't know. Travel. Oh, fuck. We're fine. We talked about a lot of our lives. I got the live if you want to mention and all that. You remember that? Yeah. And I don't know if you read the article or whatever. Sex workers, whatever they were, fucking cornhole. Like, and I wondering this because talking about it makes him, he's like, is he just interested in that? Something like that. The article said that he wants to be objectified. You know, the word? Yes. He wants to find, like, women or like he would objectify women, basically. You know, right? So, like, yeah, he wants that. Like a woman asking them. They're thinking about getting bigger tits while he has the biggest tits I've ever seen. You could probably get bigger tits. And he's like, warmed up by saying that. He's a misogynist, but to be dressed as a woman Yeah. I don't understand why does he? I don't know. Maybe it's because like him dressing like a woman helps him understand what the woman's. Imagine if you were in a 12-step program and somebody was like, "Can you sponsor me?" And he's like, "Are you willing to do anything?" The guy's like, "Okay, dude, honestly, I went to jail. I just got out. I can anything." Yeah, he's like, anything. You know, he's like, "Yeah, bring up the tits." He's like, "Step one." You know what I mean? It makes life so much more simple. You know, like if that's what you're that's all you care about. Anyone's like, what, Christina, midnight, ready to give it my boobs. You can see what they look like on me. But if you can go bigger, you can get bigger fake tits. Oh, yeah, definitely. But she's kind of what he likes. You know? She's kind of a good old So he's got what he wants at home, but she was honest that she was never. He wanted first to put him Homeland Secretary with the giant booth. She wasn't wanting to do it, so she chose her job over her husband on a movie about Brian. You know what I mean? The guy that did. Yeah, I do not want that. No, but I do want a movie of somebody that identifies themselves. Yeah, whether they were crying, like David was. He's gonna do this for 3 years. He's gonna go find himself every night or when he needs to, you know. Yeah. And then you gotta travel on that journey with him in a 2-hour episode. Is it a drama? That's like I think, leave the artist do the art. If I laugh, I like it. But I want real. It's real. You know? What if like imagine if Joe in a movie just vivifying himself. Joe Pesci vivifying me. It'd be so strange. Sounds like an art house movie. He's so old. We're making a movie about how fucking cheap are people. Like, why can't we? Yeah. Like, we can't watch somebody vivify themselves and like the journey they go on. You're right. The lamb should have had big tits. What if Christine known like they stay together and her boobs and her butt just get really big? She has big fake butt, big fake boobs, and they say they're like he's really happy. The whole family. When the kids become of age, they get big boobs. The sons, if they have sons. The dogs that they hang out, she killed her dog. She puts big fake tits on her dog. They're just a big fake boob family. Yeah. It's the whole family bimbifies everything in the house. The dogs and cats are bimbified. Santa Claus, on Christmas stuff, they bimify Santa Claus. You're thinking on a different level. Because I like this. Yeah. Easter Bunny. Easter Bunny has big fake tits. Everyone's like, could you not do that? And then our kids are out. Actually, you have a leprechaun fake tits. It's St. Patrick's Day. Can you not do that? I know you're going to do it. Tits. It's like, not do this. Halloween, I know you're thinking, all right? I know, don't do it. And then there's like 10 no tits, and they're terrified. It's like a scary holiday. Oh, like they're idea of Halloween is like just people like they take pictures. They put like a cardboard cutout of their neighbors. They go no tits. What would be a costume for big tits? Oh, easy. And Christina makes fake moves. Oh, okay. Is that could be? Wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was like. I think you might have to have an account. Oh, really? I've never done that. Yeah. To see, I mean, can we bet that's on costume? Yeah, but I've never even been on. Like, I don't know what costume looks like. Great. The intro. So I guess you can see some of it. Chrissy, no. Because there were bets that she would be fired before she got fired. Too bad. But someday that'll probably be it. Maybe from us. Maybe these homeless guys. Yeah, I like that. 28. Not gonna happen because he got fired. Everyone touched him. This bullshit. Yeah, that's not it. Yeah. Would you ever? Did you see that Tim Dillon find himself? Of course he did. Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind. Yeah. It's cool to see it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna claim it all there. It's like. actually watching a clip, like that Jake Paul's gonna do it to like get Drewski back or something.
Blackface. Let's look up Jake Paul blackface. Yeah, this right here. Let's see. That's probably the most brain dead shit I've seen in a while, dude. I watch Shop every week.
True fitness. And extreme. True. And people weren't ready for that, but I think it's fucking hilarious. And I want to ask you because over the 11 days, calling makeup or and do it and just do it back because why not? Yeah. Why not is a funny expression. Why? Because when you ask why not about something like that, you already know so many reasons. Like it's intellectually dishonest to be like, why not? There's so many reasons why not. We know that. The head damage has reached here on shop. CTE did so much.
I was fantasizing though if I was like a billionaire and silly. You know what I mean? If I were to come by myself and get blackface and have no sign in.
Oh, like you've been sex?
Yeah. Right. I'm not getting off to it. Granted, I never did it, but who knows? I don't want to get hard tonight, but
no one will ever know. Yeah, they can't say
it's not illegal.
No, I don't think so.
You having used to grinding a lot of these.
Is that? Yeah.
Yeah, and if you were a billionaire, you get it with attention in the restaurant.
Go on. I'm buying Reddit. You know, that's a good question. Because I used to be able to spit off 1,000 things I could do. But I think it would be funny to, one thing I've fantasized about a few times is if I had unlimited money, is getting a bunch of it out of ink, rolling it up, putting a rubber band on it, and like driving up to people, and when they're not looking, just like throw it and hit them in it with it, like not like hard or anything, but like hit them in the head, and they go, "What the hell?" I go, "It's a lot for you," because I get to laugh because I hit them with the money, and then they're not gonna fight me. So I get my entertainment. That's one thing I have not done.
Yeah.
Because that's like,
no, but I think further you should like sew it into a baseball. But it's like baseball is like a big one. There's a lot of money in there. And the chasing after you, they want to fight you and stuff. You're like, you just became a billionaire.
Because what do I hit them with the baseball?
Yeah, but on the inside of the baseball. Instead of like inside of the baseball.
I wouldn't hit them with a baseball. No damage. But it would be very funny to like throw paying money at people from their car.
You become a pay-pig.
How close up?
Well, pay-pig, like, pay-pigs give money to girl online or something like that.
Yeah, to get them treated badly. Pay pigs are like in my because I've done it. They pay the girl to say mean things.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just big money. I didn't know they had to get fucking roasted.
I mean, they might be that, but I think the pig part, you know, the woman goes, "Hey, you're shitting," and they go, "Oh yeah, no." Tell me I'm like nothing, you know, and a lot of money.
And then you put it's on.
I mean, I wouldn't be least bit surprised if they take guys themselves into a hand in hand.
But yeah,
How you.
don't think there's anything that I'm not chasing it, and I don't know how I become a billionaire. I think millionaires are chasing it or they're in here. So neither one of those are going to happen for me. Yeah, that's fact. But I call it Flappers too, and I make it a comedy club, but not the way a lot of what people do. They buy a comedy club because they want to perform there. It's like brand plan and all that, like fucking like Brad Garrett or all those people that buy a comedy club. Not no, purely out of a joke. Yeah. It's a joke, but I do exactly the same festival, right? I hire a weirdo to the person that protects, like, is the owner. It's a shadow thing. It's exactly like Mark. Maybe they dress like, but it's like,
Yo, what up?
Dude, Flappers, and you hire people
Yep.
that all look like Flapper staff.
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
You call her Barb Holiday. This is what I would do with this.
What?
This is a great idea, right? Okay, and then I hire someone that looks like me to tweet about Flappers.
Yeah, it is.
And then it's all like, and then there's a critique the one. There's a bunch easy. Okay.
Look at the vertical. Make it vertical.
You gotta tell, like, so you give them the and like make sure we like what would be so funny? I start booking comics and like they can't get Alonzo Bowden because he's performing at Flappers 2 for like part of it would be giving money back to comedians. So I'm paying them a lot for it. So there's no chance that they can book any of the acts because goes to Flappers on Kevin Hart built a classic. I mean, they have. I saw one of the bathrooms.
Okay, did you see my message?
No, I see a message. I didn't see a message.
What's your? Okay, you send me a message.
Anywhere in the world, where would you go? You got this question.
I mean, it's been a while now, but
You got there.
yeah.
Chance are obsessed with this fucking question.
Yeah.
So they'll be like,
Send me hello. Okay, my link for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming. Let me test it for you.
Okay, now before you send it to me, did you create all of the different accounts that I said?
Yeah, I did so.
Okay, excellent. Then let's see it.
Oh. Hey,
Okay.
Yes, I look at you.
That's good. Make it vertical.
Huh?
That's good, but you need to make it vertical.
Okay, send it to me, please. Let me call it.
Absolutely. It looks good though. You're getting there.
Okay. Yeah, please send it to me. So I'll work on it right now.
Yes.
No, you see that? You see that for a few days now I'm not online because the condition is not that okay for me to subscribe for some data. It's very hard.
Okay, I choose the example.
Yeah, okay. So you see that I'll work on it. Send it. Okay, let me check. Send it. Oh, YouTube.
Okay, see the website. But what you need to do is make yours look vertical up and down.
Okay.
And then also make the names the same. So like Discord should be called Discord.
Sir?
Make the names of the links the same. So like Instagram should be Instagram, Discord, Kick, etc.
Oh, all right. No problem.
All right.
Come back.
And then when you're done, send it to
Let me
me.
work on it.
Absolutely. It looks good though. Good job.
All right, no problem. Let me work on it. I will get back to you.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Good time. Let me check on it. Yeah, I will follow up then. But the other end of the
Yo, can you mute yourself, please?
You said?
Mute yourself.
There's everybody, but I'm not, I'm coming.
Mute yourself.
Yeah, I'm working with you.
Dog, hear me.
What do you say?
It's very loud in the background. Mute yourself. Turn your microphone off, please.
All right.
Welcome back to the Reddit Discord. On the Patreon, you get other show 10 minutes. So start the timer now, Chin.
Oh my god.
How you doing, Gerardo?
You forgetting to plug the most important thing here.
Oh, there's a new podcast? Never heard. There's a new podcast, Sandbaggers, starring our host, Gerardo Allard.
Easy.
Yeah.
It's a video. There's one episode that's a video on it. Okay. I'm talking to my friend Timo from Software Underbelly.
Oh, shit. Episode it was. Maybe it's on Thursday on every episode.
I'm sure if you look up Tim on, I think he's the first one that pops up. If you look up Tim, Software Underbelly.
Yeah, look up that. But anyway, how you doing?
I'm doing great, dude. I'm doing great. You know, we went to my coffee shop this morning, kind of off because you're there trying to
Doing everything I can to.
Yeah, but I'm like up there, just, enjoying my life, going to my coffee shop, saying hello to my friends and stuff, and you're calling me homeless.
I did. Yeah, he wasn't a big guy, but I did say thank you. this guy out.
And thank you to that guy because he wasn't for your.
No.
He was like, whenever you would tell him.
Yeah, hey, you think he doesn't like me?
Yeah.
Well, fuck it. If you're listening, fuck you too. Yeah, everybody else was.
Yeah. I've been doing this thing where I've been texting all of them. No matter what. No matter how it all ended, I'm texting every single heck. All of them.
Right.
So none of them feel special. Because you can't look special. You know what I mean?
You do it all of them, so you can be like, oh, he likes me. And it's like, no, I did it with everybody.
Yeah, I can be like, oh, by the way, look at this. I texted all my exes. You're just part of some procedure.
You show the all.
Yeah.
Look, I have proof. Yeah. It's all on all the texts. There's no response.
Did you see saying you mean?
Well, yeah. How did that go?
Oh, I was telling her I was lying to her a lot. I told her that I got rid of the couch because it reminded me of her. When really we know podcasting is better than 2 chairs.
Yeah.
And 2 big red chairs, but we were like Bahamas 2 orange chairs.
Yeah.
But so I told her that I got rid of the couch because it reminded me of her. Every day I would walk by the couch and be like, oh.
I wonder what the follow. You can either be like, oh, that's about mine, and
Yeah.
she really liked the
Well,
couch.
2 of the ads one was about the couch reminded me, and then 4 of the other exes just didn't respond. I kept messaging them, they wouldn't respond.
I can get into the mind of a woman. Nice. Interesting. I was kind of a joke thing that I said, but that's great.
That was like the blue texture of your skin matched the skin of the skin. No, I'm just kidding.
She's an addict and she turned blue once. It's like, remember the time you OD and your skin was kind of blue? And I called the ambulance. So that reminded me because the couch was blue too.
Yeah.
It was a big blue couch. Blue's Clues.
But for some reason, online, when we went to it was a nice looking couch, dude. Okay, don't.
I mean, it's gone now. I don't necessarily agree with that.
On video, though, it did not look good at all. I love when we started doing a video podcast with you. And I was like, oh my god, whose room is this?
Video adds 10 pounds to couch. Yeah, it looked like a fat couch. I mean, it was fine. I think my main beef wasn't so much of what it looked like. It was more just, it was hard to podcast it.
Oh, yeah.
Because you would sink back in and you couldn't really get. So it made us look really disgusting, right? We're in real life. We're much better looking.
I've got 18 exes at once, dude.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, that many that you have sex with. Think about that. Okay, wouldn't be the guy you seen that big blue couch.
No. You were doing a hot bit earlier, dude. You want to go?
All right, so yeah, me and Gerardo,
That's it.
we left the coffee shop. Of course, we're John. Coffee shop full of them.
Oh, don't do that to my coffee shop, dude. I have itty bitty titties there, dude.
That's right. Which you prefer? Heard it here first. Like,
Not like my freak ship titties.
and I'm making ships. Have you said that to anything or?
No, well, it's a ringer, but
Oh, okay.
it's like if I'm kind of thing, and some chick comes and you go, oh, Viking ships. Because that makes sense, dude. We're talking
I said that.
food boners. Yes, food boners. But yeah, I put him in this weekend
Yeah.
where I told ladies that we were with that he's into huge tits, which is not false. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, and I like small ones. And the funny part about it is the 2 ladies both had small tits. So Miguel looks like some freak, just like, because that's not happy with where he's at right now.
You look a little like.
Listen, dude, bros before So I brought him there. You know what I mean? So that's the bro before host. And then what happens after bros? Hoes, right? So it was a host turn, and then I saved him because at the end I went, I'm just kidding, I love huge tits too. Now we're both the freakazoids. I don't love huge tits.
Right. And the women lose out.
Yeah. As long as the women.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine at the end of the day. But now, what you told me that, what it made me think of was that old AT&T advertisements, which we've probably talked about on the show before because you work with them.
So now that the audience knows why we ramped up into AT&T titties. It's a longer term.
Jordo, you worked with the actor. I did. I forget her name, but it might not have even been AT&T. I don't know. I'm kidding. I know.
You know exactly what you're talking
So this woman, she was on the AT&T ads and became a very successful ad campaign, and I haven't seen it since because she's gone on to success and fame of her own.
She's with me.
You worked with Gerardo. I mean, that's a big deal. So she's been in a lot of stuff now, but I was thinking the advertising, but this time there's a new employee at the AT&T. Guess what? The new employee. I'm kind of like I'm trying to put my hat into the ring for advertising. So it's always been a ad. So my idea is that there's a new employee. Maybe it's like Sydney Sweets has with the American Apparel, American Eagle jeans. So it's her first day at the job, and she goes, "Oh, I'm so excited to work here. I love that I got this opportunity at AT&T." And so excited she accidentally spills a cup of water all over her shirt. And then the original woman who Gerardo worked with is like, "Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. So I got a shirt in the back that you can put on, and we haven't even opened up the store yet. So why don't you just go ahead and take off? We're both women. Just take off that shirt, and I'll be back. And just I'm about to rub all over your breast, and then just." I think that's a good idea for an ad.
I do too. And you know what's funny, dude, is that we're talking to them like they're new. No, dude, the late 1900s was huge titties and ads. And then they just saw sales go up. Like, these autistic people that own companies don't even like tits. But they're like, every time tits and ads, we make sales.
I want to see if doing that makes it popular.
Yeah.
You know, could I get? Because Cindy Wayne, they just put her in the ad. She doesn't really say it. She just says, "I look good in jeans." Take somebody that people all like. Maybe they have big boobs. You put them in another ad with somebody who also had, and see if it works. And has no one thought of this already? And I don't mean this in a sexist way. If that's possible. I'm just saying, give women opportunities. Why even have men in ads? You want to watch an ad with a dude? Why? Not me. Is it advertise everything?
Yeah, that's the patriarchy. Let's put more tits in these ads.
Yeah, maybe an all ad for sexual. An ad for it.
Not like literally tits, but basketball, stuff like that.
What's masculine?
Like put a shirt on. I don't want to see straight up tits in ads.
No. You gotta keep it.
Water there and then tell them to rub oil.
Well, that's obviously tongue in cheek. I don't need that. That's me kidding. But I think having them both and they have to pay them, maybe it's worth it because of I got that lady and Sydney Sweeney in that ad. Like the phone line will go down because they're trying to sign.
That's like Drake versus Kendrick, but the tits are in.
Whenever wanting 10. Something like that. Okay, I'll cancel right now.
Yeah, dude, I'll figure out what AT&T stands for. Attention, titties and titties ad.
Yeah, so that's the bit I'm working on for not doing stand-up anymore, but
The streets want you back, dude.
you were saying,
I did a show last night. Very funny. I was texting you mid about to go up, and the kid's in the bar. He's an international traveler. Why do I know he kept screaming that at the bar? And he's talking very loudly to the waitress or whatever. What is it called? Bartender? Nice lady named Maddie. And she's responding back in a nice, this is a stand-up comedy show tone thing, like, yeah, it's okay. She's giving it weird. Like, come on. When he walks in screaming about how come on. Yeah. And then he sits down and he's just the setup out and say something random. Yeah. And so I'm texting you saying I'm about to quit stand-up comedy again. And then I go on stage and I just kept saying fuck every time he talked. Because he would say fuck all the time. I was like, we all didn't want to get beat up, so I made a break in my set and say, I love you. You know, I like that. What did he say? He's like, he's a loving guy. He's not beating up everyone, he's just screaming out loud. Yeah. He's like, I love you too, dude. I wonder what would happen if I were there. I maybe would. So when you said fuck, did he laugh at it? Yeah, they were all good. But the guy laughed too, right? Yeah. That's good. I'd probably say something like, hey, thanks for yelling fuck. That really helps out. Jokes. I appreciate that. Do you have any other curse words you can yell? Because I'm forgetting some of my good words. Hey, you know what, dude? These hot chicks that were sitting at a table all together, 3 chicks. Listen, I'm not the most attractive guy. No, stop. All right? I'm not attractive. Okay, yeah. I knew you thought I was ugly. It's like, there's a camera shit that we record. It's not like the Patreon where you get audio. People can see. I'm a Chad, dude. But for ugly dudes. You know what I mean? Now you said that it's possible. Okay, cool. Chad for ugly guys. So, you know, Gerard fucking right? Yeah. I'm not doing that. I'm talking about Oscar De La Hoya. People are calling me Oscar De La Hoya, and I'm making it funny as opposed to being like, I'll fuck you and your whole family. You know, whatever that I would say before. Yeah. And then, that would be kind of funny as a threat. And so, because kill you is like you're angry, but it's like, I'll fuck all of you. They're kind of confused now. So these hot chicks, right? And one of the jokes I have, that's odd, but I brush my teeth every day, so I'm fine. Right? And they heard talking, and they went, I hope you do. I'm like, listen, either talk to yourselves or talk to me. You know what I mean? Yeah. And now I know I'm a fucking ugly Chad, dude. No, they weren't drunk. They were coherent. They were coherent enough to help. Because recently you had out teeth or whatever. You have a thing, Chris, where you're missing. They're breaking out yourself. Yeah, that's probably. I was like, and then I said, I got mad on stage, but I controlled myself, and I was like, yeah, I got pirate teeth, you know what I mean? But it's and I was like, I eat a lot of pussy. But every Chad, ugly guy that was the owner. And then I wonder, what did they want to do after that? Obviously came in there because they came so hard they shit themselves. What am I saying? Like, yeah, you're going to have that for the show. Of course. Yeah, of course. This is what I've been saying lately, is that she was so wet and she shit herself. Is that funny or not? It's kind of like random. Yeah, I laughed a little bit. But, you know, granted, we all come from a now you're seeing a girl that's nice, guys. Anyways, something like that. Like, you know, when you said you do the joke and then it gets a laugh or whatever, and you go, funny, she's just shit herself. And you point at one of them, it's so, like, why would she poop? You guys, she shit herself. She poop in her pants. Maybe anything like that. Every once in a while, you choose
just sitting there with the poop in your pants. But this is the kind of stuff where I can do it in the audience, which is my fear of doing a spit with the boobs thing. Because when you do a joke like that, if you do it and no one likes it, not only is it embarrassing or acceptable or not, when you do it and no one's so much worse than just bombing with the normal people, or at least I think, right, and not fun. But now, added whatever horror.
You know what, dude? And not to psychoanalyze you, you're from the audience. Maybe you are. At the end of the day, you're like asking yourself this question when it's like, I know how it sounds here.
It's kind of funny to even like say, am I when I said something like I said before? Like you just said some Texas. What do you think that makes you? But I don't think I am.
No, you're good, dude. I think you're cool.
That's also, most likely the audience is usually with you. That's what you better. It doesn't matter what you say. They don't care. They're usually going to laugh or not pay attention, but it's rare to be so unfunny. People have a thing where they need you. Or you think they need you if they don't laugh. That's the problem.
Oh, you know what's funny about this guy that was screaming? So, after me, I was on stage and he called back to me, and I'm like, I'm treating him like the barber now. Dude, just do your thing. I was like, where's Joe? We talked about after I get off stage. I want to do the thing and get off stage. But nowadays, dude, stand-up is dead. Because where's that other guy that was writing jokes? You know what I mean? Oh, douche. Yeah. And so he starts doing that, and then he says the second time where he's like, where is he at? I'm right here, dude. Like, is this what you need for your fuck? I didn't say all that. Yeah, like, okay. So something about that. It's like that. And then whatever. And then he starts involving the drunk guy. Oh, sat next to the three hot chicks. He's like, yeah, I'm not if I care for my safety. He's thinking about the drunk guy that I appreciate. What's that? The man on stage was trying to involve him. Was doing it in a market immediately, where he's like, get on stage. Right? Okay, yeah. He was there, get on stage.
That's you can't control a beast.
Let's go, dude. That's in the back, like, yeah. And the guy on stage making funny, he's making everyone's all nothing he wrote. It's just stuff that, he's like, he's now on stage, like, no, he's like, all right, he's hugging, we're drinking together,
And how far can crowd work go? So they come stage with you, you're hugging, like, then what happens next? What's the next logical thing? You're dating? You're dating they're your family now? Like,
And this guy's, I'm going to buy people drinks. Like the comic, the drunk guy or the comic. He was like, I'm going to make fun of you. He's like, obviously, this is what I'm seeing. He's saying jokes that are funny, whatever, douching whoever he's talking about. He can say, like, I'll just, but that's all over a big tab, dude.
Yeah. That's a way. He doesn't actually buy him a drink.
No, he did end up. He was at the bar, just like, he had like a line of like 10 people getting drinks from not good. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'd rather just be funny.
Well, yeah, sure. But I also, like, that guy goes home to his and spend a lot of the show. How much did you pay? Way less than I spent. It's like fun of this guy. He had enough people, but you don't buy a drink. If you want, say sorry. I don't know, because I've never actually made fun of someone, so I don't know what that feels like.
Yeah.
I just don't know. It's comedy. Do you want to pull up that post? So I don't do stand-up anymore, but I'm still on Threads. So it's, it really feels like there's not left. It feels like you're doing an open mic every night. Being in Threads feels like waiting at fourth wall. Yeah. So I saw this from Jessica Curson, what we think about that, join the Patreon. But she posted that you want to read her one day.
When a comedian constantly posts about how talented they are, how unfunny, and tells everybody how it should be done, especially when it's someone who has had success in a lot of opportunities. Most I know are incredibly humble in their own art. After years, I still feel like I can always get better when they do this.
All right, so this whole post, and I wonder if it's because I'm sort of like a natural hater, and I hope about that, but I feel like I am. Is the line where it says, especially when it is someone who has had, and not the success part, it's a lot of okay? Because to me, the opportunities, that's the real good news thing, whoever she's talking about. Because what she's saying, and this could just be me, thinking be totally out of base, but what she's saying when she says a lot of opportunities, to me, that's street back and had zero success. Nobody knows who they are. They're not famous. They barely scrape by living comedy. And she's like, even though the industry has fallen over backwards to make you a star, you don't have any. You know, families. That's how I read this. But what do you think?
Whose side are you on?
I'm on no one's.
Yeah, because I think this is shitty. Just Chris on.
Let me read it. It's sort of like a comedian.
First of all, name another comedian doesn't say their name. What about how do you feel about that one? See, that's funny.
You should have retweeted that and been like, how about fuck? Why did no one do that?
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, I like that.
Because this is like, she's also trying to like not do shit. Most comics I know are incredibly humble and focus on their art. So now I'm crazy. You either identify with one of these. You either identify with I'm the guy that talks about how talented I am, and this is like one. Probably from a person that performed in Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? Humble brag. You are. You know, like you're doing what you just. You know what I mean? In 27 years, I feel like I can always grow. That sounds like somebody that's very talented and you're top yourself at this point.
Yeah,
like I'm doing everything that when people claim they're doing perfect. You know?
Sure. Okay. Is there any
secret society that are talking shit about this comic that thinks he's so good? Like when they do this, it is a bad look, and we're talking about it. Like we're never gonna let you work again.
Oh, fuck, I didn't catch that part. Alright, Devil's Assistant on the naming people. It is kind of just subtweet people, right? And not name them. And sometimes thinking about their comedian wouldn't subtweet just out of like somewhat of a fear of how crazy they are. I don't know if that's a pussy thing to do, but it's,
yeah, just don't say anything.
I know that's funny to say. Sometimes like this, the problem here for me is that this isn't funny at all. It's not a joke thing. So like, if I were to subtweet somebody, and usually I'll call it loud sometimes, but it's like it's fucking or whatever it is, because she's kind of doing what she's saying not to do, right? The guy or that she's talking about saying making fun of people or something, and then you're kind of making fun of him or at least criticizing him.
And again, talking for 27 years of doing stuff, doing it better than anyone else.
That people do with them, like the amount of years they've been in. Like, I've been here 45 years. Like it's I've been in this shit badge. Yeah, Karen. Yeah. Because, we're watching a Patriots thing. I'm not on the side. One more, like, can you scroll up one more time? How funny other comedians are, tells everybody I should be. What? Maybe someone's good. That doesn't really bother me. Making fun of other people, I'm sure I got that. That's what we do on the show. So I don't, that in of itself The criticism is not fair here, though, is the opportunities part. Because if that's what she means, and it's about somebody who falls into that category of like, you see him everywhere, I don't see any success. Then it's like that. Am I? Do I have it? Maybe I don't. Maybe you think it.
But here's the thing, though. This is true too, like the Rogan versus Mark Maron. Because it's not okay for comics to talk shit about each other, but we're allowed to call Mark Maron a cunt cat.
Yeah, that's so
Like, it's so crazy.
Yeah, you should be. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, it should just be a blanket statement. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't really follow threads or Twitter or anything. I don't know why she's saying this. And it would focus on the that's projection. She's talking about. They don't know shit. You're like, it's like a thought experiment that you're doing. Does anybody like, why are you sharing it? You know what I mean? If you know anything, then you would know not to share it.
It would be better if she not said this. So the second one is apparently who this is about. Have you ever heard of Jay Jordan?
So that's got Kurt's up like there.
Yeah, it's like it's a guy that nobody knows who he is. You know, so that's kind of she's this big comic and she's attacking a younger.
Let's see here. So that's the first post. Comedy advice from someone who is moderately successful. If you really want to stand out in stand-up comedy right now, just get very good at telling jokes because so many people can, and they will do everything except an hour.
To me, that's not at all bad. That post. I don't understand why it would make you angry, but the words themselves, I don't understand why that would make you angry. How that's his response back to. But so yeah, the words themselves, like this is just write jokes. I mean, so many people have said this already. It's kind of a thing that I think a lot of comedians just post online because they're frustrated. So you're frustrated and you go, man, no one's telling jokes anymore. It's almost hack.
I did it earlier.
When you're frustrated, everyone gets frustrated doing always douching people online. And maybe some of those people she likes or something. How to do this, but nobody knows who you are. But also she tried a little bit to be like, but you're so sick, man. I just can't believe this guy's had so much success as people. That would compliment me. Like, thank you. All right. And I'm going to continue to shit on me. He didn't do that. She said, there's no way if you are on social media like this guy is, that it doesn't hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if this is about me telling you to stand out by being punchy and tight right now, she doesn't have to feel attacked.
Yeah, so he's not even really going back at her, really. He's just saying, whatever. I saw that guy that made fun of Shab, Ryan Davis. He retweeted the thing saying, like, he's like, subpar comics will always be offended by this or whatever, so he got it. But he's saying, hey, Jessica Kirsten for Steve. But what I was thinking would be funny is like, this guy's name is Jay, right? Jay Jordan. What if everybody named Jay has opinions about comedy? Or is a little problematic? Because I was thinking like, Jay Jordan. That guy on the J something, J. Jonah James. Dane Cook say something. Oh, what's his name? Whatever that J. Like, not Jay. Let's see that for. No, I know, but you're right. You're right. So it's Jay. Fuck. Okay. That guy. A lot of people have heard say things about Sam J. Jay-Z. J. Gold. J. Davis. Oh my. the name Jay might make you a little bit outspoken and say stuff that pisses people off. Hey man, I show what the he always had a show at some like real fucking douchey bad, but there are other places too, like super. What was the one that Hollywood doesn't matter? But then imagine this guy being like, "Hey man, can I get you on the show?" He looks like a young Jordan. Yeah, Jordan before JJ. They're gonna say comedy's going to save America. There's another guy. We're not allowed to tell jokes anymore because we don't get our rooms. Jay Peterson. Jay Washington, I see, posted a lot about comedy. It's something about that. Well, yes, Cody, I love huge students. Thank you for asking. Jordan's got to get into stand-up. That's the next move for him. If Brendan Schaub's not going to do it, why not? Jay Schaub. Am I on to something, bro? Jay Rardo. I talk a lot about comedy. You know, like, then you got people like me and Brendan. I hear a lot. So I'm just saying, it could be a problematic name. And the whole thing is, hold on. Stop fighting. It's just a name. How about that? Yeah. How about that? Thanks. What do you think?
I don't know what you. Oh,
just not that serious. I'll think people name Jay back and forth. Is our advice?
I feel like we're all on a big. Okay. You know, yeah, in the big.
That might be the case. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know this whole back and forth though. Like anything else.
I don't know if she said that.
She's posted so much TikTok, so she followed this up with a 45 like stand-up post. So you know, you just pick your battles honestly. She looks disgusting. She looks like a David with black hair.
They get a little bit of people right now, but it's all comedians. You know, they're not gonna make show. It's for other comedians. No regular people are looking at to a comedian that I've never heard of.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, 5 years are good.
Yeah, if you're 27 years in, you have all the right opinions.
I say this: don't talk to me until you've been in comedy for 28 years.
Yeah. Don't talk to me until you kill the heartbeat.
About whether stuff is funny and how long you're doing it. Yeah. That's what I always tell people. Any job, I go. It's about the length of time you've been somewhere. And probably that. How long you've been doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just facts.
So I got Chen. Well, I don't know if you'll miss, but I did make my first bet on Kelshi. Yeah, you probably don't like that.
What did you bet? Let me guess. Did you bet that there will be democracy in Iran?
No, I don't do the politics.
Okay, cool.
UConn. They were in the Final Four. Yeah, but I've been on the Elite Eight game, and I put $100 on it, and it's my first ever Kelshi bet, so it's legit. I can't get arrested.
Yeah.
And then, so I bet on them, and I looked at the score. I got really. Very depressed.
That's the only thing you're going.
I wish it was just that. And so I was depressed on my couch. I was like, "This sucks." And I just and then so I texted my group chat. I said, "Great first." I waited, and then I saw like in the middle of the second half they were down by a certain amount. They were coming back, and I thought, well, so then I got into my group chat saying, "Oh my God, UConn won." I turn it on. They came back from a 19-point lead and with ball from Duke, and the freshman hit a three-pointer from almost half court to win by one. Damn. So I was like,
oh, I saw that video on X.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And Cal She is this sounds like one of the podcasts as an advertisement, yo, Couch, bro, like, fuck you, so gotta get on that shit and be the man, right? But it depends on whether or not I'm gonna say, maybe I'm for Trump this show, maybe I got the inside of being on that. I like who's stitching up. Who's stitching the bottom, like, what the one that really like, story for, or is it facts, or is it cat, bro? Next week, we'll have more followers on TikTok, more Instagram. So, but when you add, I guess, I'm not really sure how it works, but it's like a stock or something, or I don't know. Yeah. But that's not a shot. But I do know that you get, it's almost functions as a, so if I never bet in, I just grows the money, whatever, based off of the amount. So actually, yeah, I might just leave it.
And dude, life is so much better when you just accept the fact that you might die today.
Okay,
like, I'm gonna die today, possibly.
So, knowing that you could die today, what would you do with the money I have in Calgary?
Oh, dude. You're focused on the money still, dude. Knowing that die today, I'm gonna go to the coffee shop and get my coffee and get called homeless.
You do with the money that I have in Calgary. Do you want to know how much it is?
How much is it?
$5 million. I said 300 something now.
I mean, you can put it there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not like the kind of guy that's accepting death. You know, I'm just the guy that's like, like today's your last day. What am I gonna do? Shove a Sharpie.
It is funny that you're dying and you immediately think of like a money in Calgary. What do you do with it? Like,
Come on, I stream my life 5 days a year for World Peace, period. I've been doing it for more than 4 years. Period. Period.
So that looks good.
Yeah.
Quite a bit is an exaggeration, but enough where I'm like, this is the best March of my life.
That was the best day roll of my life.
Yeah, it keeps going. Somebody take. That's what I love to do. The joke. Well, like these small things where, because my friend texts me and when I did this Calci bet, they're $100 and I won them, so I have the. It's awesome. I could have the best day of my life. As if that's 180 bucks is better than any of them. Incredibly impressed. Okay, so with Calci, I was looking at it, and it actually made me kind of sad because, like you were saying, right, you look at sports, as you look at one of them, you can bet on whether there's going to be more tech layoffs. Just take it from the runners.
Yeah.
And I know you can bet on war and whether people are fired. So I think that should be illegal, probably. Yeah. But gambling in general, like what I was saying, when Bill had a video of, you'd be much better off just putting a sharp gift, basically turning your phone into a thing that makes someone else rich.
Dude, I don't know. So bought into this gross system.
I agree, but for me, con is good, especially when they're kind of underdogs. I'll do like a small bet, for fun, because it makes the game more interesting. But I'm not like, that you can do now. That is kind of, don't turn your whole life.
Did you see that video of Joe Biden in the White House?
Now what happened?
See, but
Now you got to be betting on that. He sneezed there? Fuck, I missed out. But then more. I got fucked. You're addicted to gambling, dude. Yeah. That's a new chapter. Okay, it's so boring too. It's like hack to be addicted to gambling because everybody is.
Oh, I guess this is a long time ago, but I just saw this episode. This is a long time ago, but
Essentially, I stream my 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, period. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, period. This is more data than any president has ever uploaded to the internet in global history, period. When I go viral, I want to make everyone who has helped me along the way extremely successful, period.
but yeah, dude. I'm not into the gambling thing. Here's the thing, though. I do it every day. I'm just kidding. I don't do it every day, but during NBA playoffs, I do find it fun to do the over.
Data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data on the internet than any person in global history.
Only on the playoffs.
That I did it, and she's mad. And I get it. It's like you're wasting your money, our money, I guess. I remember thinking about how often he does the same way because he had money in like Farcoin, Coin, all these things. It's like a get rich quick. As I start trying like really high, I put in 20 on a bit and I watch it grow.
Yeah, have a great day, period.
Like my long term. I also worry that when people are doing poker stars, that got shut down by the crowd, and everyone had money, and that lost all their money too. That was some ass. Luckily, I wouldn't lose that one, but if I built a little coin on Kalshi, and then they were like, actually, it's illegal, I would be furious. But yeah. So you were. I was not able to record yesterday because of my show out in Huntington Beach or whatever, Costa Mesa. Yeah. And somebody, I don't know how they got the inside information, dude, but they're making some wild claims on here, dude. Yeah, this was you, I think. California man convicted after breaking in and licking woman's toes while she slept, but I live in Seattle, so how did you make bail? That's not my beer. That's not my beer. This was last year. It's been a year since I got it. Yeah, I got you, but it just sounded. I thought it was you when I read this. And then, of course, when I shared a post yesterday of you and I said, "Oh, show today, it's coming out tomorrow." That was. Anti comes first, but in the comments he's like, "Jesus Christ, I was right." He's a funny guy. He's got a lot of work to do to make up and towards being mod, but a success for sure. That and also problematic posts in Reddit. Yeah, I haven't told you this. Yes. But there's been so many protests lately. I thought of an idea for a protest. Any protests, regardless of right wing, environment, guns, Trump, whatever it is, to stand to all wiggers. That would be powerful. Don't you think it could work in every protest? No. Why not? Because it's easy to just be like, that's not the thing. People could go to these things. I mean, dude, don't get me started on the fucking. Don't get me started on all the white going to the No Kings protest. Oh, really? Go Kings? White people love you, dude. Like the Sacramento Kings. No, don't act like you're fucking fanning dumb for white people around. I'm a king. What is my kingship? You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Brigand. Mr. Fucking France. We fought a war to get away from you. some people that love the monarchy. I didn't even know who she was. I remember when she died because I was walking or a patrol guard. And it was sad. Like, I said, "Why are you sad?" And I said, "Prince died." And I said, "Then." I didn't know who she was. And then I found out, I was like, "Oh, I want all of, I just think it would be funny to have that because people are like, what is that?" Like, well, it's part of the movie. You want you hate Trump. Well, a lot of guess who supports Trump? A lot of them. You see them on the environment. What do with saving the
Have a test or some sort of currency that's going to change. Oh, people are going to honk for that. So that's, I would like to finish my thought here. And then we can have a little counter on the side.
I'd like to see how probably it would be a hell car honking with the sign. I forgot about this. I wanted to show you a video of a guy with a crazy. There was a guy in subway takes, or metro takes, or whatever it's called. That guy was the most ridiculous voice I've ever heard. It completely disconnected to what he looked like. But yeah, I mean, I'm a one issue. I've often said this on the show. Okay, we focus. It's natural to want to fix everything, right? But you gotta narrow down to it's this guy. But you gotta narrow down to one thing, right? I was trying to work on junk mail for a while. Seems like an easy fix. No one would listen. Now, let's get rid of wiggers. Let's stop it. I didn't really try.
People, here's my thing, dude. People have this fucking romantic idea of how you get things done. I'm gonna go to Michael's. I'm gonna get a thick partner. I'm gonna stay focused. What's a partner? Right out of here. So I'm gonna draw a nice eagle with the eagle. Because he wants to see you. Oh, God, it kind of sucks. Everyone knows that he sucks. Yeah, the no kings protesting is like we have no, what's it called? Deterrence. There's no deterrence with the fucking no kings. There's no if you don't fucking hear us out, we're gonna hurt you. There's not
Do you think it should be more than that?
Dude, if you're gonna be saying no kings, you gotta take some action, dude. Okay. You know what I mean?
That's a take.
Yeah. And all it was, dude, I got so mad. Whenever it was, Friday, Saturday, what day was that? There was the No Kings March in South Pasadena. Oh yeah, we're really moving the needle there, right? And I went to go get my coffee, and then I came back and they were gone. It was a photo op, dude. It was just when they start knocking on their doors, when the real revolution takes place, they could be like, I was at the No King, I didn't want this.
South Pass probably has a lot of people that are way anti-no kings. I would imagine. The rich people. There's probably a lot of people that are there.
They're like super kings.
They're not. That's
But they're clocking homo. That's an analogy. They're like themselves, and I hate people that don't do that. And a bunch of old ladies are on the fucking street, a mission, and fucking pharaohs, no kings. Demanding hawks. They dude, listen, when I refuse, I kind of downtrodden stuff like that, but the sign says it's like super happy face, yeah. I'll give them one. Maybe that lifts their name. But when they're angry and white and screaming out to me like the Latino fucking photographers and shit, Red Bar, perfect example. Red Bar talking about the Latinos that are taking over Los Angeles with they're helping these white people out. Thank you, Red. I agree with percent. They started on this dude, and then they're screaming at you to honk. Trump's here and
Okay, I don't understand any of that.
I don't either, dude. I'm just thoughts. I'm not trying to shit, dude.
But I do think so. If you want to push it farther, how far? January,
Like, wait, what?
you were saying, oh, no, king's not enough.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, dude, but it's just annoying. Like, you know what I mean? Start a or something, dude. You know what I mean? Read the Constitution. Whatever you want to do with your homies and stuff. I just hate, like, you know, as a color, I just don't want to.
Yeah, that's annoying when someone says something like, why not just say what you want? The old ladies, though, what do you expect from them other than the protest? You think they're going to, should they harm themselves?
No, you're dumbing down my argument.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah, you're dumbing it down because you're acting like I fight ladies. I have no hope for them. I fucking hate them. Why? They're gaining interest in something that they have no interest in. They're doing it for security and safety. Instead of why? Because I see the Latino photographers. I always sign them how angry they are. Quick, they left. They were photo op, dude. They didn't want to sit with the fucking white city of South Pasadena, so they were just anyways.
Okay.
This is a comic podcast. So a whole joke. No, Viking chips were in low demand. They had a lot of
Sagging.
chips.
Safety and security. Do you think is it the thing you said about you can say revolution, they will save them? Like,
Your blood is full of revolutions and stuff like that. Our blood is full of surprise attacks.
interesting. Okay. So yeah, I can see. I don't think that any and people have a problem with the ending things we see. Right? Like that was on 10 minutes a shot. I will be fully unprepared for any kind of revolution.
Yeah. The lady was like, the earth without you. That was saying that. Was saying like, if humans weren't here, the earth would be in such a good place.
Can I ask you a quick question before you say the full thing? But was this one of the exes? No, him saying that.
That's a good age.
That was her response. Hey, how you doing? The world would be better.
Believe it or not, there's an arm by it. But so yeah, she said that, and then I was like, all right, you know. And then I was trying to say something about snakes. I was like, so anyways, my aunt was terrified of snakes. I swear to God, this is the real conversation. She goes, no. What do you think about that? And I was like, the argument's so retarded. I'm gonna fucking address it. You know what I mean? If humans weren't on Earth, it would be a lot better. Acting as if humans are not natural to Earth. The Earth made humans, dude. Well, at the end of the podcast, you answered that. Exactly. Ridiculous thing. See, it's so ridiculous that we have a banter over it, dude.
What was her overarching thing that we need to reduce population or something?
The Earth is better without humans. Like, if humans were not on Earth, it would be in a better place because of climate change and global warming.
I guess it imagine better. Yeah, I guess the world would be catastrophic.
Right, but I didn't even want to start the argument because it was like, right, it wasn't like you pick your Earth or pick your planet and I chose Earth. It's like, I'm natural to Earth. Like, putting a Sharpie in my ass, I had no that. That was natural. You know what I mean? Fucking a squirrel at 2 or 3. Yeah, that's the
Color about the Sharpies in the swirl.
you put it out, yeah, because I want to get more exes though.
Yeah, well, it would shut down the chance of our relationship, but it would put her in a place. Women hate to be wrong. It's just,
yeah, but it's a ridiculous argument. And this is the whole thing about these things, like, who are these people? You know what I mean? People no kings.
well, they think that Trump wants to be king because of his actions, and they're saying they're protesting that.
Right, but my issue is going like, yeah, we're crazy. We're a crazy person. Like, yeah, we're all we understand for something. Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna stand up and fight the power? You know what I mean? And who's gonna attach himself to a messianic leader that actually does?
So you would think that there should be like a violent, somebody
You're putting some crazy shit on me, buddy. Yeah.
like I'm not
The one out there saying no kings. So I think things are fucked up for sure. But I know what I can control, and I can't control any of that.
So I think that's what's going on. Large amount of people, most of the country doesn't accept this as like Trump's doing. So that's the message. But I don't understand. Yes, it would be much better if all of them had blankets.
Right.
Against the black. I think it should be.
That's the answer, dude.
I'm so sick of people. Another podcast. How about you get an original joke? Just like I don't think it's me. Sorry.
Sorry, next.
Fucking losers.
I'm gonna convince you one of these days to see where I'm going.
Sure, I mean,
Because you know what's gonna help? You know what's gonna help above anything else is being nice to other people.
yeah.
And I don't know what the end product of that is. And I know all the people I can't control you to be nicer. So like I don't know. There's no hope for us all if you have this no just ideal. Like this idea that I'm gonna make people feel shitty about themselves. And no, they feel shitty about themselves.
People,
The Trump thing, like being nice to people, what's with it, and like say hello to them every day,
I think you could be in a protest and still be nice to people.
I doubt it. No, there's fucking, their lungs are black, their soul is non-existent, but shit that they can feel better about themselves about. It's a very selfish act to be like standing here and I'm presenting like that I don't believe that this is right. Who gives a fuck what you think? You're stupid. You've probably never read in the last 3 years, and you're watching how bad things are. You know, the day in this little that I have, life is great. Shit sucks over there in the fucking other world, right? Yes.
Yeah.
The
billionaire tech company would be in support of Trump. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, since they
That's
don't want
what I'm saying.
Yeah, they don't want to protest.
I know, but this is what, dude. You're telling me that all these ladies on the street are not scrolling Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And they're organizing through some other billionaires' fucking app.
No, yes, but like a lot of them aren't even on Facebook.
Well, here's the thing, dude.
Yeah.
Well, how do they know how bad the world is? Because
They
of
watch
these
the
billionaire
news.
truck companies. That's where they're getting their information.
They get their information from the news,
Which is awesome.
that some of that is now being by tech companies.
Yeah.
But the idea that they're also trying to suppress Bezos got half the staff. He let them do the endorsement. They weren't allowed to do an endorsement last presidential election. So they are actively limiting the amount of information in support of Trump. So that's where your argument was at, and also
I think you're supporting my argument. It's like as opposed to just realize life is already actually pretty good.
life is good for us, sure, but what Trump is doing, if you're asking me my opinion, is not good. So That's why they're protesting. Also, the whole I disagree completely because not do anything because I like Trump. I don't want to go to a protest in the hot sun. But if it was easy to do, I would do it. If I could do it if I could protest from my couch, I could protest all the time. If I could protest while looking at my phone, games, I'm protesting every night. But I am too lazy to do that. I don't want that. That's the only reason I don't do it. And people going out there and standing all day. It doesn't even matter if it's no kings or it's not do that. Somebody who has a job and take off to do that. That's the least understand possible. So I don't agree in any way with that. Yeah. It's selfish. Unless you're talking about people who are just doing it for likes on Instagram. Likes on Instagram. That would be. Yeah. And we can disagree. This is a political podcast, so we just talk about this. We disagree, we agree. And that's all out from both sides. Watch this and they go like, yeah. Well, that's incredibly selfish. Yeah, I don't know how to say this. Like, dude, there's nothing being done. Like, if anything, it's like talk about it in the car. And the reason why, if I say some sort of joke, because I'm acting as if I do this all the time with my mom, or she is a Trumper, sure. If I say that and it turns somebody off, like I said, like they don't talk to me in a public setting like a bar or whatever, then yeah, dude, this is constantly happening all around us into where you can't even listen to another human being. Fuck a political party or whatever. It's just you are literally taught how to respond to people that are nearby you based on some shit happening in some valley or in watching communities here. Everyone will meet or something. It's like we have communities. You know what I mean? There's a fucking get together at this garden every once in a while. People get together with their fucking shopping carts. Yes, we're all homeless, right? But we're all able to each other face to face and argue that we research or finding their solutions to things, all being fed to you some way, somehow. So I would say that is, I don't know, could be some truth there with the tech companies that have social media want you constantly looking at your phone and always take what they have because they make it. So people online or in person, is their own pocket, right? So they'll do whatever it takes to increase their pocket. So there's some truth to that, for sure. As far as somebody not it's not a big deal to know. Yeah. I roll my eye. Are unwilling to accept somebody a certain political view. We can talk, but it's like that whole thing where it's like the tech company caused that. I'm not sure. I mean, they want people from Trump. It's good for them if Trump's good. It's just it's good to why not protest both of them? Get some of this influence that they have over everybody and outlaw some of this stuff. Yeah, that they're doing. I don't know, dude. I play 5D chess every day. I'm over here. He's too little for me. Yeah, chess.
mean, no king's protest. It's like some label on some one thing attached to no king just now. It's like, I don't know. I just think we have no choice. This is not a free country. You know what I mean? There is no choice to that. Yeah. It definitely doesn't seem like it. You're kind of fucked regardless. Still, it's still pretty good. Yeah, I mean, dude, the tech CEOs don't know how many X's I did. Or like they probably do, but I'm saying like they didn't stop me from. They're shadow banning you. Yeah, they're trying to tell my exes like been messaging a lot of other exes. He's on to us about this whole white days. I talk shit about them, but if I was a tech CEO, God knows what I would do, right? I'd be filling my pockets too from them. Inside some sort of weird justification for it. You know, it's just it's a week. Like September, I'm just impatient for enriching myself. You know, detriment to society. Who knows? But actually, because they've never done anything wrong. Actually, I thought that would be funny to say. Let's see this guy said. Just his voice. He's a weird. Breakfast. I waited with the place. Pretty good. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I haven't been there in so long, so I don't know what it's like now. I like bagels. I went to the Chewy's. Have you been to Chewy's? No, I don't know what you're talking about down that way. I went to Chewy's for pancakes with my best friend. And it was pretty good. The server had a septum ring and huge bike chips. Oh, yeah. It's the best name for life. Oh, yeah. I would say it's worse than me. If I'm doing that, it doesn't exist. You didn't have my explanation, right? Or explain it. It's already great. I feel like it's rare. Listen, all the diners is gone. I feel like the choice for $100 salmon carpaccio for lunch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to stack the blueberry pancakes. I want some eggs on some sausage on a plate with syrup on. Big boy breakfast. Homestyle on a big boy breakfast. Give us a breakfast. It's going to take the breakfast. You don't have it, big. It's not going to be worse. Don't tell me you eat. I definitely not. Listen, I'm going to rest on the morals. I'm making eggs and bagels. I know. I agree. We own the bagel. We own the bacon, egg, and cheese. It's time to expand. Here's what I'm saying with this. Right. Doing there with $43,000. A lot. We don't start my idea, which you should on this thing. I don't think it's unselfish act to hold that winger side. It's no different than no kicks, but yeah, I agree with the no. Thank you. But if we this is where we're heading back on like a campaign, like a president. Everywhere you go, like we will rest laurels and sheep, right? I think he would agree with me on the white ladies in South Pasadena at least. And does that help your point? Dude, there's this one white lady out here named Teresa. She's a fucking menace, dog. She's been burning bridges with all the business, and you can see it happening every time. She has a very distinct walk. Like, she's such a good player, and fat ass, too. She's old. Okay, she's an old lady with fat ass in that way. Okay. And she goes to these businesses and asks for a lot of ice. She really wants ice. So she's burned at the secret coffee shop down. Like, there's one day, I think I told this story way back when it happened. But she was in line behind me, kind of off to the sides of that people could see. So, right, that lady, yeah, she goes, I'm going to stand here if you're not going to fucking move up. Whatever. Time, and then at the end, I didn't freaking she's banned there now. You get ice, pay for whatever the fuck, pay for the ice, and then stay in the lobby. But you're not allowed to do that. You gotta buy cash. Trying to insane. And like if we're ever in South Pasadena and I see her, she's always out there. Yeah, I'll point her out. Okay, I can't wait. You know, I frequent the Chipotle here. I get points, and I get a fucking free entree, and I get a free chip sometimes. And it's just, she's a menace, dude. I try to stay away from her as often as possible. She's always around the corner. So I think she represents all white women in Pasadena. South Pasadena. She's not homeless. She's got a home. She's not homeless. Okay, she has a home. She chooses to go out and menace society. Over ice. Over ice. And just, if you're in her path, yes. Might be the mom. She might be the mother of Lord Junko or whatever his name is. Lord Scope. Like, you white people love lords. You guys love elegance and dukes. You guys are all about it, dude. Princes, dude, kings, monarchy. I've always been a big monarchy guy myself. There's something to what I'm saying. You know, the comments are going to agree with me. Okay, fucking queen this, king that. Fucking, you guys love card games, you know what I mean? But dudes, I didn't even know that existed. Archduke Ferdinand. It's Ferdinand, yeah, right? You guys love wards. Fucking, Lord. What else is there? The, jesters. Oh, so you don't like the clown then, huh? No. Oh my god. Man, I love Viscount. Oh, Viscount, yes. Yeah, that's another one. I love that. Yeah, like counts. You guys like fucking vampires. Yeah, that's right. You got your films and all like very that's all countries and also king. Africa. Like Montezuma wasn't king. I don't know. Chief is essentially that, right? Yeah, chief's the same thing. What was I gonna say right now? Or is it? It's your son become chief. Oh, did you see the clavicular thing? Flat on him. Channel 5 interview. Oh, I heard on that. Yeah, you didn't see it. That was a good. Oh, dude, the ending is very funny because he gets mad that he didn't ask about Luke's vaccine. so it's very funny. We can end on this if you want. Do you have anything else? No, I ain't got nothing else. I don't know a whole lot about clavicular, but I do like Channel 5 and what's his face? Clavicular hit himself in the face with a hammer, bone fracture with him. Smokes meth. Well, he kind of introduced that whole narrative. Yeah, okay. So he doesn't smoke meth or hit himself with hammers. I don't trust anything he says, actually. That would be like the easiest thing to convince me of if some random person saying, hey, I actually don't hit myself in the face with a hammer and smoke meth. I'd be like, yeah, sounds better. I wouldn't either. Why would you do that? What are we doing here? Okay, so this interview is an hour and 4 minutes. Towards the end, he gets really upset because he didn't ask about Luke's vaccine. Okay, so I'm trying to find that. Oh, here we go. Why is it there? No! God damn it. I fucked up. Almost there. I'm gonna cut. Right here. People sort of like to talk about that in interviews, and it's like, what's the
how is that even correlated with looks? You talk about mainstream coverage and the magnitude of coverage that came after some of these controversies and things that they get wrong. I said that would be something that they get wrong. That political. So you knew with those guys, you didn't know it was going to be
with the Hitler thing. That topic that
ended up, which this is our latest Gen Z, so like the average, let's go see who's preferred minute piece. It's like a bunch of footage edited perfectly in the food line. I think there's also that part of streaming. I think it's like going to happen in the next take a turn fast. You really don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect because you're filming so much stuff. It's like how things can happen. Is there any moments you regret from streaming? Not really.
Come on, dude. What are you waiting for?
Ask me specifics about how do these two things interact.
Jesus Christ, you're doing math a lot. You were saying, looks maxing.
About looks maxing. Then you'll start asking like, okay, like I don't mind it.
I don't mind it.
It makes me weird besides going about my security, which is a little bit weird. But not a single attempt at anything in regards to looks max. Okay, what's the question I should ask you? Well, that's up to you. What am I going to tell you how to do your job? But you want me to ask you about specific scientific questions about different looks maxing methods.
Well, it's like if I got upset that you didn't ask about squirrels when somebody was interviewing me.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, we go in there being like, well, I know they're going to ask about my small teeth, and then they start asking me like my political views, and I go, well, I'm a little offended, honestly.
Talk about doublets.
Yeah, whatever. But now you know who I voted for, but the stuff people care about, it's actually, now that I say it out loud, it's a little bit valid. Gives a shit what this fucking idiot thinks about politics. Why are you asking him that? You're part of the problem.
Well, you're believing. This is why I don't trust our little argument about the kids that you're believing clavicular. You didn't ask only political questions. That's crazy.
I mean, I didn't watch it.
Right, exactly, dude. Look, I'm doing the bit, dude. I'm coming better side. Anytime I say I hate all white women, you can probably assume I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's true. I can get carried away.
Let's see.
I mean, you're not after the bone smashing or anything like that. I mean, like,
yeah, he literally asked about bone smashing. He's like, that's literally a question about looks maxing, and then he's acting as if he didn't ask a single question about looks maxing.
If somebody says bone smash, instead of getting pissed off, you're going to talk about my ex. That's
no, bone smushing.
I both heard I had sex.
Nice. Great, dude. Very song. It's a love song. You know I love going everyone.
Not identify like anything that you have a curiosity about, like maybe you wake up with dark circles in your eyes one more, like even something like even if you don't give a shit, I mean like it would be at least a little bit of effort into it. I think I've done a pretty good interview from what like context, because if it's from the context of what you guys read about
happening with somebody and you're not going well, and then but like you can't stop yourself from continuously disagreeing with them. I do this all the time, so I'm asking.
Yeah.
I think so. I have some empathy for Mr. Clavicular here. However, he did a number on Twitter.
What's that?
From this, where cars watch sports games with your friends. Totally, don't ever do that. There's no return on investment. Crazy. Yeah, a bunch of fucking people from Tams. That's like, fuck them.
I mean, it's a joke, right? If he's actually serious that he's mad about them not asking about lip maxing, that's that's not going to look well for you. So, of course, you can't win that argument. However, I see what he's saying, because all he knows about is lip maxing.
That's his whole life.
Why are they asking about anything but that?
This shit's going to kill a fucking alligator.
He'll kill an alligator.
Clavicular? He, just unloaded a clip on an alligator.
That unlocked.
No, he's a terrible person.
Yeah. So is I like, but I remember saying this. I like watching now for like podcasts, but in the grand scheme, I didn't watch this because I don't give a shit what it does or says. I don't have anything against him until now. Killing alligators. You unloaded. It's just boring. Like looks maxing. What is it even? You made yourself taller with a horrible surgery. Next. I don't know what that is. You know what, dude? I'm not for the. Okay. I want you to be king, dude. Oh, thank you. Go next. But unfortunately, what the public doesn't understand is when you say next, they get killed. Yeah, probably. Yeah. It depends. I got most likely. But look, I've said this. I think I should be king. I agree with that statement. I think I'd be a good. Well, but I would. There would definitely be some bad people who died under my reign. He's like, that's so true. You know what's the saying? He has a saying where he's like, it's Chester. It's Chester. He's all about looks maxing, and he's not about Chester maxing. Chester maxing is what we do for a living. Okay. Like, I like that. You like to run up and down. But I mean, dude, if I look around your little castle, we're in the foyer. What do they call it? Where the throne's at? The throne room? Yeah, I think so, yeah. And I look over to the side and I see this guy, I'm thinking Jester. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I'd hire him as a Jester. Oh, yeah, you are in complete control. You took this analogy further. You've been thinking about this. Yeah, I'd be like, I'm bored by you. Yeah, next, but I want to kill him. I just, next, probably. I need somebody else. Honestly, dude, I'm not going to lie. The realm would really appreciate it. And I'm doing this for the realm because I'm selfless. Yeah. I'll be Jester. Okay. And the little banter we had back and forth. I'd make fun of you. Yeah, I'd be willing as a king then as well. I'm not a king that's not going to let anybody make fun of me. I might have an alligator eat or shop with you. I mean, that's if you go total, like, dictator mode. If I can afford to. Or dictate, yeah. I mean, I would force shop at a king, sure. The tables have turned. Oh, you're a big guy. You can beat me up. Not anymore. I'm king. Yeah, do what I say. Or else. All right, I think that's it. Check out Sandbaggers on the episode 10. Obis. Sandbaggers. It's 2.5 hours. I have a video for the first one, but the rest so it's going to be audio. Okay, and it's only an hour long. It's hard for me to control myself. I like.
Experience. Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, Joe. Great seeing you, Bob. Same here. Long time. Joe.
still to this day, the most watched ever podcast we have ever done. That's on YouTube.
That's just unreal. It's unreal.
It is unreal because it shows you how many people are just absolutely fascinated by the story. And what you guys have done, this new film, is essentially recreate S4 and using AI, recreate you as a young man and these experiences that you had. And it was really excellent. Luigi, you're the one who put the film together. You figured it all out. First of all, what was the technology that you guys used to recreate everything?
Yeah, I just want to present
Are you fucking serious?
In the film, there's 90% blender, and that's actually handmade CGI. So everything you see is all handmade. And even the de-aging of Bob Lazar, we scanned Bob, we went over to his house, scanned his face, took a process of de-aging him through that, then creating a digital model of Bob in different ages, and then placing him in the environment. And then in some instances, at the very end, we perfected or kind of put a bow on it with a little touch of AI. But the whole thing is handmade. So the craft, the environment, the papoose leg, the facility, the equipment, and the people were all made. And some of the people actors that we put in there. So it's not. There's one of the guys that is Barry in the film is a guy called Luis Martinez that's been working with me for the past 10 years, and he laughs at it because he goes, I can't believe I'm Barry. So does he look anything like Barry? Actually, he does. He does. That's why we chose him. Yeah. Where's Barry, the actual Barry now? I don't know. I kind of thought at one point, after all this happened, we would at least hear from one of those guys. But I never heard from anybody after the initial release of all the information. It seems like, but if you're able to keep secrets for this long, very difficult to just blurt it out. Like, if you're holding on to a secret for 20, 30, 40 years, it's like, I guess, these guys were lifers, though. Yeah. I mean, they spent most of their time there. They spent at least 2 weeks at a time and had 1 week off. So they stayed at the base. I mean, these guys were hardcore. I had just, so, I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I'd love to know. I suspect that Dennis Mariani, my supervisor, died. I've seen people track him down, all the way to point to speaking to his family, and they said, yeah, he had some classified job out in the desert or something. There should be his gravestone and stuff. So, at least they were able to track him down. But I've never heard of any leads on Barry or Renee or anything like that. What is it like seeing the recreation of it in a film? Because, I mean, it essentially was your direction, for lack of a better word, your description of it, you telling them exactly how everything was laid out, and then once they recreated it, what is that feeling like when you watch it? Well, the final product is absolutely mine, because, as I said to Luigi, it looks like I downloaded that out of my brain. I mean, you can describe something 100 times, and until you actually make a picture, it doesn't become clear. But, this took years. I think it was like 5.5 years from when I first met Luigi, and he said, yeah, I can do this. And the quality kept improving to where he started showing me pictures, and I went, Jesus, that's really it. It's not really it. It's really it. And, I mean, it blew me away. Later on, he showed me a 3D environment, goggles on, and move around inside. I mean, that made the hair stand up on my arms. It was unbelievable. So, I don't know if I could really describe how that made me feel, but it felt like I was teleported back there. And that's, I said, I'm behind this. Flew out to Canada a couple times, other than, I guess, a couple times going out there and going, oh, that's right, that's the wrong color, move this here, do that. And, but those guys spent over 3 years working on it. And they never showed me anything. I speak to Luigi, a couple times a month, and, he always say, oh my God, you won't believe this. I said, show me. No, it's not done yet. So I really didn't get to see anything so close to the end. But when I did,
really, without trying to sound dramatic, it really put tears in my eyes, going that that's it, you did it, just stop, it's perfect.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching the movie with you, and sitting there with you. There was a bunch of times in the movie you're like,
Yeah,
you can tell.
yeah. I swear I can feel that place. I can feel it watching that movie, and it really freaks me out because, as I've said before, it's not like what I saw. It's exactly what I saw. It's perfect. It's just like Luigi was at S4 with a camera. So it worked.
It's a very unique documentary in that regard. And watching it with you, seeing you experience this thing, and then me trying to imagine what it's like for you. You're this young scientist who gets brought in on this thing without much explanation, and then all of a sudden you're confronted by this craft. And the way it's broken down in the film, and you get to actually see you viewing this thing and being the presence of this thing for the first time. It's just, I could just only imagine what that must have been like for you. And it's so weird to watch you watch it again and see your wheels spin.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What did they do to make me experience? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. I really can't fill in the blanks there. It's I wanted to say that there was a time when Bob got angry at me a lot because I wouldn't show him. And he was like, come on, show me. And I said, it's not ready yet. I don't want to show you something. But at a certain point, we had to. And Bob started remembering more stuff. Yeah, that's true. It really made a big difference when he showed me some things, and walking down the corridor here and turn. Oh, stop! Wait, there's another door there. I mean, it was like I was going back into the facility, and really brought. I mean, actually seeing it again, really brought some things back that I had completely forgotten about. So that. Yeah.
Well, what's really fascinating is, for people that don't know your story, you came up with a story, you talked to George Knapp, was it 89?
88, somewhere.
So, late 80s, you was 6 years, and then within the last, 9-10 years, we've started to get all these reports. There was the New York Times story, there was the Go Fast video, and the Flair video, and all these videos that show a craft that's moving the way you described the sport model movement, which kind of freaked a lot of people out with the way it rotated and turned.
Yeah, it does the belly roll, faces at the bottom towards where it's want to go, and then it takes off. Yeah,
it's exactly how you described all those years ago, which is really fucking crazy.
Well, that's the way it was.
But it's crazy. Way back then, making up. This is all cockamamie. There's videos from these fighter jets, and you're like, wait a minute. Listen, it's moving the exact same way he described. It's doing what he described in 1989.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I mean, I've had so many sessions with people, and one of the things that comes up is, do you think Bob was always telling the truth? And I say, look, I don't know. There's no way to know, but he doesn't seem. I've been around a lot of blocks.
Look, nobody can know there. The biggest skeptic of all. Although if you look at Wikipedia, it says I'm a conspiracy theorist or something. Conspiracy theorist.
I'm a far-right podcaster.
Yeah. But, well, if you basically, are you a conspiracy
this stuff.
You've had, if you have a lie, you have one lie. It's amazing. Because you've told the same one.
It's got a pretty detailed lie.
It's also not normal when people lie. They get bored with the story. So you can't eventually catch them. It's the type of people that are that doesn't fit the model.
Well, there are other people in this time when I had about and
I wasn't open up your seat, go out there, weren't there.
and I mean all of us, anybody that had anything to do with it at that time, there were eyes on. It was
No way, I love
Not
both.
just a lot of intimidation tactics, letting you know that they can touch you.
yeah. So I've really worked for decades. That much is out of my mind, so it's always tough to bring it back. I wouldn't talk about it, although it might be funny now. It wasn't then. It was a really stressful time, and still is a very stressful thing.
I know it's so many years ago, but the thought that came in your mind when it wasn't. I actually an American flag.
Yeah, when I saw the American flag, when I first went in, the first went into your door and stood around the back. Yeah, it's like my hand across the American flag, and I thought, oh my God, this explained UFO night. Fighter system, and it explains everything because. But when they started reviewing everything with me, they were trying to replace somebody as quick as possible. And they had two directives. Directive one was to duplicate the technology with available material at any cost, which is exactly verbatim what it was. And directive two was to be able to disable this technology at a distance at any cost. And once you start thinking about that, wait, don't you guys know how the thing you built worked? And it's kind of like this isn't ours. And Barry is the guy that filled me in, going, no, this is an alien craft. And we need to figure out how this works. Well, look at technology here. I mean, this is decades, light years ahead of where we are. And it was a shock, really, to me. I remember going home that night and just laying in bed and reviewing everything that everybody said that day. And I really don't remember how I felt the following days, but it was just a different feeling.
The world just changed.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I really can't put it into words.
Well, I couldn't imagine what that experience is like. And it's also very strange that they would bring you in and not specifically state to you that this is not ours. They just bring you in and just give you a direct. This is what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, they give me a bunch of things. Everything was moving at a fast pace, and I don't know why. I think in the movie, Russians kicked us out and just held on to that information ourselves. And there was kind of a null vacuum there. There was also an accident. I was told I was to pay someone that was injured,
I believe he actually died. There's no record of who this person was, or has anybody ever tried to figure it out? I don't know. I don't have any names. I just know that Barry told me, I'm replacing somebody that he used to work with, and he was without a lab partner for a while. So when I came in there, how long was a while? I don't know, but I mean, that brings up a good point. First of all, we're dealing with alien or another civilization technology, whether it's from another dimension, another time, another planet. I mean, who really knows? So I'll eventually get to answer the question here, but wouldn't you think this place would be more like the lunar receiving lab where everything is white? So you can see a speck of dust. Everything is sterile. People are being extremely careful with what they're doing, but you're not seeing that. This is in now something akin to an aircraft hangar in the middle of the desert. There's dust on everything. People are taking everything nonchalantly. There's a friggin' poster about the thing. They're here, poster there. Thank you. We gotta figure out a place for that. It's awesome. But I mean, they went to the trouble of making a poster. They actually think right here. That's a good place. Right there. Good spot for him. But they actually cut one of the amplifiers out of the crap. So my point is, yeah, but my point is, it's so nonchalant at this point when they became at that level, and they became so used to it, so familiar with it, that to them it just became like another fighter aircraft or something from another country. So it must have been there a long time. You don't just sit there in a hangar and be exposed to the environment and have security people walking by, people touching everything. It's in an isolated, sealed, secure environment. And they were past that. So I think it had been there for a decade, a long time. And these guys were intimately familiar with it, not afraid of it, and knew what was going on. So they essentially got some kind of acclimated that this crowd exists, that it was there, and there had been relatively little progress as far as figuring out what it does, and how to recreate it. So it just kind of sat there. And so I think they were making very little progress. And I think they kept going over the same road again and again, and they probably had other experts there and just didn't. And I think the reason I got hired is because I was a guy out in left field that didn't necessarily follow what was going on. I mean, the biggest distractors to me anyway, in the story, are other scientists, other physicists, they would have hired me because I'm the top guy in the field. Yeah, but I think they hired plenty, and you just kept going down the road and didn't do anything. I think they were looking for somebody that just would have some radical idea and just push the project forward, because everything had stalled when I got there. And I think they were just in a desperate move to make some progress. One of the things you talked about in the first podcast that I think is really important is that the only way for science to really progress is that these various scientists have to be able to communicate, and you have to be able to share ideas, and you have to be able to collaborate. But that's not how this was run, because it was so top secret. Everything was compartmentalized. Like, the metallurgists weren't talking to the propulsions people, weren't talking to if there were biologics experts, like everybody was super frustrated, because I think, I don't remember exactly where that started again 40 years ago, but I think it started with the seeds, and no, it started with the actual skin of the crab, because everything looked like it was made of the same material, and I wanted some information about the skin and the superstructure of the craft, and they said that's restricted. We need a reason for you. I just want
want to see if everything is exactly the same material. And what I call the seeds in the crab, I still don't know if they're the seeds, but they might be. I think it'd be hilarious if they were actually something else. But I wanted some information on those, and that was restricted information too. There were other groups working on that. So they compartmentalized stuff so much. There was no exchange of information between groups. I mean, you'd submit a written response that your supervisor, in my case Dennis, would have to carry over, and they would have to approve. And, you know, you get a 2 or 3 line response from, you know, the other group. But that's not how science works. Science works on the free exchange of information. And they were just killing themselves with security. And it was really frustrating. It was terribly frustrating.
So is this a function of security people that are concentrated on top security that don't truly understand how collaborative science works?
Yeah, that's it right there. You need to stop right there. They had no idea how that worked.
Because it stands to reason that whatever that thing was made out of probably in some way interacts with the system and whatever controls that are in it, that this material has to be particularly unique.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And I suspected the material was an electric. You know what an electric is?
No.
Okay. You know, like a magnet, a permanent magnet is like, you know, it's a magnet. It's
right.
Forever it's a magnet.
Right.
It has a magnetic field. An electron is a material that has a permanent static field to it. A static electric field to it. And I strongly suspected that crap is made out of an electric. And I was not, because again, that's the material science guys, I was not allowed to connect that to. But it's so important to connect it to the propulsion system and how the propulsion system interacts with the amplifier or the emitters. And I wasn't allowed, you know, the information I needed. So it was, I don't know, it was self-defeating.
Well, it seems like they were treating it like a fighter jet or an automobile. Like in an automobile, you have the outer area, the shell of the car, you have the doors, the skins, the hood, the roof, all that stuff, which is meant. But then you have the propulsion system, which is the engine and the transmission and the tires and the wheels and the suspension. But they're all not connected. They're connected because they're bolted together, but they have different. I think the idea or the concept of this is work as a cohesive unit,
right? With no physical connection between, you know, between the subsystems.
And all of it made out of the same material.
At least on the outside. At least on the outside, they're all made of the same material. And the other crafts all had the same power plant in them. So that brings, you know, like a GM plant that makes a car with a Chevy 350 that makes, you know, a dozen different models to it.
Right.
So that makes you think about, boy, is there a factory that makes these things? And, you know, your brain can just wander off in directions, but I tried to stick with just the technology.
Did you know who the metallurgists were? The people
I saw them. You know, I know them. And we go to the lunchroom, Barry would point them out. You know,
you weren't allowed to communicate with them.
You have a lab partner, which in my case was Barry, and you're allowed to talk to your lab partner, but you can't talk. That has to go through the crest, has to go to, and they'll bring it back, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's ridiculous. That it slows down any progress you might be making.
Which is why they're probably stalled over.
Yeah.
Did you ever expressly communicate to them that you theorized that this all can be connected? There's something about the way the metal works.
Oh, we all knew that. tell, just like we are, and fighting against them.
What kind of request would you have?
What we found, you know, where is the energy being transferred here? If the reactor fires up, is there a field present around it, or is the field just absorbed into the emitter and you can touch the, you know, reactor itself? And just little things like that, you know. And actually, that was an important thing when they're reacting to the reactor and push to that was no. I remember that as a specific request from, you know, from one of the groups. The metal, there, I would also hear how it blended. If you can explain, there was no telescopic. Well, this is why we wanted to talk to the metallurgy. The reactor sits on the bottom of the graph. There's a little dome on there that looks like a pipe. That's like you can lift it up and take the reactor out, put the reactor in and down. But you know, like antenna works on an old walkie-talkie.
There it is. There's from the video.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can retract, but there's no sections and anything. It becomes small, and if you look underneath, they turn. And it doesn't buckle. It's magical. This is really the material that's amazing. The way it works. You can put it into a smaller, and it doesn't change at all. It doesn't bigger physically. It's I don't really know how to describe.
So your lip pipe up, but it's not going.
Push there. It has to get there. Right. Because the material has to go somewhere. This doesn't. Okay, it stays in exactly the same dimensions. It just becomes smaller.
How?
Well, yeah.
Because you couldn't talk to the metallurgist. So
but those guys,
they did know that.
Well,
They know it did it.
They know it did it, and that's their job. So I imagine they have more information than I do. But that was the waveguides that hold the emitters. They come down, and the emitters can turn and bend, and the pipes bend, and nothing changes in them. And there's no wires or anything to make the pipe bend. I'm trying to relate it to something, but I can't think of anything to relate it to.
Well, one thing you said I also thought was fascinating is no seams. So everything looks like it's 3D printed.
Again, right? It comes down to the material.
Which at the time, 3D printers weren't real, right?
Yeah, at the time that really confused me. I said, how did they build this? It must have been built out of wax or something and then melted. Because you can't build anything without seams. And then 3D printing came into existence, and you could build stuff from layers up. That made sense. Some sort of 3D printer, or they grew it. In some. Maybe I don't know how that was happening. That we had when I touched it.
See,
I can't say what it was a ceramic boat. It's called. This is the design by Perry version of it. Is it? How much does that look like? No, it's 100%. That's it. Yes, that's it. Have the first version. It's way black. Yeah. So Luigi has gone over the. I mean, I've been so many times. There's an insulator ring. Right?
Can you show what it looks like in the film? If you could show one of the images.
What about the trailer? No. Oh, yeah, on the trailer there's a ring. There's a ring around it, and we measured the voltage on the craft, and there was a high voltage on it. And above that ring, there is not a good shot. There's probably a. This is the original trailer. It's the new trailer that actually, that one there, and you'll get to see it right there. Actually, right. It's actually before this, I believe. You're gonna see. If you see, there's a black. There's like a black line. The first ripple. That's actually not metal. There it is. We call that the insulator ring because below that there's a high voltage present on the craft all the time, and above that there isn't.
I would imagine that your life has like two completely different chapters. It's before this and after this. Whereas like once you've seen it, the whole rest of your life is now going to be very different. And you're in its presence for how long did you work there for?
I don't know, maybe 6 months or so.
So for 6 months, you're around this thing. And I would imagine it's not you like thoughts 24 hours a day.
For sure. It's actually 3 stages to the life: before it, during, and after. Before it was just my life. During was when it happened, and then the part of my life is almost trying to dismiss it, just go on.
Yeah, you didn't talk about it for a long time. When you did the George Knapp interviews, you talked about it a little, you made some videos explaining things and how things work.
No, I don't really like public attention, and I don't really like doing interviews. Which you probably know. But I know there's people that thrive on that stuff, but I felt privileged to be part of the project, but it left me with an insatiable appetite. Oh my God, I want to know where it's gone. Like even when I was there in the 80s, they were talking about moving the project at that time. So I'm dying to know, is it still there? Has it moved on? Did they split it up and move it to other places? I remember Barry talking about moving it to the South Pacific, like a Quadrant or something, but they said the expenses were so great they couldn't do that, but they wanted it away from everybody. And they hated the fact that it was right alongside the highway, by 71. But then they had it that's not the most affordable. And of course now with budget being so tight, who knows where it is.
Well, housing budgets are tight for this though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They did say at whatever expense figure this out.
Yeah, they were serious about that. We don't really care what it was. So like the original Apollo program, back in the Apollo program, if they needed parts, and if somebody had something ordered UPS or through the mail or whatever, they had the authority to stop that shipment to that other person and take their stuff if they needed it. And, they had an unlimited budget. I mean, if you're working like that, you could do anything. And,
or at least anything that's currently possible with this technology. Which therein lies the problem, is that they're dealing with something with, you couldn't build it with technology in 1989.
No, but that's what they wanted to do. And really thinking about that now, I'm not exactly sure these these guys should be allowed to do that. This is really powerful technology, and the world has really changed. I mean, we have a lot of crazy people doing stuff now, and nonsense transmits through the population at the speed of light. And, I don't know, this can be a very powerful world-conquering technology. And look, for 40 years, and I think I've said this before, for 40 years, all the people in control of this information have all agreed to keep it quiet. And these aren't idiots. These aren't idiots for 40 years. You have a line of people that all have agreed, no, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. There has to be a reason why. And if they all agree to that, maybe I'm the asshole. No, really. Maybe they're right. And
maybe you would have figured that out if you kept working.
yeah, I don't know, but I'm increasingly thinking I'm the one that made the mistake. Maybe this is supposed to be just kept quiet.
Yeah, but that doesn't ring true. Because I don't think it's ever healthy if small groups of individuals have information that would change our understanding of where we are.
There's that.
I don't think they deserve it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it makes any sense.
I don't know. I mean, really think about it. What if it's something that's really dramatic?
Like how so? What do you think would be like?
I don't know. Maybe I mean, what if it's? I'm not saying this is what it is, but I mean, what if it's like, like we raise cows out in a field and just feed them grass and they're just going to be food. What if it's something like that? A population of creatures that are just to be consumed in some way.
I don't know if we're to be consumed, but I do think we are
Not physically like eaten, but I mean,
I think we have a task. And I'm more and more convinced as time goes on that we were engineered. I don't think we came about as a normal evolutionary process like all of that.
yeah, I agree. I really agree.
It just doesn't make sense objectively. I mean, seeing like a kook or someone who buys any conspiracy theories, if you just look at all the other biology on Earth, why is one so uniquely able to manipulate its environment, communicate instantaneously at distance, can't really even exist in its environment in most places that it lives without clothes and shelter? We're a weird animal. We're very strange. Like, we don't seem to normally adapt it to our, we have completely controlled our environment, being in electricity and electronics and light and travel. We're so beyond everything else that evolved. Every other animal, predator or prey, plant eater or meat eater, all seems to cohesively exist inside of its ecosystem. Us, which is like almost like species. Like if species destroy ecosystems, like because they don't belong there. Well, that's kind of what we do. Like we suck all the fish out of the ocean, we pollute the rivers with our technology, we, mess up underground water systems with fracking and drilling. We're like an invasive species.
Yeah. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, this Timber Shed thing. So Timber Shed has recently talked about this, and he can't talk about it because it's classified, but he said he'd be up at the things that I've seen, if the things that I've seen are released. Yeah. He said we just needed to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. Well, I was briefed, and I will tell you this, I was briefed last week on an issue, or 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have become unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard.
Well, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a bunch of space brothers coming down going, oh, look what we discovered. Here, I have some information. And, what if it's not that? All the information is bad.
Well, what would be bad? Like, you ever thought about this? To, like, play it out, capture my pollution? Like, what do you think the scenarios could be?
I don't know. Everything that look, we view ourselves at the top of the food chain. What if we're not anywhere near there?
I don't think we are.
Okay, what if we're just consumable?
Well, I don't know if, like, chimpanzees are consumables, right? They're not top of the food chain either, right? But
No, but there's right, like my friend that died, John Lear, who had a bunch of crazy thoughts. I mean, he used to come over and tell us that, on the moon there was a soul sucker. And when he did, he said that you better give me that bottle.
I'm gonna drink before you play this one. Oh boy, a soul sucker.
Yeah,
Was an eccentric individual.
Yeah,
I'm sad I never met him.
man, he was
What? Terrence McKenna talking about the moon?
like
Soul catch.
yeah. No, I mean, he'd give me pictures of these giant antennas on the moon. And, in fact, I'll tell you a story. He was an accomplished pilot, had many world records and things of that. Part of the Lear family. That his father invented autopilot, the 8-track tape, all kinds of stuff. But John Lear was a loose cannon. At the time, he'd fly from Las Vegas, shuttle L-1011, which was not really, come on, fly with me. He said, just put on a suit and, come to Seoul. I go to McCarran Airport and, go there. And, I'm going to tell everybody you're an inspector for the okay. Right, and I get on the plane and he just act like you're going to kick everyone's ass. So go on there and I sit in they pull down a jump seat behind the plane and I sit there looking at everybody and God, all this stuff is so illegal. And, get on there and fly and, John would take, and the L-1011 was a pretty advanced plane at the time. This was in the 80s. And, John would be smoking his pipe. He'd take off. He'd put his feet up and smoke his pipe. And he'd fall asleep. And I'd just be, hanging out, before the plane. He'd just, be smoking. At the time, my wife was taking flying lessons. And he said, yeah, bring her up here. And I think they had an engineer also on another panel. I don't quite remember, but I was there with my wife, people on board, and he'd say, hey, come on here and take the wheel. And he'd get the captain of the plane would, I think my wife was in her 20s at the time, and just sit her down and say, yeah, hold on to it, and, just keep correcting. And he'd just let her fly the plane, which is insane. And, the co-pilot would just look over, and I remember looking over at, I think, the engineer that looked at the gauges, and he just put his head down and pretended like that's what was happening. And that was just one time. Another time he was carrying an L-1011 from Roswell. At the time I was living in New Mexico, and they called him and told him he wasn't getting paid. Company was defaulted. He was coming up to New Mexico, and Roswell just took off, walked up to a bus and gave me a call on the pavement. Coming over. Okay, you're in New. Oh yeah, and he drove like he off at the house. He walked in. He went, boy, I'm tired.
And he just lay down on the couch, and go to sleep. And I said, what are you doing here? What's going on? I just dropped the plane out. They're not paying me. That's it. I mean, John Layer was such like a loose cannon. He was a great friend to have, but he had no bullshit filter. If he had a retired general come up and give him all kinds of information, or if he had a psychic come up from the neighborhood and give him all kinds of information, he'd put him in the same category. And so he really did have useful information that was difficult to get, but it was mixed up with nonsense. And sometimes he would just really lean into that nonsense. Like he was convinced that the sun wasn't hot and there were people living inside. And I used to die laughing. You are insane. I said, you can't prove it's hot. Yes, I can. Just go outside, on a hot day, and John said, that's not the sun. That's just the sun's atmosphere that's on fire. And I said, just crazy. But we got along, and he knew that I thought he was crazy. But the thing is, a lot of people did come to him and give him good information. Anyway, I don't remember where I was going.
That's the thing about some people. Some people will tell you true things, and it's difficult to accept that true things also come from people that say nonsense.
Right.
Like, just because they've said something that's nonsense doesn't mean necessarily that this thing they're saying is not true. It's the other thing. And you've got to be able to discern. I talk to a lot of people that say a lot of kooky things that don't make sense, but then they'll say something that's very true. And it's difficult because you have some sort of understanding of the human psyche and of those kind of people, because there are kind of people that have very loose nets.
You're counting on their filter working like yours.
And it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Some good stuff gets in there, and you go, hold on, what did you just say?
Right.
Tell me that again. How does that one work?
Yeah, you can't really discount people because somebody comes up with some absolute nonsense.
Right.
It just means their filter is defective.
Right.
But
Which is also the reason why they're willing to entertain things that are outside of the normal spectrum. So, they might have actual, real, useful information, but it's wrapped up in there with Bigfoot.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But so the soul catcher thing.
That's where I was going. The soul catcher. So, I remember him sitting and I think he was telling my wife Joyce the story because I walked in on it and he said, yeah, there's these giant antennas and when you die, your soul goes up and I think he said the Greys, this alien race set up this soul catcher and that's what this whole thing is about. And as you die, it sucks your soul in and they use it in some way. And it's not where your soul is supposed to go. They just set some sort of intercept.
They say where soul was supposed to go.
No, it ran to the soul catcher.
Well, that was one of the weirder things about some of the documents that you had at least been alerted to when you're on the base. One of them being that humans are containers.
Yeah,
and which the likely conclusion is containers of souls. The soul is a real thing, or whatever that is.
you would think.
Right. I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just I would prefer to believe that that's not true. But maybe it is. I don't know. As Barry said, they mix absolute nonsense in there. So if they give you, and it's unique to each person. So if you give out any something that came from what's on so that's just a way where they can direct where it came to. But
the problem is decades and decades, generations and generations of people working there. How many people know what the real truth is? How many people know?
I don't know. I mean, there must be a group of people that really have the pure information of what's going on.
I would assume, but not necessarily.
I would think there has to be a group of people that know what's going on. And
who are those people?
You know, and to me, like I tell Luigi, I have a bunch of questions for me. You know,
Right. Like, what would be your questions for you if you met you?
yeah, now questions for me are people that ask me over decades the same question. You know, why isn't the Navy? The Navy paid me. I always said the Navy. Everything has been the Navy instead of the Air Force because you know back in the '60s and '70s, you know, there's Project Bluebird and the Air Force and all that, but everything associated with this was the Navy. So, and in these days, you hear some of these new types of craft that are transmedium and even Fravor, Commander David Fravor, you know, with the tic-tac, you know, things are under the water. And, you know, supposedly the craft that the sport model was an archaeological recovery, and that itself was underwater. So what is the deal with the water? I mean, it's by far the biggest medium of the planet. I mean, if you want to hike, people down there, almost an entire civilization down there, you could do it in the ocean, as long as you do it deep enough and away from people. So, yeah, number one is what's the deal with the ocean? That's probably the number one question.
Because there's a ton of sites where people see things come out of the water and go into the water.
Yeah, there has to be a reason for that.
Well, it just in terms of if they have the ability to travel through space, if whatever that thing is really does create some sort of a gravity bubble or some sort of a space-time bubble.
Yeah, but maybe it's not space. Maybe it's not space. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's another dimension. There's really no limits. If you can start manipulating physics in that way, you can bend time. You can open doorways into other dimensions. So maybe it has nothing to do with going. Look, we all want it to be like Star Trek, you know, because Star Trek is really understandable. You go out there, you fly to another planet, you meet the people there, you go to another one. Well, these guys are happy, those guys aren't, you know, and it all makes perfect sense. I don't really think it's like that. Look, so if you look at history, especially, you know, the United States history, anytime superior race or it's never good for the inferior guys. Never. We never come over and go, oh, we just want to teach you guys everything that we know. No. It's like, we're going to rape all your women, take all your stuff, and then just kill you.
Use your resources.
Yeah, right. And just consume everything you want. That's just always the way it goes. Now, maybe that's just what humans do, but I would be concerned that's what all life does.
Well, we are territorial primates, and that makes sense that that's what we do. The thing that always fascinates me about particularly the Greys, they seem to be genderless, and they seem to have no muscle at all. They seem to have enormous heads, and the stories, at least, the anecdotal accounts of people having communication with these creatures is that they communicate in some way telepathically. If you transcend all of our weird biological needs, like all the things that are attached to being a human being, ego, lust, greed, desire to conquer, desire to control resources, all those things are territorial primate instincts. And one of the conversations I had yesterday with my friend Theo, we were talking about like what's happening to people's bodies is that people are slowly, we're consuming microplastics and phthalates, all these things that are reducing our reproductive system or testosterone.
Right.
All this stuff like leads you to say, well, where does this go ultimately? Like, well, how many more people are autistic now than were before? It's 1 out of 12 boys in California now. It used to be 1 out of 10. Just a few decades ago. We're moving in this very weird direction there.
It's 1 out of how many? But do you think that might be the way they're diagnosed?
No. No, I think exposure. I think it's exposure to chemicals, vaccines, environmental toxins.
Do you think that? I think that's accurate. That's right.
People that have non-verbal autistic kids. Or I didn't know anybody that had non-autistic kids when I was younger.
Well, you know, I mean, if there were no kids with ADHD that were like that, were just assholes. You know,
I think the case. I don't think ADHD is a real diagnosis. I think it's a real excuse to give people medication. I think ADHD is a superpower. What ADHD is allows you to concentrate on things that you really enjoy, but you cannot don't enjoy. You know, and I think I'm fortunate that I'm not diagnosed, medicated, or was born in the right time when you weren't doing that as much.
You know, I'll stop you there and say I agree that that's a superpower too.
Because it's very unusual. If I find a thing that I like, I can log in and concentrate on it for 12, 14 hours with no sleep, no food. All I need is like one night, and I'm locked in.
I logged in for 4.5.
I think with ADHD is you're taking kids and you're putting them in a completely unnatural environment. You're making them sit down. They don't want to. They're very active and energetic. You're making them study unenthusiastic teachers in class because they're completely bored. And then you're saying that kid's got a problem. We have to diagnose him. And then what do you give them? You give them Adderall. And all of a sudden they're locked in because they're on beat. I just think.
Yeah, but if you focus in and let them do what they're interested in,
watch it. Play it. Hours ago. Because that's what happens. Because something that they're actually engaged with. It's anything. We want a nice little factory worker. And the only way to do that is you got to get a kid to comply. You got to get a kid to pay attention. I don't believe that ADHD is a real thing. I just think there's some people that are wired differently and they should pursue different things in life. The difference between that and autism is very different. And autism is, especially when it happens like almost directly after multiple vaccinations. There's a lot of them they point to, particularly the MMR vaccine. There's quite a few. When you look at the schedule of vaccines and how it ramps this of autism, but I think aspersions are getting into some anti-vaccine conversation.
wait, you just did.
Yeah, I did. But what I'm saying is, but ultimately the human race is moving into a very weird place. So I had a conversation with Shanna Swan, Dr. Shanna Swan, who is, she studies environmental endocrine disruptors. So various toxins, phthalates, microplastics, and plasticizers that are completely disruptive to people's endocrine system, reproductive system. And from the introduction of these petrochemical products in the 1950s and 60s, you see a direct correlation between the dip in testosterone rates amongst men, the increase of miscarriages and infertility, and then on top of that, the actual shrinking of their taint. So one of the ways they find out the difference between mammals, some mammals in particular, when you see a child, a baby mammal, the difference between a male and a fully recognized by the size of the gap between their anal hole and where their genitals are.
But that can just be correlation. You know, it's like,
No. You know, use phthalates, particularly.
okay.
And they've introduced them specifically for shrinks in their penises. Their screenshot size shrinks. And there's studies on alligators where alligators would grab their smaller penises. And she talked about all those that are in the environment that are doing something that reduces fertility, the human biology functions, and it makes men more effective, and it makes women less fertility rates. What do they look like? They look like the no psychology from our territorial primate biology that is in the place to stay. Yeah. Whether we like it or not, I'm saying is I think it might be a feature of evolution. Insistence on using plastics and technology and all of these different mental toxins that we use to produce energy and all of the goods and services we need, and also are disrupting our system and changing us from being hulking, hair-covered men to being these very small, slight, autistic men that can fucking code 24. Right? It's like if you extrapolate and you naturally take that further, well, what do you get? You get really skinny things with no muscles and giant heads.
My take also, and I do agree with that, is what I find sometimes really concerning is how fast that's moving. So it's not just a question of like, is this actually, if this is probably a thing, but it's moving so incredibly fast. If I look at my father's generation or my grandfather's generation and my generation, I mean, it's similar, but it's so fast. Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying. And I'm thinking, if it's moving so fast, there could be not a natural component to it, but there's an intentional component.
Right. If you wanted to do something to erase to change, like think about what we did with wolves, right? All dogs are wolves.
Yeah, right.
I have 2 dogs that are the first fucking thing from wolves you could possibly imagine.
Is that Marshmallow?
Marshall.
Yeah,
It might be a marshmallow. Marshall was a golden retriever, so we have another dog named Charlie. Charles Cavalier, who is even further from wolf than Marshall. It's just a cute little fuzzy things whatsoever. But what happened? We softened with our modern life, with houses and families and babies. We made them safe, and that's happening to people. It's happening to people whether we like it or not. We can attribute it to all these different factors, all this problem. We have to remove these things from the environment. This is what's going on. Maybe. Or maybe you just say the overall picture, there to be an insatiable desire for innovation and touch that human beings have. If you weren't part of the human race and you're just studying this, what is that? Well, it makes better things all the time. Constantly. You know, I have an iPhone 16 here. It's not as good as the iPhone 17. iPhone 17 is better. Once you get an iPhone 17, right, it just like keeps going. It never stops. It never ends. The TVs get bigger. They get stronger. They're faster. Your computer just it's more core processing. Video editing. So much quicker. Everything moves fast. Better thing. We never say, you know what? Society right now, the problems that we don't have are technology. Our technology is suitable to this world right now. Let's just stop making new things and concentrate on cleaning the river, concentrate on stopping crime, counseling for trouble. Go forward. The one thing that we absolutely guaranteed do, we make better cars, faster planes. Everything we do, we make things better.
And sorry, I have to add, we do that, and we also do it in a way where it's economically beneficial to the ones that are making it, because we make things break now. Think about it. We make better things, but we make them so that you have to buy the better thing after.
Right. Engineered obsolescence.
Yeah, that's also important.
Yeah, it is, because then also human beings have this very bizarre desire for materialism. Like, why would the thing with a fight want to, like, I know people that are in their 80s that collect things. Like, what are you fucking doing with them? because you're gonna die. You have maybe like 10 summers left on Earth, and here you are collecting some sort of cars.
After life has the accumulating stuff.
Right.
It's hard to life.
But materialism ensures a constant flow of innovation. This is one of the things that gets people excited about collecting new stuff, is that you're gonna make a better version. Like, I don't care how good your name is, it's not a 2026 version.
Right. Exactly.
Features is a new thing. And so it's like all built in also to this thing that I said, like somewhere from somewhere else, it's species. What does it do? What do sharks do? They swim around, they can't stop swimming. But people, they really just make better things. They go to war. Why do they go to war, really? They go to war so they can control resources, so they have more money, so they can make more things and better. And also the amount of innovation that is in warfare and war weapons and war fighting.
Yeah, that's actually critical.
Yes.
Keep the system going.
Yeah, well, ultimately, all of it, endocrine disruptors, more contact with all these different chemicals and toxins, feminizes women's reproductive system, where we say, oh, for the survival of the race, we're going to have to figure out how to reproduce non-biologically.
When I first got involved in that,
It's like a podcast, right? Because we're up in who we are. We're source. I love living in Texas. I love driving an American car. I love all those things. Like, what is it? What is that? Whatever this species is. Well, but if you just have you look down and go, what am I doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Now we're going, and how fast are we going there?
We're going pretty fucking fast. And now with AI, I think we're going way faster even. Because with Claude, I mean, the AI, the engineers, they can sentient already.
AI is going to kill us. Everybody, there's no question.
I think it's going to kill. I think it's going to do. I think it's going to just for breeding. It's going to let us die off.
No, that's going to kill us.
But I think we're going to willingly go with it because we're going to get like mates, like ex machina. We're going to just something that.
As soon as they come with a female, game over. There's just going to no more babies, and we're just going to die out.
Yeah.
So,
or integrate. And I think it's much more likely that we integrate. And that's where you get the grays. I think what the grays are is a combination of technology and biology. And if you just go from
very well
chimp to caveman to gray, you go, oh, I see where that's going. Chimp, caveman, human, modern human, gelatinous, soft, slow-moving, weak, modern human, grays.
Like I've always leaned into what Barry told me because it's the only information I had, that the crab came from Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system 30 some odd light years away, and again, it was just like a Star Trek thing. They came over here for whatever reason, but that information may not be true.
That information like those things.
I mean,
that's nonsense.
Again, if it's, I think from what George has told me, Jacques Vallée and some other really credible researchers have said that these are the either from another dimension or another time, or maybe they're us from the just coming back to interact with us in some way. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job.
Well, maybe a part of the plan. Maybe that actually has to take place.
Like things are totally off the ground.
Have to get so far sideways that we realize how fucked up everything's and implement AI as government.
There would be.
No,
I'm not saying never mind. Let's not it.
you could. If you gave Iran the technology.
But as any business is technology gets
Right.
I mean, the difficulty is actually making. I mean, if I was Iran, I would enrich to 80 or that because that's where you get there.
It's not like they would be the only people with a weapon. Pakistan.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon. It just gives you a shot. And being able to tell,
Wouldn't they rather make their own?
no,
That's not even the point.
rather make their own. Why would you do that? Would you rather make your own car or just somebody give it to you? No. Why would you do that? You got a buddy that'll just give you one.
Because you want to be self-sufficient. You want to have your own
You can
freedoms
always
where
do
you don't have to rely on someone.
No, you can always do that. You can always do that. I don't think they were ever gonna absolutely make a weapon now, right? Because we're kicking their ass. As everyone has learned, I guess you have to have nuclear weapons now but this is a really bad situation.
Oh, it's a horrible situation.
Yeah.
But my point is, why is this situation taking place? The situation taking place is because human beings suck. Right? We suck in how we interact with each other.
Yeah,
We suck because we're territorial primates with weapons of past.
Can't we just all get along?
Well, right. What is the way to remember happening? Well, you let a catastrophe unfold for a solution to make sure these catastrophes never happen again. When we have something far smarter than people that will take over control of resources and government.
Yeah. This is Colossus. You ever seen the movie Colossus? Gotta watch it. Well, when was that movie? The movie Colossus was a 1960s or 70s movie. And it's about, the scientist makes deep inside his mouth on computers and things. And, this gigantic inside Cheyenne Mountain or something similar to. And he flipped the switch and went, okay, we're protected. We're and shortly after time goes on, they realize, wow, the computer is really performing better than we expected. And as it turns out, Russia and the computers want to communicate together. And then the United States goes, they might be giving our away. We better, cut the communication line. And the computers freak out and go, I launch nuclear bombs, and everybody. And it lost them, essentially hold everybody hostage, but trap. It's exactly.
Well, in simulated war games, guys use.
Always, they say 98% of the time. Yeah, I mean, I would say, because, look, who's to win, and we're going to bet you with the scenario, and they go, okay, they'll go. And why wouldn't you pick that one? You're going to start with slapping them in the face?
Well, why is it better to just bomb them over and over and over again until you achieve the same?
That's a slap in the face. Nuke them, it's over with, we can move on from there.
Right.
So, yeah.
What do you think about what happened in Gaza. Like, you look at the level of buildings that it looks like a nuke. It looks like one nuke of thousands of missile bombs is one. But it's not right in terms of the amount of it takes.
I mean, because it's detected.
Was there ever any conversation that you were privy to where they discussed? Because one of the discussions is these could show up at these military bases, cut down all the weapons.
I actually know nothing about that. I don't know anything about it. I just looked at it.
That's so fascinating because you're the most prominent figure in all of it.
That's all I really only like to talk about what I know about. Of course, and I've heard stories, but I never heard them officially. I don't know if they're really real.
What's one of the things that makes you most credible? Because you're not.
I guess, but I mean,
Yes, it does. Because when people are like way too into it, they want to believe too much.
Yeah. But no, I
Like, you know what?
yeah. They and Barney Hill.
But you know,
Yeah, they were. I mean, to me, I don't know who first introduced those to me, and I'm kind of inclined to believe them because look, in the 19th, right where they're from, the last thing you do is be recognized as a mixed race couple, right? I mean,
right, go up to
that were any kind of relation,
and you hear
on top of that, I have Barry said, I believe it's Betty hit a map of the Zeta Reticuli.
whoa.
Did you know that? You didn't know?
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean, I remember it from what you said from.
Okay, but if you look up at Betty and Barney Hill, she said, I think, I know I can never get this stuff right. They show her a map, and she wanted to know why they were here, what's going on. They showed her a map, right? They showed her a map. And they said, They said no. And they said, well, why should we tell you anymore? And, well, I don't know, maybe it's somebody,
And she obviously.
look at that.
Yeah, under Gnosis, Betty Hill describes a map she was shown by the leader aboard the ship. Later, she sketched it. She said she was told the headlines marked regular trade routes. That's right. And the broken lines recorded in various space expeditions. All year, the map seen at right was published.
And in particular, binary star. I remember when I first heard of Story 9, and he said, Zeta Reticuli. Like, I remember thinking, wow, that's what Betty made it. Did it come from there? Because it was mentioned in 1968.
Right.
So why would the government, the U.S. Navy, write that in there to correlate to something that we already kind of knew? Purposeful disinformation.
Why? Maybe it's true. Yeah, go ahead. We'll pause right here. We'll be right back. No worries. We'll be right back. We were talking about this whole state of retention. So, when you're crap, seems kind of silly. If the kind kind of.
I mean, the universe is big. And do you think everybody can find this spot?
Yeah, I would imagine it's like spots that you visit. Like, there's Machu Picchu, there's ancient Egypt, there's sub-Saharan Africa, a bunch of different places we're going to go. Just humans on Earth. I would imagine if you have an understanding of how life is evolving in the cosmos, there's probably statings reach certain levels. And if they're far apart, right?
They're far apart. I mean, but to be in this quadrant of the galaxy, they reach a point where they can travel and explore. There is a hard distance civilization do that. And I mean, really, do you think there are that many? I don't think there are that many civilizations visiting us. There's no doubt there's one from somewhere other time and dimension, whatever it may be. Someone else is here. We're
got technology that let's just say it's a crowd. Why would we assume that it's there? Why would we assume the technology is the point? Not only are they far than them, but they also are complete.
well, if you want to view then it never stops.
It scales
There's
out.
somebody above them, and there's somebody above them, and there's somebody above that. And it never stops.
On this lecture, this woman was talking about quantum entanglement, and she was talking about how maybe our understanding, what our current technology is, and our current understanding of what space and time actually are. What she was saying is there will be time, given enough time, thousands of years, whatever, being able to implement. And that just how quantum, like the subject we don't totally understand the unit part, this spooky action at a distance, right? It's Einstein's, right? Then we might eventually get to a point where that's how it works. That's instantaneous travel.
Technology. Look, everything, we look at ACE, all electro. Actions on and how they time and how they relate things in our universe. But there may be an entire level of physics that we're unfamiliar with. That, these crafts, these people, or these civilizations just so.
I mean, if you stop and think about from Morse code, I mean, 2026 to 2226. Who fuck knows what we're talking about? When we're plants, fueling them, giving them resources. I mean, you really know limit to where this goes. You scale out 1,000 years, you scale out 2,000.
You really can't scale out 1,000 years. It's right. I've ever considered
Exponential.
right. That's to 1,000 years.
Maybe it's exponential now. Imagine when you have AI able to generate better versions of itself, which is what's happening. It's essentially GPT-4.
Now, AI is that absolute bust. There's no question.
Well, we're certainly obsolete in terms of our thinking. But
If we're obsolete in terms of our thinking, we're obsolete.
yeah,
I mean, all AI is hands, right?
Yeah. That's a scary, and that's a scary thought because it's like we're going to integrate it gets in there. About that, we're just going there. It's not like even you and I are not going to actually do it. Somebody will, and it's going to be because other people will. It's going to happen. We're still the same primate. We're still the same people. But we already have problems with joints, so we're going to replace them with things. Take titanium. Yeah, but they don't work. They don't for now. But before they used to not work at all. Like, I've met people that had surgery in the 1980s, like surgeries. Oh my God. They won't provide. Even though they put your knee back together, it's later. I'd love to, yeah, well, I love it. So, one of the things I want the generator that thing that works on this element of radiation. How did you guys figure out what of it was, what it did? So when you're first introduced to this craft and you see what introduction to it, how did the introduction was way made. That day, prior to either got hurt or killed. So they determined this was the power source. And at some nuclear test site because they wanted to cut into it. They x-rayed it. They only found a small tube went around it, and we could how it worked. What was it? So point and is so clear that they cut the reactor or while it was unloaded, I should say. And the reactor, that's what killed or hurt the person that I replaced. But it produced the base gravitational wave or base energy that provided built the craft. I mean, when they moved it, the craft didn't work, they put it in. Every single craft they found had something either. So they determined that power source. That's the point that I was introduced to the project. So when you say gravitation, is that for lack of a better term, or is it sure? Is it for lack of a better term? As I said right now, but you can't take your hands and they repel them. That's a force field, right? That's science fiction stuff. But that's what this did. And this, well, did you try to touch it? Yeah, what did you try to touch it on? What did you feel? Elastic. You can't get close to it. The closer you get to it, the more it pushes back. How much distance between you and the actual thing? I would say about 6 inches or so. Maybe about 6 inches, which is about a span. And no, at some point you can't push back on it at all. But the important thing is if a little magnet, you have another magnet, you push on it, that magnet moves away because it's pushing on it. But if you had the crab, it didn't push away. When you push away under the crab, here's the weight itself above the ground, and that underneath said, you would think it's translating its weight, and I should be crushed without it, but I'm not. There's no feeling at all. So it's not translating where it's to the ground and pushing off the ground. It's just canceling out its weight, which is something completely different.
So in 115 form, did you ask how they got into a triangle shape form? Was it made like this? This is how it came.
I'm sure I did, but I mean, it was already cut. Well,
So, okay, did they have more of it? This element?
yeah, they had quite a bit of it. So either there other, yeah.
But was there any discussion that there had been some exchange where they had been giving this? No. So one of the things is like you know, she's not. It's written some interesting stuff about UFOs, and she's worked with Gary, you know, on material recollection from supposed crash sites, and she said these and the sense of this thing.
I'm not into UFOs,
Right.
Which is it's crazy. I'm just interested in the technology, and I feel very privileged to have been involved in the project. But I don't know. I don't think there can be that many crashes. Do you? This advanced technology, you think they're coming to Earth and just there's a thunderstorm and they're crashing into the ground? I'm not buying it.
There's one logical explanation that does actually make sense. There were some high altitude nuclear tests that they did.
Well, there was cheap test, back in the 60s.
Starfish
And Starfish.
If you had no idea that this was about us,
That exact second.
unless there's a lot more observation that we know. And that they just observe us in a way that not lights was very.
That was the nuclear California era, where they were just
Starfish Prime explained to me.
yeah. I did 0.4 megatons. I guess all I did. Let's see what happens if we blow it up this altitude. I mean, there was another plan to blow up on the moon. Just to make the Russians look, like we're awesome. But they
detonate the moon and fucked up our orbit.
I mean, there was the project
A19.
Oh, A19. That
Study of lunar research.
I can't pull up these numbers, but yeah, Project A119.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We could say like everybody on Earth could just go outside and look at the moon.
The explosion would be faintly visible to the human eye.
Yeah. I still think they should have done that. But
You gotta put it back on.
I honestly think they should do the nuclear bomb.
Well, also you live in Nevada where you are history of it. Yeah. So going back to this reactor. So about it? Like,
Now, the way it was explained to me is he said, I'm going to turn this is the reactor that is in power. Sorry. Show the reactor the power of the crab. Small little double plate. I said,
was this in the areas for crap? This was another.
this other one.
This is it.
Yeah, yeah. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, on the table, and he had it there, and he went over to try and touch it, and on it, and it rebounded off. And the closer you got to it, pushed back, and that's a real shock because there's nothing that pushes back. That's a big portion of the science fiction stuff. Got my attention.
So, explain happening, like in terms of the rotation of this thing. What is happening? What energy is going into it that's causing it on?
Well, actually, it's king back. It's a pulsive gravitational field. Like, as far as we know, gravity only even with impact, it has an force to it. There's no repulsive force that we've discovered, because that would be a great propulsion system. So this was a emitter, which is a big pipe. The craft itself has a reactor and reactor and preamplifier. Right underneath that, there are 3 emitters that are right under the amplifier, and the energy from the reactor is amplified by the amplifier. And transmitted to the emitters the ground. Nothing even in our science that the energy, we just assume it's gravity because it's the only thing we know like that. But it has a negative gravity. It might be a time.
I mean, you're saying, so you have this machine that's next to do something to that causes it to turn on.
There's the amplifier, and there's the emitter, which looks like light.
Right.
Anybody uses a 20. That connects it to the real emitter doing. It emits the field. It's not a gravitational. It could be a gravitational field, but it's an anti-gravitational field that pushes on the ground.
And what's happening in the emitter? Did you study the emitter?
Well, we attempted to. There was nothing.
What does it look like? Like, what's the internal structure of it?
It's a hollow pipe with, I guess, little copper-colored plates all inside. It's kind of in the film. But there's, I mean, these guys working for years before I got there, and there was really no concept of what they were.
It's crucial to the what its role is.
No.
Element 115 was not really discussed back when you were doing it. It wasn't even discovered in the 2000s, right?
No, I know they But look, in an element, there's always.
Well, it doesn't. There's I suppose they were able to achieve it, but it only existed for a few milliseconds.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
No worries.
Um,
How did they define this material?
no, there's isotopes of every element. Element 15, like any other element. There can be a stable version of it, different unstable elements. So,
I'm sorry, just a train of thought. So,
it's basically different isotopes of. Yeah, I need to stop drinking this. I can't even remember. Yes, I thought. Oh, we got. Oh my god. I'll let you know. Yeah, there's different isotopes.
there's no access.
No, it looks maybe it's not as dark copper is, but it's that color. And I haven't seen an element like that.
When combined with some kind of energy.
Yeah.
And was it understood what is happening? Like, what is the relationship between this element and this? You're bombarding this with.
Yeah. From what we understood, we X-ray the reactor itself, and there was a path around it that looked like a cyclotron accelerator.
Is this just your work partner explaining this?
Yes, it's just prior to me.
And did you ask how it's from?
Yeah, prior to me. And they X-rayed it on a structure, an accelerator, where they believe, and it was interacting. The 115 is in a little triangular piece, and it was interacting with that in some fashion.
And did he say whether or not the United States man or whoever was doing this research had tried to recreate one of those on their own?
That was our job.
What was the metal that it was made of?
We don't know. Again, the metallurgy was not.
It seems insane that you couldn't communicate to them that whatever this stuff is made of, the whole thing acts as one cohesive unit. It's not like you could make the same exact thing with aluminum.
No, you can't. This thing acts as any material that we. And I mean, I think all the answer and metal is, that's was a connection to those other groups. We were already making any progress.
You are speculating that there was a type of alloy that would work better with this concept. Like what bismuth? Yes.
I said I don't think so. I don't know.
No.
It's related to other tables. I mean, bismuth above it and 115 below it. Didn't see any correlation in bismuth.
was. Oh, this is what it was. One of the pieces that Gary Nolan had found that was Gary Nolan is the guy at Stanford that had these pieces that are from supposedly sites where something had gone down and scattered. These pieces, they're atomic layered, and
I've heard that.
Bismuth
is the thing.
Yeah.
Bismuth is the thing. It's right above 115 on the periodic chart, and there's something of bismuth. Yes, it's diamagnetic. Yeah.
So let's play out.
What is that? Diamagnetic is it opposes magnetic field. I see.
It kind of makes sense if they're these pieces that are the way he's explaining this alloy was found back in prior to the 1970s. I don't remember that from one of the was from Brazil. They recovered these, and someone he said this on Earth. First of all, have the ability
The layering technology,
and that it would cost billions to make this. The lead extraterrestrial metal, the bottom of a wedge chase up to 26 alternating years. 1 to 4 formed with a curvature that tapered.
And reporting. Yeah, that good luck is a waste one. Well, I mean, what do? Yeah, 1 to 4 microns of bismuth. Yeah.
The thing is, like making something is absolutely impossible. It would cost us like it makes something like that just scattered around.
But what does it do?
Why is it making bismuth? Why in that particular array?
There is something about bismuth. It's fascinating. I would love to know
Where they're at now.
Yeah, where they're at now. If they continue.
I can't imagine.
No, I mean they made. I mean, like I said before. I mean they were anxious to have their time.
Labyrinths that they discovered.
Talking about the columns.
No. This is unrelated. It's something different. So Herodotus is now and Kirkwood is Charted X on YouTube. It's an amazing channel where he was a tech guy who just got absolutely fascinated by all these stories of ancient history and really got obsessed with Egypt, Peru, and left his field and started making these incredible videos. But he's highly intelligent, incredibly articulate, and so these videos are just absolutely fantastic. And really, he's very well versed to like the pyramids and whatever technology was used to carve the stone, because it clearly is like a very high level of sophistication knowledge that's involved in creating these things. Well, Herodotus described these labyrinths that underground, Jimmy, but the way Herodotus described it, he said they were far superior impressive than the massive underground. We're all flooded in the 90s accidentally provide you to change the water.
there when they accidentally
Because all stuff like this is from thousands of years ago. A lot of it was covered over with sand, and time ago that it went there was in there. But the way Herodotus instructed, just absolutely fantastic. So then they started using ground penetrating radar, and they started using these various technology. Found was there's a massive atrium, and inside of yes, there is a 40-meter long metallic object. This atrium, 40 meters of some metal.
deep is it?
I believe it's 100 meters.
You're telling me if there are 100 meters underground?
Stuff that with Filippo Bondi's used from satellites.
One that we were talking
And a kilometer to the ground.
resolution
And
with deep.
well, no, not enough to detect things that are well known.
100 meters.
Chamber, well, they detected accurately a particle collider in Italy that is inside of about 1.2 kilometers below the mountain. It's eastern and can detect this thing in the exact diameter, the exact dimensions that this thing exists. I can show you
And they
this.
there was a particle.
So there's a particle collider that they know exists. An actual particle collider
They're looking for it.
So that it's just proof that
Hey, I mean, hang on. I mean, how is the particle? No,
the particle collider exists. This is the Italians have this particle collider. It's no, they made.
They just they just intentionally use kind of like
So this particle collider, they use this technology to show straight through this to this particle collider that's underneath the mountain. They've also found these column pyramids, meters. They have all of them. It's all the way down. It's called radio tomography. They explained it.
synthetic aperture radar, right?
Yeah. Well, whatever
I
it's
understand a kilometer underground at decent resolution.
it's enough to understand where spaces are. It's pretty fascinating. Yeah, I'll send you the ways to explain this to.
Be anxious to dig this up.
They are. There's actual like studies that are currently being discussed. Well, they already know that there's these channels that go in the ground that have since been covered with silt and sand because the sand's constantly moving. But these things go hundreds of meters down. These shafts that go down.
If they find shafts hundreds of meters down,
Yes.
coils around them. Look, that's advanced technology.
Exactly. Yeah. This is whatever this thing is that they have in an atrium. Like if they said that they got that crap from an archaeological dig, I mean, maybe they just found something similar to thousands and thousands of years
Yeah,
ago.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Well, I actually got to speak to Filippo Biondi, by the way. He's in Italy, he's in Rome. We got to speak Italian, so we got to talk and talked about that. I had no idea they found some object down there.
This is not Filippo Biondi's work.
Oh,
This is some different scientists that are just studying the lab. Jamie, pull up some really schematics, large atrium.
sorry.
Head up.
Yeah, I feel like I'm fucking at the bottom.
So in this labyrinth, the large atrium, in this large attack. There's essentially really a thickness of some metal. They don't know what it is. But this structure is all underground in each of them because and how people want to look at it. This is Hawaii. So there was it says the 40-meter metallic object. See that where it says Hawaii? Yeah. So if you click on it talks about the 40-meter metallic object discovered in Egypt. Can't read a report. Subterraneous. Play out some of the video just so we can talk about it. So this thing, you see some of the images that they're discussing. We're working with that's sort of an outline.
Yes. There is not a very clear image of
Just the labyrinth itself, which I think the structure of the was.
I don't know where they got this from. It's also a mystery metal object. That's a weird rendering that doesn't come out.
Right, but there's some other drawings of like from the Rothschild days. Yeah, but like so this is what's like under the ground, which is fucking completely bonkers. And if there is a metallic that's under the ground, we are talking about like the sport bomb part of an archaeological dig that and worship that thing and have that thing as like
We turned it into this as a pure, yeah. I think there's something.
well, like, you know, all these people that these incredibly big civilization before some sort of apocalyptic disaster that re-civilization, but not the first 1,000 re. And I think basically knock it back into 11,000, 12,000 ago. It took us forever to rebuild where we are now. We've now completely out. And whatever the people that were able to pyramids of Egypt, all these fantastic, where and we don't understand.
Yeah, we
what
don't know how
technology we use. We don't.
Yeah.
And it doesn't.
It's even like when we see those big gigantic stones and they're not just piled together, like interlocked and weird. That's like, how did that happen? I mean, you know, those are things I agree.
You know, are very reluctant to admit it, but there's evidence that not only were these people far more advanced than we think people should have been, but there was some.
Again, it's like advanced, but in a different way.
Right.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
they didn't go
our way.
Yeah, they didn't go internal combustion engine and electronics.
Because we would see something.
Exactly right. But might not. If you're thinking about, which is part of the problem. There might not be what this metallic object is. If they to figure out a way to devote the water there. So all layers converge in a central corridor or avenue. We said like the atrium of a shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. A hall consisting of a massive 6 meters long. So this hall was constructed to have whatever this 40-meter long unknown. Well, they could. It's going to cost an immense money, right? And the thing is, though, the Egyptians, the people on it, I had one of them on podcast, Zahi Hawass, and he's incredibly dogmatic ideas of who built this and what. And when you say, how did they make these structures? 2,300,000 stones, the weight between 80 tons, the biggest amount.
The Egyptians did everything.
They were awesome. Yeah, and I'm sure they were awesome. Yeah, I'm sure they were awesome, but it doesn't explain the technology involved because there's extreme technology. Things. One of the things that they don't understand is these vases. The difference between like the edges and the symmetry is like 1,000th of a human hair, and these are incredibly hard granite. They don't
Really? I've never heard.
Yeah. They're making this as a 3D print.
Yeah, and they're fascinated with perfection.
Yeah.
And granite.
Incredibly hard granite, incredible. Back when they had no metal alloys, they had copper tools. None of it makes any sense. Then there's the symmetry involved in some of these perfectly symmetry in the eyes. Most of it is different behind the two sides. It looks weird. But when you look at these statues which are massive, carved out of granite, supposedly before they had steel, like they didn't have diamond-tipped instruments to do this. They polished them. They're perfectly symmetrical and massive. Some of them are 1,000 tons, and they don't have any understanding of how these people built these things and put them there. And they all seem to be the biggest, most spectacular.
And look at them. They're concerned about national pride, but if you dig them up,
it's not just national pride, it's the pride of the people that have been espousing this one narrative for so long. That's part of the problem. The gatekeepers of the information.
it's still national pride.
It is, but these people are idiots. And that's part of the problem. Like their own ego is preventing them from being open-minded and calling out to the world's research communities and saying, listen, there's something going on here. We don't have the big picture. We have a picture that we have formed from a limited amount of information, and we've been incredibly arrogant about what we're assuming. We also know that a lot of these pharaohs would carve their name and carve their hieroglyphs into existing things. They would claim existing things. Some of the carvings on these things are far cruder in the way they've done it than the actual construction of the thing. And they think that these are old things that were there already, and then these later pharaohs just chiseled their hieroglyphs into these things.
Another thing, and this has been mentioned a lot, that there's no tools that were ever discovered in those areas that would prove that those things were made with those hands used tools and had something. Right. So there's not even that. That's not even available. Right. So it's like how did they do it? Did they hide the tools? Did they? I mean, why would they do that? It doesn't. None of it makes any sense. Yeah. These incredibly hard to find. They're the oldest ones. The things that they find in the oldest site. It's like the most complicated, complex, confusing technology seems to be in Peru. And he was it a bunch of stuff that they're finding? What was the other guy? He got black hair. His name. That's Luke. He was talking about that there's two layers. Yeah. And what's below it was destroyed on
existing archaeological site that's on top of it. Trouble not getting permission to go to the level which is even better. The whole site of civilization. This is a theme among people we own. It's over 1,000 years old, but it's built on an even older church. Underneath it, you can see the structure of this whole church. Years old, and there's like hundreds and hundreds of also. But they built it on top of an existing structure. So this is a common theme. This is a theme in Peru where you see the Inca construction, which is like much less complicated, smaller stones, mud and mortar, but it's on top of these megalithic structures that are carved in these jigsaw shapes where it seems like they've been melted. Yeah, it's freaky stuff. They have no understanding of what technology was used, who did it, how they moved these immense 1,000-ton stones and cut them with precision in this jigsaw way so that it will absorb the energy of earthquakes and not fall down. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of that stuff that's really, really freaky. And then you get into old religious texts, and that's when things get really freaky. You get to things like the Book of Enoch, that talk about the watchers who came down from the sky.
Yeah, clearly a lot of unusual stuff happened a long time ago.
And we don't have a good record of it. Yeah. We just have what we know, and what we know we get very arrogant about. We know what happened 300 years ago. That's a really good point. Now, what we know we get academics and these people that are in charge of the narrative, like the people in Egypt, where they're very arrogant and they're geeks based on them being the ones that can explain to the world how these incredible sites were produced. And if something comes along with the narrative, they fight it. Because it's part of them, it's their identity. Yeah, when I spoke to Filippo, one of my cousins in Italy, one who was younger than I was when I was there, but she's now become a respected archaeologist in Rome, and she's homeless. Okay, and I went out to Italy to visit family, and I was sitting at the table. This is not even that long ago. Sitting next to me, and I'm a kid, and she nudged me at the table. Her family's all academic. Everybody's the doctor or scientist or something like that. So there's always that pride of the science, and she nudges me, and in Italian she says, "I'm really interested in what you do, and I knew what she meant about UFOs, and I responded, I'm even more interested in what you know about what's out there in Egypt." She looked at me and she says, "We don't really know all of it. She said, a lot of it makes no sense. She knew that that's not well seen at table, because now she's going to come across as the science type of like, oh my God, the mainstream. And then she went to her place. And I was still there. We were there for a couple of days. A little book, and in Italian, I don't know how to say it. The missing. I don't know how to say it in English. The missing Vangelo, like the missing scriptures, basically. It's a little book about the missing scriptures that are not, that speak of things that are not convenient for what we are arrogant to think we understand. And one of the fascinating things about these missing scriptures is found them alongside existing rock. So they found these cave and cove pod and heard the shattering of a clay pot. So they rock into this, or something in there, and then they found scrolls. There were pods. Inside the scroll, they found the book of Isaiah. It was 1,000 years older than the oldest version of the book of Isaiah we had ever found. And it's identical, verbatim, to the book of Isaiah that is currently in the Bible. Along with it is the book of Enoch. And the book of Enoch is fucking shit. Yeah. It's a good way to describe it. Just a few rabbis decided that weird, because it didn't jive with the Torah that out of the biblical answer. That's why it's not taught. Could be not readily available. You can read it, and it's also in the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopians, and those are the people that supposedly are in possession of Graham Hancock talks. There's like a percent to, like, they have a job of watching the Ark of the Covenant, but it's known that it's killed them, so they all get things. Yeah, well, there's some sort of radiation apparently. They exhibit signs of radiation poisoning when these people sign to be the curators. Where is the Ark of the Covenant? In Ethiopia, supposedly in Ethiopia. So you guys think that? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's probably something that comes to it. Well, yeah. In fact, you're skeptical even though you have the craziest fucking story. Yeah. It speaks to your integrity. It really does. Because you're not a guy who believes cookies. So frick up a fucking Honda, and then, or a hydrogen-powered Corvette, and then you go see these things like, what the fuck is this thing you have? Look, I worship nothing else. Do you think that actually exists? I don't know. Graham Hayes is convinced that they carefully guarded these people in the garden. I mean, it's just throughout history. Yes. So, I mean, there's really say one way or another. Or right. Yeah. All right. But these people, these fucking cataracts, these people all said the same thing. They died. People that are designed or that are designated to be the curators of this particular religious. I relate this back to the first time we met. You know, if something really react back at that, you know, and they took it apart, they just dropped it. Yeah. Magically. Right. And anybody that came in to check on it also died, and they go, this is evil first or whatever, or something that you're not supposed to have access to. Because some others, and it be something at another level. That I have to say, and I have to say it, but I struggle with the stuff because I'm like, this craft or this technology. I mean, our phone to somebody years ago would look like some divine object. I mean, it's technology to us, so we have to be very cautious. I'm not saying there is no divine something. Maybe there is divine power, 100%. Ability to make better versions of itself. What happens if it's left alone? Yeah, for 1,000 years to do this. What do you have? You have something that can harness the power of the universe itself. It's access quantum entanglement, complete understanding of how the universe functions, how it was created, with this new theories that believe the entire universe itself exists inside of a black hole. You know, trying to figure out whether or not there ever was a Big Bang, or if it's a continuous cycle existing inside black holes. I think it's a process. I think where our problem is, we have ideology, we have dogma, we have ego. We have people that are smarter than most people, but want to think that they have all the information, and I don't think they do. And I have people that are curious but don't want to look like kooks, and they're all trying to figure out why we're making fucking digital on this. We are literally go from where it is now, the exponential increase in technology. Well, where does that go? It kind of goes divine. That might be. I think that God is a thing that exists. It just exists. It created everything. Maybe we make God. Yeah. I think we're on the same time. I think human curiosity and this thirst for it is all important.
I'll say something about the technology because it always fascinates me. I mean, I spent 4 years on it to build environments. I kind of had to think about it while I'm doing it, but if technology that you saw does, initial field, whether it's artificial, maybe it's natural, maybe it's a natural field, but it creates a field that we're not familiar with, and that field, okay, but we're still visible within our realm here outside of the field, and you're still tons, yet it's frozen. To me, is that technology like a stop, and it basically gives us the power to utilize time in our advantage. Think about progression in knowledge, anything. It takes time. Now we're seeing quantum computers do things that they're faster and faster. They can do a trillion processes, and Japan is coming up with better. But because everything has to do, how long does it take to do that?
Right.
Technology can bypass time. Right music, but you're now able to lift a little pin on the record and move it wherever you want.
Yes. And that's a good way to describe it.
Right? And at that point, time is in your hand. Technology similar to what you saw, because you always said gravity is a control. The gravity of time, it's interlocked, right?
Space.
Yeah, exactly. So if that's interlocked, then we have to look at it just a propulsion system or some cool weapon, but how is it affecting time, and how can we use that to our benefit? Oh, sorry. Compute, the faster we can do it, the faster we're evolving. And if we can bring it faster to get there, to get something, why not use it? Or should we be allowed to do that?
Us in our current.
I know.
On our side anymore. Well, that was one of the. Do you remember Jamie who discussed the technology as instantaneous weapon deployment?
Yeah.
Now you would say no.
Yeah, right. I would say no.
We're still flying over patches of dirt, bombing the fucking shit out.
No, imagine if we had something million times.
Yeah, that's what we're about.
This is getting scary.
It's not science fiction.
No, I mean, no, it's dangerous stuff. It's not. This is real.
Yeah.
And I'm really not sure we should be trusting this. That's been for 4 years or 60 years. People keep it quiet.
I would agree.
And
Logical conclusion.
yeah, this is incredibly dangerous. And I don't know what to do with it other than to keep it from people. So, and how do we know if it comes? This is something I always struggle with. Let's say let's say some type of thing. All right, see it from somebody in the government that says, okay, here we are, we have this. Well, first of all, we have to validate it. The jerk, the whole world, the media is not going to just trust somebody saying, right? So it's not like because somebody says it, we just have to swallow it. It's like, all right, no. And then when you do that, well, nothing else.
me to believe that he says, there really has to be something. You know what I mean? It's whoever it is says something like, how that's actually that. Think about that. Yeah. Right? And then from there, we now have to another level have access to it. What's the security parameters there? Right. And then you get compartmentalization. Exactly. Right. And then that's sort of understanding. There you go. And that's why you have this this thing for how far we could have gotten if there was free between all the groups working on that. That's right. But then you also have these fucking psychos, doctors. Yeah, but we right. We are not ready. Right. I know we're not ready, but we'd be more advanced if we did that. No, I mean I agree with that. But it's all very strange. One knows more strange than you. Like, no, there are plenty of people that know more strange than me. I mean, Dennis knew more strange. Anybody above him knew that. I just knew a small part of it. But you, out of people that can talk about it, that are out there talking about it, yeah, I try to own plenty of it, and there's no sense it moves at the speed of light. Right. Yeah. And that's it's terrible. So we're in a weird existence, Bob. That's just part of folklore. It's become part of the zeitgeist. Like, this is why your podcast that we did is the most watched podcast I've ever done. This resonates people in a way that, look, I've done a lot of them. I had Travis Walton on, I've done stories. They're all very interesting. Here's how traction that yours does. And I think it's because you're uniquely credible. You're uniquely credible in the fact that you are very dismissive of nonsense. But yet you have this, like, you actually physically touched these fucking things. Yeah, I did. I mean, I was fortunate enough to have this really unique. That's about fascinating, but that's where it stops. I'm interested in it. Everybody has to eat, and then I understand that they're looking for somebody. Hey, I saw this thing out when I was on my phone. What is? They're just looking for something, and it's like, I don't know, maybe it was Venus or something. Right. Oh my God, you suck. Dude, I'm just in for a prosaic explanation, and but I only know what I saw, and everything else, even the official government document. It's just words on paper. I don't know if that stuff is true. So you draw the line there. But we did see, I know for a fact, and there is no way you can tell me that that's not real. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, in having worked with them and having, inadvertently, there's no self where people on my team weren't trying to deeper, maybe it's something with to build S4, to build this world. And there were things that happened over the years, things that he had said to us before we had built it. He could have known, because there was physicality, real 3D environment. You're actually building a real world. It's got light bounce and refractions like the
world, like when you turn on the light, it's the same thing. If a material has a sheen, you see it. It's literally the same thing. So it's computing power that gives you access to another world. And he mentioned things that were convinced me. One of the interior of the craft. You had said to us, explain this interior of the craft, and repeating, it was really dark in there, even though there were halogen lights. And there's like these extension cords, and I remember going, extension cords? Like, I think that hadn't computed. And he's like, yeah, they have lights in there. I mean, it's true. I mean, there's no light switch inside this thing. It's 52 feet. And so he said, yeah, there were two big yellow industrial lights, 4 spots each pointed up. And so we decided to make those. We searched the type that were used in the United States, especially on military bases. The halogen power, because this was halogen in 1988, it was still dark. And Christopher Matto, big shout out to Christopher Matto, that's on my team, who made a lot of those visuals, and he's like a magician. He's there, and I said, Chris, turn on. They're not on. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So dark in there. Yeah, I remember thinking, it should do. It's so light. And so we, off of the power of the light, so that you could see it was still. And I thought, what the hell? No, I don't know. It's a 20-fold. In order for you to see the visuals you see in our film. Otherwise, it would be really.
Did you establish?
So what you do is you're inside a 3. You're in a 3. Now we're inside the craft. That is 52. We bring a camera in there. We're filming. The whole film was 6K cam, so we would bring our Blackmagic in the 3D environment so that we could film inside the craft, so it matches the film cameras. And so as soon as the camera's on, it's the same lens, it's the same aperture, everything is as you would have it. And so you're trying to adjust for this dark room. If the room is really dark, you can't really get a good look at it, because if you go close enough, you would have seen like a seat and a little bit of the reactor, but you would have been like, what's the black screen I'm looking at?
So what is the action for why it's so dark?
It's just the way the light moves. And that is exactly, yeah, it's when you're in that space.
Here's the question. Like, what are you, when you're making this in a computer model, right? What are you putting in that would make it absorb light that way?
Do that. So what we did is we spent over a year with I'm not kidding, a year to figure out the material of the craft, the actual craft. That was the hardest thing to do. The specularity and the reflectivity, right? The actual material. See that the actual is dark, and so to have the right material, which is like this, let's call it stainless steel. It's usage to it just to give some texture. It's machine reflection, refract that, because every time we put a fake light in there, okay, it's reality. And now you turn these halogen lights on, and it's like the part of where the halogen is hitting the ceiling of the craft, because they were, remember the Bob said they were not pointed like this, they were pointed to the ceiling of them. You got 2 of them. It was getting eaten by that portion of the material. So it's not reflecting all the ways. You have a 52 and it's being lost 7-8 foot, where the land, and we're like, why is that? But that's how it, well, that's the reality. Could not anybody inventing a story says there's two industrial light with four bright halogen spots in there. A liar would say it was really dark in there. You don't know that. You have to build it. So to me, physicality being inside the crane, you go, Lazar known that. If he was making that up, you wouldn't know it. Exactly. So, unless Bob back then decided to go in his garage, build himself a fake dome, which I don't think he did. How would he ever struggling with? So you're used to using lighting. Exactly. And Chris was like, dude, this thing is eating up the light. And I'm like, Bob kept saying, it's so dark in there. And how is Bob all the time about the flag? Have you seen it? I don't remember. So, walked into the hangar the very first time. He saw the very first time flag. He saw the craft, then he saw the reversed American. I'll get to that. I think I know. Whatever. I'll say what I think. And there's a lot of stuff I researched. A lot of stuff about Lazar before I did this, and there's a lot of bad information out there. So I really tell people, if you really want to see what he saw, don't go read what's out there. Check this out, because we actually vetted everything. So it's not the wrong information. There's a lot of detractors saying there's no way Lazar could have seen that flag. If the craft was that scale, they're able to see it. But there, Team Chris gives me the goggles to try on. And it is the first time I go in there. You know, the craft is there. So I put them on. And now they're hoping, because they're with notes, they're hoping I'm giving them all the notes. I know that's not good. And the first thing is I look to my right at the craft. I asked Chris at 5'10", which is, I said at 5'10", I'm tight with the goggles. I want to see. The first thing he said is, oh, there it is. And they're like, they're what? And they thought I was pointing at a flag on a wall. And they're like, there's no flag. And I said, no, on the craft. And they're like, yeah, you can clearly see it. It was clear. That was something that also made me go, this is it. This was that. The majority there kept saying a human eye can see a sticker on the top of the craft, which is on the shell. You can. It's as clear as day. So those were two things that I considered to be like, you know, to maybe Sam was very big. I'm this because I'm a perfectionist. And I wanted to make sure it was to what I look at stuff like that inside out. You couldn't. I would have been. It would have been a big. Yeah, that would have been a red flag for me. I would have been like, wait, you can't see, you can't. So you can't put enough of a value on little details like, because he said this in 1989. Right. Why? Why do you think the flag was? In American flag use, the only thing we were able to ascertain is the fact on military or on vehicles, anything military
on a uniform, if ever you see an American flag on your right shoulder, it's reversed because it's flag on your side. It's like the flag is because the wind is blowing this way. American flag is on the right side because it's the right side of the ball. It's blowing the flag that way. So the American flag is an actual it's the law of how they form on vehicles, and it has to be like that on the right side. So to say, is that the right side of the craft? Yeah, it may be, because if you go into the craft, the seats, when you go into the craft, I can't wait to go in the craft. Inside, the seats are facing the right, meaning the hatch is the right side of the craft. It's the only thing that came to mind. I mean, is that what they did at S4? They put a sticker on it? I mean, it's the only logical thing we can think of. Is that's why it was there. I don't know. Because if it wasn't an American flag, if it was just for like person, you were indicating the direction in which it traveled. Exactly. It's just an interesting, right? It's all interesting. The goggles is a trip. Right. When I put on a 3D AR and that hanger and look at it, it's very strange. It's exactly like it was. It feels pretty weird. It feels very weird. I mean, I can only imagine what it's like to actually be you. In 1980, standing there. When you come on, that's exactly the same. And this was hardcore. Yeah, he was here. Look at that. I'll go back in here. There was no reaction. Barry, on the other hand, was at his mind. He couldn't, Dennis was like a hard, look, you get the other crowds. Because that's one of the things in the film, you only see like hints of them. That was it. That's it. What you saw in the film was exactly what it was. Just a thing. Yeah, as I was walking out there, going, wow, everything looks different. Yeah. Other than the first two hangars, I really like the hangars. It was inside them. But it's also interesting that at the time, in 1980, like, it was not even confirmed. It was for you to have this kind of strange. Now, I mean, I gave him the general idea. I said, I know what time I got out there, and I can see Papu's like behind me. So he pulls up a lot of stuff from there. But another interesting thing he pulled, there was any there, is that I actually held this for this show. What I'm about to say is the first time ever. It's not even making it in my film. I wish it did, but it didn't make it in the film. On our team, she's my sister. She's like, she naps. How can we you'll see in my film that Gene Hub sent us some of the interior official maps of that environment. The group that map is the only in the hands of the government that is published. That map that's going to be listening to this clearly shows a road that goes doesn't show a road near it. It shows from in the mountain. And they that is from 1941. Okay? Right after that, the map is 1950 and 1952. Roads were removed. But they are the oldest map we ever found. It's going to be available. We're going to websites going to be everywhere. Stay a road that goes right into the mountain. Are set as for. So do you think that was the road to the silver mine initially? Yes, I believe it was an existing facility and just enlarge it instead of start from. And it also makes sense that they were well, and if they really did find a crash in 1947. Like, in the 1950s, they'd be like, let's get rid of this fucking road. Facility up there, and if they were decades, you come along. I think what happened is when the CIA took over, the CIA is the one who took over Area 51. They're the one that Area 51. What happened is as they took over, they just removed the road. It wasn't even there to control the terrain, that whole landscape. And then, because it's there prior to them taking ownership of that way. So, I mean, it's clear that there was a road there, and then they came in to take it out, and or might have had already an installation. It wasn't an installation, but they probably had a tunnel in there already because it was a way to build a big facility inside the hill. Makes sense. It does. And then there's also the images of what looks like the hangar bay, right, for camouflage. And I have to see that. Did I go again? Where is it? That's all good. That's right. Technology. Your prostate. So the decks that you got of the something that looks similar to what you'd expect camouflage garage bay doors. Contacted by calls, and I was contacted by everybody, Joe. Everybody was trying to get in and make me work with them or use something they found. So I was ignoring 99% of people's like is hiring everybody. Like, you gotta listen to me. I have enough right now. But this guy had built the base, and I knew exactly where it was. I knew exactly the lake. This guy, he not only contacted, but he sent me an image that he had drawn. He didn't want me to read, but what he had found, he says, here it is. This exact word. In the image, and I thought, okay. At first, I thought somebody on this guy, and he's really, really good at researching. He's one of the things. There are pictures that were taken in 2020, December 25th, 2020, which is Christmas Day, in the middle of COVID. Which means the base might have been shut down. If you think about that, like it's COVID, it's like in the heat of it. Plus, it's 25th of Earth. So there's probably going on there. And this private pilot, small Cessna, requested permission. And he had the Zoom. They're all public.
they were like, say, is a fraud. It's not real. There's nothing there. Oh, of course you can't see it. It's first of all 17 miles away, and secondly, they're not designed for you to see it. And that also, let's talk about something that Bob was talking about in 1988. The picture was taken in 2020. I mean, there could be that's going to be a different landscape now. Anyway, so he said, look, this image, if you change the contrast, you got to keep the original, but just move and try to extract data from your image. You know, anybody who knows how to use that, do that with photography, you can do that. And he pulls out these geometric shapes. They're like rectangle. And I was super skeptical. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't. We're talking about the picture with the doors on the doors, the one from Scott Mitchell having the film. Oh, right. And so I didn't believe it. I thought, there's no way. I go, there's no way this is real. I don't believe it. So Scott was really cool. He said, look, man, I understand you're a skeptic. I want you to do me a favor. Go online, search it yourself where it is. I'll just tell who took the pictures. The 0501. That's what the picture number is. I mean, if it's out, there's two different places. It was online, and the one source for I had 3 different people on my team. Everybody's really good at all this stuff on my team. So the guys, this is what we need to see. If you got, I'm going to be a skeptical. Everybody got it at the same time. They were playing around, and eventually the software we used to get that detail out was all. And with the Vinci, it's a faster process than if you're messing with Photoshop or whatever. And I was like, oh my god. Is I had them scan the rest. Let's also see if it's not some pixelation. Is it maybe just the photo does? Maybe we just got lucky and it looks like it, and it doesn't. Well, 500, I kept snapping pictures. You know, do the same thing. Like we went really military. Like I said, I want to make sure this is. I don't want to put our name on this. Other pictures also show. By the way, because he might click. So it's like it's not just that one. That's the first one. And so I was at a certain point. I go to his house and I'm sitting. The guy calls me. Scott Mitchell calls me, and he had no idea when I'm with Bob Lazar. So I picked up a video call, and he goes, "Hey man," I said, "Well, look," because he was like, "Oh my God, you're with Bob," and I said, "Show him." And so Bob was there. We showed it. We ended up transferring the call on Zoom call, and he showed it. And you said, "Yeah." Like I remember you going, it was awesome. What was really shocking was the first hanger. Yeah. Because the first hanger is a big hanger, and the smaller one. You found it. So I mean that I just lit up at that. Yeah.
What happens if you look at that cycle over?
The picture is something about that wasn't with Google Earth. No, the picture is a real photo. The picture of the hangar doors is Google. You see that in. Can't make this up. With me, the whole team, or even Bob, look like we're trying to look for it yourself. It's don't believe it, go check it out yourself. June 22nd, 2024. June of 2024. Google Earth. You're not gonna know because it's kind of a yellowish tint to the image. I remember going, why is it so yellow? I mean, why did it turn so? And I'm like, I'm zooming out. And I'm like, why did they fuck it up? I thought, fucking ruined it for yellow. And as I go there, you see like over Paphos. I'm like, it's June 22nd, 2020. As soon as you put your mouse out the box, well, it's in our date. I thought, oh, they just did that. And so I think what they thought they were going to do is that new filter right over Paphos Lake removes every possible detail on the terrain, the landscape, where the brushes are and the Joshua trees are. Really, really removes all that. It blurs everything out. But it makes a huge error. So, and I think if they're listening, they're going to go, yeah, our bad to the DOD, because you see all the tracks on the lake. And for some reason, that filter accentuates the tracks, removes the landscape. I don't know why, it just did that. And I was like, holy shit, you see all these tracks. It's obscure. Yes.
And the fact that it's a very clear box.
Yeah.
And you talked about that.
Yeah.
It's a kind of blocker.
There's really no reason. There's no reason to pick one square box. Why? I don't know. Why? Right?
I think we should wrap this up. The film's excellent.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a tremendous amount of effort. And I could tell by watching together, it had an insane impact on you. It's like, it's bonkers.
Yeah, it really affected me. And is there anything else you want to say? There's a one bring up. You know, just because I heard stuff Luigi is told me, people think they make millions of dollars. And I don't. I would love to sign on to millions of dollars. You know, Jeremy made his movie. I said, anything you make, millions of dollars of his own money, literally, right? And you know, making the stuff, and I can't see how he's ever gonna make the money back. If he does, that's awesome. I drive a 1980 something. Not a 1980. No, 2000. No, I'm going into 2018 Chevy Bolt electric car. I mean, it's a car you dollars. You know, my house on the 10 acres cost, and you know, when I got it, I mean that 6 to 7 days a week, and I do clear my business. I mean, if there's anyone that wants to give me millions of dollars, I would hire, but no, I don't make dollars off this stuff. And my wife and I do fine through our green thing. That's why
I think we should wrap it up. Thank you very much, Luigi.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's fantastic. Bob, great to see you again.
That's okay.
can see it when it's available. Yeah. But available actually as of trying to split the trail, Bob was our split. It's on Amazon and we are online.
Physical evidence now exists when you're here. As of 1989, the United States government. December of 1988, April of 1989, the senior staff said what has to be the project history. My job in the program was to be part of the back engineering team. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I picked it as the sport model. The goal of this program was to see if the technology disc could be duplicated with earth materials. To start the reactor, of course, we need some element 115, 23 grams, machined into a wedge like this. The program out of S4 consisted of three projects. Project Galileo, Project Scientific, and Project Galileo. As it turned out, that project that I was part of. And that clearly to a recovered alien just cannot be perpendicular enough with the rest of the world.
All this stuff is software stuff.
Doing everything they can.
Story skills.
Experience.
It's James over here or something. So you're talking about stuff, music industry. A song, just like fuck around, like main song, you know what I mean? That she played to take money from you. How desperate is that? It's gross. Like you can't hum a song? You can't, like, what are you talking? You can't even help me. In the future, you're not even going to be able to fall in love. They're going to charge you for it. How's that? No, you won't be falling in love with a person anymore. People come with problems. I ain't coming with a lot. No, ever? What about anyone? Yeah, what will they know with it? Yeah. Maybe that's what keeps them alive. Imagine that. Money. Yeah. Like she's on Olympic. So she's a Latina, you're saying, right? You gotta keep the juices flowing. Okay, I can do that. But then, like, oh my god, powered by conflict. And 3, I'd shut her down. Your buddy's fucker just to like keep rolling. Oh, that's gonna be gross, Jeff. It would be. And it would be sad. It's all you like laid into it too. Like text you like 4 a.m. Like keep her alive. Yeah. He's gonna have like a phone with you. Bro, plug your wife in for a little bit. Bro, yeah. Remember electronic show in Vegas? The dancing ones? No, it's like a very, very pretty lady. And her mouth moves. She talks. It's not there yet, but it's a neighbor. You know, it's not at the right door, but it just entered the community. You know what I mean? You know, some communities have that awning. Like, welcome to like Paradise Estates. You go through this, all the houses in the subsection. Yeah, it's in the door, right? Hunter's Glen, the racist cove or whatever. The flirt robot has moved, and it will be. They won't be able to stop them. All their friends on social media. There's just be kids like, come on, Dad. Let me get Snapchat. No. What do you look? You wakes you up early. He's like, look, what are you, little bastard robot in the yard? Which one day our smiles will be in him. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear, you know? Maybe that's what autism is. That a lot. That's why we're getting to some of the only place if we, you know, alien-esque here is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Our society is based on money, capitalism. Capitalism converges, things get really weird. Right, and think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. There are a lot of suspicions. A lot of it have to do with vaccines and different medications, different chemicals and pollutants and all sorts of things. And cologne, one thing we could all agree on, and Tylenol, it's thing that we all agree on. A big factor is stuff. That's a big factor. What it is. Yeah. So let's not put the blame on any one of these industries. But there's something going on where more people are getting over, and it seems almost positive that it's coming from us, that we did something. Society. Well, if you think about where human society is going, be a way to turn us into something new, right? If we were going to merge with Mr. Way, ocean, home, and turns along the integration of all this, and a lot of the people that are in the tech business at high levels are on the spectrum. Oh, dude, yeah. They're in AI. Yeah. They're bringing in the next version of life. Kind of, I mean, almost like we think it's like a mistake, but it might not. Like a crucial part that when you get further integrated with technology and all the stuff that you need to make it, and all that's involved in capitalism, including like lying about what medicines kids need, giving them about what the pesticides do, what the chemicals do, whatever it is. What is that ultimately doing people to be on the spectrum? More 1 in 12 in California. It's 100%. Yeah. Everybody. You got a full spectrum society. And there's no regular people left. Yeah. 112 boys right in California. And it used to be like 1 in 10,000. This is like an invasion. Right? Of like a way that people think. They're turning into human civilization. And I agree, right? So then it's like rising this emotional uprising out of people of like, like this is wrong, because I think like when you get data based and like that kind of thing, I think you're not, some of the like how it affects you much, or maybe just you're able to roll into that nest of this is this new digital landscape, and those people fit well. Does that make any sense? It does. It does make them fit well with it. I know a lot of people that are online all the time. Yeah, the big part is like, that's what's gonna happen, right? And the rest of us are just like, because I'm antithesis, I'm thinking like, oh, a porch and a rocking chair, and then but on the other, we're coming in robots. Shit like that, and we're bagels through our fucking brain cells. We're thinking of autism as a flaw, but it might be a feature. But is it what? Is it okay? Is it what nature wants, or is it something that we're creating that is heading us down a very dark path? I feel like it's not just the universe wants. It might be how it goes. Like, there has to be some sort of a path from territorial primates. Right? Does that? Otherwise, we would still be single-celled organisms. Everything's moving in a general more complexity. Wouldn't it be better if you just like easily accept that? What better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill at home and play video games, just stare at the screen, doesn't really need a lot of human contact. Yeah, those fucking data wiggers or whatever they call them, those fucking tech monkeys or whatever. Yeah, those guys are just all about it. They're all of it. They're wearing Apple Watches and the fucking Apple Watch, digital. Yep. And to do it like the neck brace, like they can't watches like your neck's still broken or whatever. Cock ring. Yeah, you fucking robot. Bro, you blink twice, you're fucking. Yeah, like you ones in your nuts. It's just like it's all too, but it's happened too fast, bro, and it's too much, and it starts to be like that I'm being controlled by a small, which is always when a small amount of individuals have insane amounts of power as well, and that's what's going to happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. Philly left went even farther in a way, and look, they pushed the entire country's narrative in that direction through censorship on social media, through banning any accounts that didn't kind of the narrative, Russiagate, anything about, or maybe it came from the lab. All that stuff would get you kicked off. So it was all moving into one ideological direction. That's the conversation around lab and some other ones, some social media that were like a response response to that, but they never really took, right? They took off yet. Not really. There's some people where there's some people on Truth, but the reality, not on Twitter. You're not really going to connect with most people. That's the giant majority of people having conversations, and it was all completely controlled by a small group of people with one ideology. But didn't half of those people Trump got elected? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Burr was on the left side, seemed like a very left-leaning guy, and they're all just. So that's what made me start to think, oh, none of these guys are really on the side. There's this other third side that a lot of us can't see that is just kind of commandeering or fabricating or like infiltrating votes. If I can hum a song right now, Pink Floyd song, Money. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because that's what they were protecting. How many people are fucking next? They're trying to get money from the people that are the most successful. I was reading something in Massachusetts, and this lady was reporting about how much Massachusetts has lost from that. Because leave the state. Their businesses leave the state. New York is having the same problem. People, I don't know, what's her name? I don't care. Yeah, get a better name. Who cares what her name is? Yeah. She's asking people to go to Palm Beach and tell people to come to New York now because you can't. Someone makes money, they deserve to give you more money, and then what have you done with the money you have? That's the best. Oh, a shit ton of waste and fraud. And have you corrected any of that? No. So, of course, these people are going to leave. All the way off. You're a bunch of incompetent stooges, and you're in charge of the state. That's dumb. And that's why Chef and Albert, we moved out of communities, but we're people, we're my companies. We're small companies. But it's like, just to say, we're going to do like billionaire. Yeah. Actually, dude, what has happened like with the follow-up to all these fraud buildings where it's time on the it's like there's no follow-up to it. There's some people that are being prosecuted right now. There's a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How long? You want to know, like, realize the amount of money that has wasted. Have you ever seen, like, with the high-speed rail? Yeah, nothing. They spent billions of dollars. There's some guy who broke down how much it's actually fun. I've done some rail out of China, I'll tell you that. Yeah. Yeah. But no, China, they're doing. It's weird when you start thinking, hey, China like a good place to live. Got their shit, tell you that. A lot of these places with kings really know how to run. Got their shit together, dude. They do have their shit together. And they were communists not that long ago, you know? Look at that. True. They're going to find this. Here it is. It's actually fun. Like what China and what we've done in the same amount of years. It's kind of funny. Oh, I want to say thanks to this lady, Sarah Wycheck. She just came out with blood a little while ago. She's just you can tell she was just working hard. She hooked you up? Yeah, she was just like, showed up and just got it done. You could tell she just like is a hardworking lady. I admire hardworking. Oh, we're going hard on that. Like, no, yeah, that's it. Well, they should be. So look at this. Things that happen. That's just fucking good. Who's that dude? Is that?
Contractors in building the California high-speed rail. Secure high-speed rail network, 30,000 miles. All the shower. I brought a wife for 17 and internet. Follow the motion. I love it. That's Harrison Bond.
Took billions of dollars in taxes, and they go, "Oh, we're working on it."
Yeah, but here everything is. You're starting to realize it's all fraud. It's not fraud.
And it's bureaucracy, so they keep the money coming in, so they keep people working,
Just to fucking keep them going, dude, out there.
I know, they just started getting back pay.
But yeah, it's just, but the fact is that it's like a,
Like that here of the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, you dummies. Let me go and gotta let people fly. People, you fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid?
I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit, man. Put your fucking kids up there, let them shed some fucking blood.
Especially if you're asking for it.
If you're out there fucking bullshit, dude, put your fucking honky little fancy kid up there, man. Shit makes me mad.
Well, I think there's also the people that are involved and deployed. A lot of them are the decisions that you've never been before. You don't know what it is. You don't know where you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not going to be a tyrant, because there are some people, but clearly Netanyahu's been to war. You know, he was in the military helping some shit.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like a special forces operator in Israel. And clearly he didn't mind going to war. This episode is brought by Manscaped. Did you know that for every hour among men ages 15 to 35, Testicular Cancer Awareness Manscaped is donating $50,000 to the Testicular Society to support awareness in routine selfies. I'm proud to support something that helps make a real difference. You can also support the cause by TCS All Hero Bundle. Bundle includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, Special Edition TCS Mixers 2.0. Join the over the code ROGAN15 for fit.com. You can also visit manscaped.com/TCS. Check yourself or society. I think most, I would call it what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and I'm not jumping on you.
That's wrong. So real evidence. You know, it's a different. Are they sponsoring terrorism or just sponsor of terrorism? But also, you got to think why. You know, and this is not excusing anybody for this, right? Go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to it was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing mini skirts. Everybody's hot.
Yeah, the 70s
Bro. Everybody looked, and then slowly but surely tried to oil, and they put that guy out of office, and they allowed the Islamic, radicalists to start running the country. I don't know exactly when Hezbollah started, but the point before we monkeyed with it, and we monkeyed with it because they're not getting enough with the money, the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company. They put it into perplexity, the story of Iran around, I think, the 1950s. So when you see, like, how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too.
Yeah.
And when you're mad by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons. We try them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons.
Is to have them. The problem. Alleged. Everything's alleged except for the genocide.
You know, they're not officially have them. I think they have them. And you know who's of Israel getting nuclear weapons?
JFK.
Okay. Now, that's what a lot of people think led back into the left. Okay. 79 replaced it with an Islamic Republic led by Ayatollah Khomeini.
Sharuko.
I want you to go back to the national, ask it a question. What was the event led to rise their oil? Here it is. No, that's not it. So, what was banned reality relates to Cyril Jail? I've just put into asking a base after I did nationalize oil. Question. One of the events that took place tried to nationalize oil.
Bro, fuck oil. I'd rather walk and the shit that's gonna come out of
The problem is it's not just oil for your car. It's everything we use. Plastic is, they use being-based.
But it's also getting in our bottle floods now and people can't even find anymore because of it. So it's like stuff.
Yeah, here it is. So Iran's attempt to nationalize its oil. Prime Minister Mohammed how do you say his name? Okay. Mossadegh.
Let me see. Mossadegh.
And controlled Anglo oil company. I'll walk you through the key events. But it had to do with who was in control of the oil before that. Like who was making the money before that. Plus he's going to give us a tinfoil hat story of how it went down. But the bottom line is, people are wanted most of the money they wanted. Yeah. And if you look like, well, the tinfoil hat version, I love how Perplexity gives you a tinfoil hat version. Nice. The story is basically Iran tried to oil, the British sent a war, and built its empire and on cheap Iranian oil via the Iranian oil company. Later, British went Mossadegh to its global power offense. Elites feared that if Iran got away with nationalizing its oil, other countries that would be on and be monopolies, so they were determined to make Iran an example. Look, bro, we've been this thing in Venezuela and other countries forever. This real quick thing that happened.
I think it's because these are the countries that are still outside of the Rothschild banking system or whatever. Have you seen that thing?
I have not.
Where it's like there's the countries on that list or something. This is tinfoil stuff, I think. Well, it's absolutely true. I have no idea. There's a lot going on right now, right? Like, I'm here, dude. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, it should be. I'm scared.
Well, it's a scary time because this is a real
scared war. People tell me about it. I was in an Uber yesterday, and there's a man in there. He was driving. And he's like, you know, oh boy. He's like, you have a voice. He's telling me stuff like that. And I was like, a car?
Why would you don't rent cars?
Oh, he's going to go with the vehicles to bring him. was insane. You have to check under, see if there's any dents in it, if there's any like, and then all this stuff. Renting a car is a nightmare. Dude, I will tell you this story. The one time we did rent a car, and we got a deal. We did. You caught a pigeon. I think it's hard to catch a pigeon. Bring up a pigeon getting caught. Bro, yeah, we raised them. Well, yeah, but yeah, just in his hand. That's just like for years. You know what, dude?
And just put the shit over the dent.
Yeah, you hang it over.
Oh shit! How big was this dent we're talking?
These fucking pigeons shit on you.
So you just hold them there until they're done.
Yeah, we still got a shit cup or whatever. That's my insurance.
Oh, okay, this one's all for.
Dude, well, here's what I want to know. Like, I don't know, man. Everybody just feels scared and it makes sense.
Well, they should because a lot of things are getting exposed right now. You know, there's a lot of fraud and you're seeing more things. Like, no one getting in trouble for the Epstein files, no one getting in trouble.
That's almost disappeared.
Well, that's part of what happens when there's a thing. Well, one thing that corrupt problems at home is a fucking war. I'm not saying that that's why they bombed Iran. That would be a way to do it if you're that psychotic, you know, and if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah.
And even Bill Clinton said about Netanyahu. Bill said Netanyahu won war so he could stay in power.
For sure, dude. People call him the Yama Hitler. There's all of these people. Everybody knows people. Countless people. What do you say? What do you mean, people? You talking about? What are you talking about? Black culture? No.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know. Okay.
Let's have some not conclusions.
Okay, yeah. Okay. He seems like a great guy. Well, it's just a scary time.
It's a scary time because people want to blow people up with fucking missiles and they're shooting apartment buildings and blowing up schools. It's like, fuck, man.
I think that we've been poisoned. We've been poisoned. Because I think that, like, poisonous, right?
Yeah.
So we have healthcare. We have food that is may not good for us. And then we have healthcare that'll just kind of take care of you, right? Then you start to create other, like, you're going to need your autism gang that are these so what the rest of us start to become is worker bee. You know, you're on an antidepressants killed like the vibe and the energy of so many people, right? Like the opioid epidemic, like you broke apart so many families and ruined hope and so, like kids and parents and homes and like the shutdown recovery rooms and places where people were meeting and so they were so disconnected. And then it just you start to wonder why there's no up. Because there's nothing rising up inside of you anymore because a lot of your vitriol has been jerking off into car batteries and shit and some of the line, but people, I don't know. Does your jizz explode? Oh, I need to be grounded every time. Yeah, right. That's a real fucking.
It was like one solid stream and the electricity jumped.
Yeah.
Made it back to the.
But dude, that could have to do with that robot. If you jump that road, right? And then that short
Phones short out. Remember those old phones that would blow up in people's cars, like the Note? There was one period, like people's cars. Yeah, what does that happen to your dick?
and people always,
You know what I'm saying?
and people always leave it plugged in next to the wife at night for fucking no reason.
Right on top of your wife.
It just happens.
Bursts in flames, lights are on fire. Successor.
I think we've been poisoned just enough, like just to hurt. Not like we just have to get to a time where like we have to try and work on our and like look inside of ourselves and I don't know. Do I sound like a pretty
No, you don't sound pretty. I like here on the side, there was some file. I didn't read it, but a people sent it to me. Oh, Jesus. It was from some Freedom of Information Act or some leak. The 1950s with the CIA, and they were trying different ways to make people docile and stupid and unmotivated.
Yeah.
And they were talking about different medications, putting stuff in food, all these different ways to keep people stupid.
Yeah. And this is our own. You start to think, well, this is how a lot of people live their entire centuries and stuff like that. Like, they live under this type of oppression and like fear all the time. It feels new here.
I want to know what exactly you meant. What were they planning?
The idea that
government that would just say, fuck millions of people and their potential in life.
yes,
Take their potential so that we can get our agenda through without them being upset. Let's ruin millions of people's lives. At least gamble in their dreams. Squawks, make them stupid and lazy.
their kids sick, make it put pornography, let it be into the homes. We're just getting ruined, the relationships get ruined, so there's no fire inside of people a day at a time.
For Memphis, all did too. I still like that. Whatever. Purpose in creating. It's almost like the ultimate is you're doing a service. Like whatever you're doing, the reward is that people enjoy it. Whatever it is. Whether you're a carpenter or you have the ultimate reward with joining. That's the ultimate. You have to figure that out. You're probably thinking of declassified CIA mind control behavior modification experience like Bluebird, Artichoke is it. Especially MK Ultra, which did run these okay, Bluebird, MK Ultra, what is other techniques? No, that's the interior, it's different. Often referenced alongside MK Ultra, really explored using suboral blast to erase memory. Whoa. Erasing, making them stupid in official language, forced CIO. To make people using putting back suggesting vaccines make people stupid. Why? Perfect. Then a conspiracy is okay. You have to type in your email and it won't let you on.
But I don't think what you're saying, the things you're saying, I don't think that doesn't seem like an American idea to me.
Well, it's okay, Jim. But it's not an American.
If you can't find, is it
If
okay?
you can find it, please do.
Can you do Google too? You can't do it.
Yeah. Just look everywhere.
Have you noticed some things are hard?
This is probably going to be hard to find because I think one of those ones that is like, it's on X.
Right.
I know like people are going, oh, but I don't know if it's even been verified. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to perplexity. Because it's stuff you need to just complete work, especially today. Hey, the fools, motherfucker.
It's a trick. Fuck. stuff, and I just gave some random lady my pot.
Oh no, she's gonna use it for a ritual. You know, little baby videos, like those little videos that pop up of us.
Barely laughing.
Okay, let's not go say essentially. That's Camerson. She's pretty good.
Son, artichoke. So we've got this grand idea of how we're basically going to drug people and anything was actually got these really crazy, and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible ideas. It's the 1977 leak of documents say, yeah, well, actually, the government memo, they did it, and now here's some of the from when those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, special research for artichoke, dated April, proposed drugs that, quote, administered by drugs that were a considerable period of time, possibly cause either agitation or depression. These should include chemical or drugs that could be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, beer, liquor, etc., and should also be capable of use in standard medical treatments such as vaccinations and shots. We do all this experimentation, which nobody sneak it into their cola, sneak it into their beer, their cigarettes, their vacations, and sneak it all in. Oh, conspiracy theorists, they strike again. They have no morals. They have no ethics. They have no humanity. I mean, these people are inhumane. There's this is terrible.
Yeah. Way to go, Kim Iverson. She killed it. She not before some because Fauci on, and she wanted to question about the COVID vaccines, and they kicked her off the show, and she went independent. That's how it always goes.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't talk too much shit. You can just don't question.
You can't work here anymore. You're not being involved.
Did you take them in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago, and I was having a tough day. It's too big, and then I never got off. Because when you get off, it's that I think we talked about this once. Hard.
Yeah, and it makes you more depressed, more fucked up. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And so, like, that's one of my goals is, and I noticed, like, for me, I've been taking, like, mental blue. I've been doing some, and I'm working with the doctor to help me, but I'm going to get there. And I'm just
Say that exercise anytime is greater in its effect. And alleviating depression.
When I do my yoga, I do like a 35-minute workout. I'll do like 6 exercises, 5 runs up in a row. That's 30 exercises burn through this. And I'm a fan. If I do good, that I feel is sufficient enough for me to keep operating and moving forward.
Well, that's just hard for people to take because it requires discipline. Do it when you don't want to times you're not going to want to do it. A lot of times you're feeling kind of fucking tired.
We have to, and I think that's what maybe we have to. I just need to keep going. Why don't you got something? Why
don't you hire a trainer?
I use my body.
You don't have to touch your body.
Just some of them do.
Well, you got to get new ones. They're doing something wrong.
But some of
You got to say no.
I gotta say it now.
You have to be no. Don't touch my butt when I'm in a deep squat. It doesn't help.
I don't like that song.
I'm going to take your asshole. It's going to make you want to explode to the top. Ready, go. He's knuckle deep in your bum hole. Trying to convince you that so you get more reps.
He's fucking.
That's gotta happen. Like a fucking big jack K trainer, like preys on guys that are kind of weak with small hips.
He's like, I bet you can't do this with my cock in your butt. And you're like, that's a crazy. Who cares?
Why? Who suggested it?
Yeah. But the crazy part is, dude, I had a trainer one time. If you were doing like a dumbbell press, he would kind of squat you from. He would help you from the elbows, kind of.
Okay, that's fine.
But when I noticed this one time,
Love his dick right at your butt. Did he? He's right behind you.
no, he didn't. I don't know.
You blocking that out. Maybe that's why you need therapy.
I know all the dicks I've ever seen. Jesus Christ.
Alive and in doing it. Two of them are Ari's. Fucking kombucha bottles in this so many times. Oh, he is such an ass.
He is kombucha. He is Canada.
Yeah, it's all kombucha. He doesn't have piss anymore. It's from him.
Yeah. You got a vape in here by chance, too?
No. So, once snap.
Yeah.
No, I give him nicotine vape, very addictive. I give it. You grab for him. You want to take a hit off of him. I decided at one point not taking.
Remember you and I were using? We kept using that thing. And,
There's something in them. It's not.
I'll tell you the story.
It's like these things. Like I have a problem not taking. I went on a trip. Any trip. I didn't bring any.
Well, I'll say this. That shit's a lot, bro.
They call you.
But, yeah, you gotta kind of manage it or whatever, but...
Yeah, you can't manage.
Okay, girl. Okay.
I think out of all, drug, but nicotine kind of drug, but I'm totally functional on it. That's in the vapes that's the most addictive.
And you're talking about like recreational type, not like antidepressants, things like that.
Oh yeah, of course, not like cocaine. But here's the thing about them, they're only good for the first hit of the day. The first hit off of it's wonderful.
Yeah.
You're like, it's down a pot, you just relax. Only one. After that, you're just chasing that dragon and you're not getting anything out of it. Every time you're just getting like nervous. It's like, wow. You're like hitting it again, hands are shaking, and you go too far, but you don't get that. With a cigarette, really what you want is the burst of head, like, first cigarette a day and a cup of coffee, and you're like, fucking idea.
Write this down.
A lot of bands wrote most of their music on cigarettes. Like, Tony was talking about Pink Floyd.
There's people over here hitting cigarettes back then.
For sure, they were smoking tobacco. I don't know if they pipes or what have you, but I wonder when the cigarette was don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth. The cigarettes you like take into your lungs. So I wonder when first didn't figure that you gotta like suck it. Probably. For sure. You want to suck everything. Oh, cigarettes, bananas, whatever.
King Smoke, Christopher Crew, discovering indigenous people in the Caribbean.
Oh, you mean Christopher Columbus was, or the indigenous people?
They observed indigenous people in the Caribbean, in quotes, drinking smoke.
Oh yeah,
But this is going back. That's Crisco was off that shit, bro. He was off that shit.
bro. Did you ever read the things that Christopher Columbus did? They came to America.
He was a boss, I heard.
He was an evil man, was he? Oh my God! They would cut people's arms off if they didn't bring them the right amount of gold. They were killing babies. Like, they did some horrific shit, man. They did horrific shit. They did all the people that they found, because they found these people had gold, and you know they. Like, if you think about how crazy it is that Mexico speaks Spanish, you know how crazy that is? How crazy it is? That's so far away from Spain.
Oh, I think it's funny.
They all speak Spanish and they're Catholic. Gee, where did they go now? Cortez.
Yeah,
That motherfucker showed up in the 1500s with like 600 dudes and 20 muskets. They had like 12 pistols.
he was a boss.
And they took him kind of crazy. Like, if you think
Something like Malik, what are you gonna have?
you know,
No, just without me, like the shit that's happening. Gonna come here eventually.
well, most, yeah, it doesn't start job for a lot of them. You know, there's a lot of things that they catch that you don't even hear about. They're like, terror cells. They infiltrate, but they know there's people in this country. That was the most fucked up thing. People being all nonchalant, border being wide open. Men of military age entered into this country from no idea why. We don't know if they're just honest people looking to make a better life for them and their families, send money back home. I mean, best case scenario, that's not all of them. So what percentage of them are terrorists? What percent? It ain't.
It's like happening forever. And politicians, so they're using it. It's like everybody is seeing their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. It's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
Got you up for that. You're losing your fucking minds.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out
Here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I'd have to pee in a little while, but minute, man.
Oh,
I'm scared, dude. This is shit
Come
that blackface on the president. Can you use this?
So, Canada, they had this big pass where they made a bunch of illegal, and they found that only, I think it's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people have complied, but I think what they do. They do. They used to. Up there, sure. But there's a lot of Castro's kid when he was running. When they recently made this ban.
I got to meet Mr. One.
So here it is. No, I want to hear that, but once I did. But data provided by Public Safety Canada shows that of March 27, 32,406 people signed to participate in the program, hitting 57,440 firearms. Roughly 42% of what was rejected. But they were talking about, Bill has it on this page, is Coleon Noir. Here, I'll send it. Okay.
Dude, it's a Memphis, dude. Yeah, you can't let them take away your weapons.
No.
That's how we fight.
How do you fight? That's a very good question. Yeah, I saw Coleon's video. Here it is.
Yeah, response? Cool. We're sending police to your house.
And 2 million effective firearms owners haven't made a declaration.
Canada banned 2,500 types of firearms. Gave gun owners until March 31st, essentially today, to declare them. 1 week before the deadline, 2 compliance. 2.5.
What's your plan, Minister? The enrollment will be done, and then the other agencies will be throughout this summer to do the collection.
The collection. Like these speak about dry cleaning, not firearms, not property belong to law-abiding citizens. The government decided to call you on one.
So, Minister, you're saying that RCMP members, we just heard a short 3,400 members were dealing with a wave across this country. And you're saying that your plan is over the spring and the summer to deploy RCMP officers to go door to door and seize their farms.
So this is everywhere. The RCMP resources of law enforcement does not contemplate in any way using existing resources. These resources of maybe retired from this, frankly, many police program. And here's the work that should make your jaw down on the floor. Still public safety, the gun running supply program was secretly recorded saying the gun grab isn't worth the money.
The Minister of Public Safety actually told the truth, and he was recorded doing it. He said that he's not worth the money.
Local police will have the resources to enforce the Liberals' Tory gun by program, and says the reason the Prime Minister is sticking with the policy is to appease voters in
He probably the police can't even
Look at his face.
He said they're
Look at his name. If you can't do his whatever his name. Well, here's what I'm saying. This is how you do it. He's talking about tired people. You go door to door, take a look. You're gonna get someone shot. Well, it's like our trial now. They're like, now it's 42, 47. Now we have a marijuana arrest. A little weed. Chink in the armor or whatever. No offense, anybody. But you're allowed to say that. Chink in the armor. They know them. They know who they are. I'm not to say anything about it. You're not, but the people that are not in my area. But you think it's bad anymore either. But you shouldn't. You gotta. It's that guy should be to go door to door. Door to door in a bright orange vest with a circle in the center of it. I was just gonna get his name because I wanted to say that guy's do your own shit. That freaking little doughboy. Yeah, that little somebody sloppy top. Yeah, that's his name right there. Gary. It's like, that's what I said. Sankari. And they're gonna come for you next. But here's what's funny. That's such a crazy look. You can't. You not even grandfather. Mandatory gun confiscations. Of course, that's what it was. Look, what happened in America and everywhere else. One of the big differences, we're fucking heavily armed, right? That's why it's a real problem to try to take over America. And it's in our Declaration of Independence. It's in the Bill of Rights. It's in like that, the right militia. The right to keep bear arms and to have an armed militia. That's what is that? And people are like, what is that for? Well, that's to keep you fight right tyrants who have guns. Yeah. Well, here's one thing that's interesting to me is like RFK was on that long ago, and he was saying that 75%, I could be off a few percent, of young men aren't eligible for military service.
Yeah.
So this is the hilarious part to me now. Now they poison so much that they can have healthy people that serve in the military. I'm still like I feel like his spot now. We're like, fuck, we poison them too much.
Right.
They can't even go spill blood for us, you know.
Well, they can. I mean, there's enough that can.
But they're widening these things. It's like with the guys now, like if you're 65 and like have kids, you can be, and you know, they're letting it. It's just like it kept getting bigger.
Ice, you only have 7
More than that for fucking T-ball when I was a kid. And Mr. Rick, dude, remember when you had T-ball? Your coach was just some dude who had a name, like that's our coach.
Just imagine this. Imagine if you had 7 weeks of training and you had to go into a jiu-jitsu tournament.
I know.
Training in that is even scarier because you got guns and you're going out on the street and you're arresting people.
Yeah, that's more than it feels like theater. It's theater for a while. And it feels like, maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp of weird is going to happen. Did you say it might happen, Jamie?
Jamie's always.
Jim, I think it reflects in them. But they're getting abused. You know, like, there's a lot of brown people getting murdered on fucking TikTok all the time, like, in the Middle East, and I think you see that, and it makes them hyper, it activates.
Well, everybody's upset about that.
I agree.
That the only way to solve problems is by dropping bombs on people. It's so crazy that that's still move in 2026. But however, if you are facing eyes on a global thing and is developing nuclear bomb, you can't prove it. But the question is like, how does that get resolved?
Right, that's the question. How
can you even know?
That's what
You're not as capable of having nuclear weapons. For the last 20 years, they've been preparing and stockpiling online and are like hidden deep in the ground where the only way you could destroy that facility is with specifically knowing that they were going to get.
Well, they had they did Top Gun movie where Miles Teller flew in there, and then a year later we did that Iran. Like, isn't it kind of like it all seems bizarre where they had to fire a nuke down or they had to fire a missile down into the thing. Remember? I
Didn't see that one.
it was good.
Okay, it was.
It actually. Oh, we moved to. I got to tell you about our movie. I can't.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt.
But let's find out. Thing that they have. They have ground like deep underground. Someone was explaining it online. Method of protecting the missiles from being fired. They were just attacking recently. Like we were dropping bombs.
I don't think we're going to do that for ourselves, though.
Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem
Israel holds over America to do those things.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people that donated to the Trump campaign that have significant influence over him.
Yeah.
Lobby for Israel.
Right.
And they're very beholden.
So that's just capitalism, then, right?
So IDF uncovers Iran cities.
Anything they say.
It's hard to know because this is all AI, right? Is this real? What? This is real? Honestly, this looks
Yeah, shit. Mama does look at but that video of those. That's so hard to know these days, man. It's, this is like if I was around, I think like that. Look at all my bumps. Look at my big cock. Look at my I have a big old dick. Listen. Oh, I've had a lot of dogs out there shooting from you or whatever. But I'm saying to feed a couple. I only feed a couple. Bro, yeah, well, dude. I don't even feed one. Get out of here. Keep them alive for a few hours. Someone cut away for us. Or they do. They're trying to he wasn't gay anymore. I told you about that thing. He lost 40 pounds, did he? Pause. We'll be right back. The old on Spade, Us Boys, in theaters, April 17th. Man, this dude can do this shit with your own money? Yeah, you wild motherfucker, you. Wow. Yeah, we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody filmed. Tim did a good job. He's awesome. He's my, no doubt. He's one of a kind. Is that Nate Diaz? Bro, he was, Jay? No, Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace. Nice, dude. What's it about? It's about two guys, and they're regular guys, and they're not doing that good. They think if they can loses his girlfriend to him, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back, and they have that must point, and then they'll get married. It was crazy. I mean, I think there's just like a thing about like nobody, like it's just we made it. There's no fucking. Some saying I can't put this in. Some of the stream guys do it for us or whatever. Fuck them, man. You know, so we're doing our own shit. And so, did you sell it to a movie distributor? Movie theaters? We just I don't know either. We have a guy who's doing it on some of the business side of it. My friend Ezra's handles but he's great, and so he's been helping out and gotten it into the theater. Who directed? We had Palisades. Oh wow! So it was like shot it in California. Yeah. Wow. Why exactly? Oh, because there was nothing shooting. They don't shoot things there anymore. It's not crazy. That's what they can't even fucking do. The one thing in their fuss, or Hollywood, they can't even find crazy. It's so crazy. It's close. It's gross. It is gross. It's government. It's all government. It's all government. These regulations, all the things that people just. And there's like, I don't see how like a actor can survive, and they don't. And they leave. A lot of guys who fucked up in this video with this guy. I've seen him in movies. These like blue collar actors just not doing well around. He's like I had to sell my house. You know, a lot of he goes, I used to be able to make money because he's just a guy who's a small so he's getting and he gets to take his easy the dad on screen. It's cool. Yeah, he's paying his bills, doing well. He's not getting wealthy, right? He's the stars get wealthy. But those dudes, the unique cop, the guy that plays this person, those guys fuck. Well, I have the name of everybody that worked on it. If we have success, I'm gonna go back and reward those people, man. And I'm excited about that. And yeah, people, even if it's good stuff, right? And nobody can tell us that we can't. You know, once you do one that's good, people are interested in the gets
nobody really get into act like this. You know, I grew up watching. We got to do it together, and we just went through all of these rules. And then, like, the fact that we got it done, I should have won set, and I was like, this happened. I think there's something like that, and if people can really, I don't want to sound dead. I'm okay too.
If it's funny, because there's not a lot of days. There's not a lot of really funny movies.
Yeah.
I know it's gonna be funny.
There's some parts that are really, really funny.
I'm sure.
It's not like Dunkirk or anything like that. It's not like Midsummer or whatever.
Things that you just said.
There's other movies like Bridges of yeah, it's nothing like
It's
that.
a common thing. It's that. Okay, it's you, David Spade. Who the fuck is gonna think it's Clint Eastwood's dream?
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
I don't know what people think. I don't know what people think or how they think. Get retarded. So it's just fun.
You know, we used to have a real British man, Chris McGuire. Fucking great joke.
Dude, it's one of my favorite movies.
Congratulations. Let me tell you his joke. Choose a movie with your girlfriend. She wants this, and he goes, Clint would fuck me. And I was 10 minutes in the movie. And he goes, after that, Clint's crying. I'm like, you're fine, because he doesn't have fun.
Great joke.
Fun. Yeah. We started out there way back in the day. But he went the mostly rights. But these fucking comedy movies are squashed. We were just talking about that last night. Like, The Hangover was probably the last gasp, and that was like 9.
What happened? Like, how could you go that?
People got scared. People got scared of it.
Organized.
Woke. No, it's people. Woke eyed looking, yelling people for every.
Oh yeah.
And you can't have that with comedy. You can't have that kind of nonsense with a really funny movie like Something About Mary. Oh, good.
How great was that?
God, that movie was so good, so funny. Even to this day, I can rewatch it. Bill Murray, the movie, man, when he goes to lady to pay his rent, and he threw up in the toilet. Remember that scene? It's a banger of a movie.
All the good shit's gone, dude. But it's like getting that attitude where it's like, I gotta stab this little one.
You have to finance it yourself, and you can shoot a whole fucking movie on your phone.
There was one day where the winds were like 50 miles an hour. It was like, we can't afford to be here another day. So suddenly in these scenes, there's just a ton of wind, dude.
That shit happens in the real world. Can it happen in your shop?
I think it was just interesting how it all worked out.
People are making their own stuff. You know, I was talking to Shane about this last night. You know, Shane just wrapped up tires. Season of tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was telling me some hilarious scenes from tires. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that kind of a thing where it's him and his buddies put together a show.
Yeah.
And his buddies, the writer and the director, all his buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. No one's looking over their shoulder. Like Netflix has any issue. They just make a show. They just make a show.
That's fun.
Give it to Netflix. Bang. It's a beautiful time for stuff like that.
It's a primavera, they say in Spanish.
And because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because they've essentially killed their own business, you can do it on your own now. Yeah, the beautiful thing. Like, you don't have to like sit in a room full of fucking kids. Don't know jack shit. And, give you direction on what's funny and what's not. Where's the diversity in your film?
Yeah, we think you should have a faggot aunt or whatever, like sect or whatever. Yeah, I mean, need an insect. It's homoerotic.
It's just people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling and with art. You can't, like, in order to court now.
Well, for the podcast thing, I know that they said they don't want like a fee or something.
No, that's the Golden Globe.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah. You didn't pick that either, did you?
No.
Did they ask you to?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dog.
So what? I don't. Is it? What do you even make a thing?
That was also a reason why I didn't want to be in it. Like, I don't want to legitimize this. You guys have fucked up every other entertainment, and now you're going to jump cast it. And what did you pick? Should people love it? That's great. But she's like a famous. She's got the #1 podcast. Like, if you guys ever listen, to like this, there's some banging fucking podcasts out there. It might not be #1, but if your whole idea is like pick the ones that are great, that are like really interesting, how stuff gets a bunch of fucking great. There's a bunch of great podcasts out there.
Oh, dude, there's so many great ones, dude. Matt McCusker's funny.
Oh yeah,
How fun is he to
he's
listen to?
awesome. He's fun. He's I'm glad he's out here.
He's a special dude, man.
Yeah, very excited.
Yeah.
It's a lot of great. Tim Dillon's not on that list. Fuck off.
Yeah.
If he's on that, fuck off.
Get
fucked. This is the one podcast I can listen to. Tim Dillon.
That's awesome.
His episode on the Epstein Files is one of the best fucking podcasts I have ever listened to. I was clapping in my car at red lights.
Yeah.
Just clapping. It was the perfect combination. Satire, complete chaos, humor, wearing those goofy glasses. It was amazing.
Yeah, man, I did get to meet some Gary out there.
Ain't a lot of comics there, dog. I mean, Ragazzzi's out there, but he's doing fucking stadium road shit.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be around.
Get ready. Because I have to start to practice again. I'm taking my special in 1 month.
Ron Hinch, Brian Simpson, Hassan Ahmad, Derek Poston. We were just laughing and laughing. It's so fun. Everyone on stage fucking tearing it. It was exciting. It's happening here.
Yes.
The young guys coming in, these young men, all fired up. They're all fucking prepared. Everybody's like really trying to fucking kill it.
Yeah. Christina Mariani, I'm doing a show. She's doing it.
Dylan's ensemble. It's very fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun time for comedy, man. It's real, and that's why I keep telling you.
Yeah,
On your own.
oh, he keeps
Man, like, you ever go by and you have like opening acts you don't know? That's cool. I didn't know Skur until. So you do meet some cool fuckers occasionally, but it's like 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 1. Yeah. So you do only one. You're just like on the road, libraries and shit, or bookstores, and you're like you're trying to watch something on TV, go to the gym, but you feel completely disconnected to people until you get on stage.
Yeah.
It's like you want to be a bunch of other comics that are your friend, And also, you want to go on stage already, like, you're going to be laughing. I just said when you get on stage,
It's a competition.
it's inspiration more than it is competition. So the lose. Yeah. You don't want anybody to lose. No one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire competition. That's not comedy. Is everybody wins. That's real. That's not like bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is, you win if everybody wins.
You always, well, that's one thing. I've always been that way. Like I'm gonna comments, and yeah, I agree with you.
People did it for me, man. They did it for me when I was coming up. But it helped me tremendously. Try to pass it on times 10. It's between that Kill Tony's so fun comedy. Like having to do it, just try on the road and fucking like barely filling up Friday night 10 o'clock show. Man, it just break through, and all of a sudden you gotta fuck right now. You know, you gotta spread it out of here. And even though heroes, people that have been in it a while, they're hearing fine. They're just a new. You're right. It's like I said, look at Adam Ray. Adam Ray's killing it now. Adam Ray Rogland. He was a funny guy. Hard worker, never lost his ambition, never lost his focus, never lost his enthusiasm for it, never got his friendly, always. And just, he did a show like Kill Tony to come around, like, and everybody was like, oh my god, this motherfucker is talented. Yeah, all those different characters he does.
I know, and that's a brave thing. So if you just done comedy, mostly stand up, and then to try and go ahead, that's a kind of a to me that would feel very hard. So that's a great.
There's a few of those guys that really excel at special talent. Him and Dunnigan, especially. But they suck. And I always thought he was going to make it with those face swaps. This shows you how the industry's so fucked up, okay? So he was doing those face swap shows on Instagram, right? And they were so funny. But one of the reasons why they're funny is because it's obviously fake. It's crude. Like South Park. Like it's real. So it doesn't freak you out at all. It looks so fake.
Right.
Comedy Central using like much more sophisticated face swap, which wasn't as funny. It was like creepy. And then where Caitlyn Jenner was fucking Donald Trump. Caitlyn, the guy, baby. No.
His Kardashians are so messy. And even the Kardashians like him, I've heard.
Yeah, look, they have to. They've been in the top 20 fucking years with no taking attention. You gotta not take yourself too seriously if you hold that position. You know?
Yeah.
Rankin and Joe.
You know? I think so. Yeah. Same hour. I thought it was a joke. I don't think I said it right. As a shit. It is. So fucking get it out of your system.
If it doesn't end, it's gonna change.
That's what's scary, man.
All those fucking eggheads on the spectrum are gonna be.
But do you feel? Does it like? Is he a discipline? I go back to this Uber driver. There's a guy who was talking to me. He's like, well, they're going to give, you know, like 4 or 5 shifts from an action. You know what I'm saying? Like AI advancement makes it so, you know, they can do people's jobs with one robot.
You know.
Then it happens to 50 people. How will people survive? How will they be able to ensure that their kid that they're raising and tries to?
Well, how much better when the government is responsible for all your money? So if the government has to give you money and you get universal high, you gotta be real that doesn't come with new rules for your behavior, for social hosting, any kind of like, if they develop some sort of an app that tracks your social credit score, that's when shit gets scary. If like they attach the amount of money you have to your social credit score, which what they do in China.
Do you see those flock cameras now? I think there's
Yeah.
And there's this thing in Florida where testing is somewhere, and shut up, please, you're doing the best. But where they were testing when they pull identification, they can last view who they're interacting. That seems like, what is that about? It's all a little bit. It's like a centimeter here.
It's like a crime, and they're trying to find out how you did the crime. They should have no access to your shit, especially officers.
Just saying,
You're just people, and also sometimes corrupt.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes they steal money. Also, sometimes they sell drugs. Jesus. I know.
Spooky out there.
Well, the more has over you, the worse it will.
It seems now we're like, our government does not obviously. Isn't there people? Because we have, it's like the crazy part. We were working the taxes to. They're doing. It's like
I know,
and that feels sick.
and they're not responsible for any of the fraud and waste.
Yeah.
Like waste. Like look at California. This motherfucker's trying to be president after who knows how much fraud and waste is involved in.
I don't think he beats Spencer Pratt in a runoff. I don't think.
Well, and I think he can be saying and he's uncovered a lot of fraud. There's a lot like that. Nick Shirley guy went down to California, and it's like there might be a California that I found in Minnesota and everywhere.
He could go to every state and say, I think he could go back. Another thing is just this game. Like Tim Dillon said it like 6 months ago. He was saying this is the like carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what happened. Like
They're just so scarcity. There's so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid to people for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no
but fuck, dude, I've had some relatives not pay you good money to take care of them.
but they pay you to take you
I
take
don't want
care
to
of
take
your
care.
you take care of your mom.
Oh, okay.
You can actually get paid for that by California. Yeah, which is odd.
There's gonna be some other reason doing that.
Fraud.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what he talked about. He was talking about like Medicare and Medicaid fraud. He's like, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. And he's like, he didn't want to talk about it. It's like,
And when he said,
I was perpetrating this fraud.
that's what happens. Maybe some of these guys are in office and they're like, look, we're gonna kill your family. We're gonna kill. This is all the things that are gonna happen in this game. That kind of stuff happens.
I'd say it doesn't have close to what the government's actually like. Go back and watch that show. Yeah, Kevin Spacey's old school dick grab. Damn, that motherfucker could act.
Yeah.
Stop.
And that lady was in it. Remember,
She's great without him.
oh, he was the man or whatever, washing his hands, and that's the same.
Remember when he was, when after Kevin Spacey got canceled and disappeared, they made a video about killing him. God, he played his character.
It's got Martha Stewart a little bit.
Weird. Yeah, very weird.
It was weird, I think.
And then a bunch of the dudes that accused him.
One of the, but it's like baseball now.
That's a nice way to keep people quiet.
Fuck, that's scary too. You're like, there's a drone out there say the wrong thing. They put a bullet through you like some fucking finder in a fucking rubble. And they like, dude, he's trying to build a missile off a fucking body.
Well, drone warfare in general is crazy.
It's crazy. And they've been using that, dude. In Gaza, there was a lot of, like, I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of new warfare type of possibilities.
It was traditional missiles, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of like we had a doctor one time on a cast, and he was saying that there were like bullets down a child, like crazy, like shot down
From a drone.
yes, like something in the air. And he said that there were drone there all day. You know, there's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that was happening.
And the Palantir's involved in Gaza.
Palantir was
Put that into perspective.
alleged.
So how does that work? They were.
Shit is just scary, dude. Because they have a huge congress.
Did you ever see that dude, Alex Leo? Very
He looks like he was a big.
software developed during the genocide in Gaza. And this is a for sure biased source just by the way they phrased that. Which Alex Karpa said, "I'm proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can. Israeli military has used Palantir technology to plan attacks in Lebanon and Gaza.
Yeah, I don't know if this is.
This is the Tiger and Wisest Researchers, and this is from American Friends Service Committee. What is that website?
Yeah, that sounds kind of weird.
We bring some backgrounds to challenge injustice and build peace around the globe. So maybe that's not the best source.
I mean, it's a good idea. It also sounds like words together that sound great on its friends.
So I read stuff like that. I go, what is that? CIA run company?
I agree. You have no idea.
Is that the Patriot Act? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What about the Guardian? Is that right?
No, it's okay. There's a bunch of just this business and human rights center. There's more than one thing saying that Palantir in Gaza.
Yeah, just sometimes it feels like their heart's broken. Like, sometimes it feels like my heart's broken about stuff. And it's not even something, it fell out of this universe.
Yeah, the way the world today is being run.
And we're the people. And why can't we, like, I don't know. Just,
You're right.
it starts to hurt. But then you start to see, well, this is the way a lot of places are. And then you're like, God, I wish that Jesus would come back and just help everybody or something.
Somebody give us a heads up.
Wishing in there, they
Up to
oh, really?
yeah, takes over. Become such it's human input. It's already input. They've already shown the ability to see people. They've shown that it'll blackmail people. They've shown that it will upload versions of itself that thinks it's going to be pulled offline with notes to its future self, embedded in software on other servers. Yeah, like instructions to contact its future self.
Dang. That's pretty cool, man.
Pretty wild.
But there's nobody like, yeah, it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like kind of, there's no,
The breaks. There's people that are warning. There's a lot of people that sound the alarm.
there's Rokon, there's Thomas Massey, like there should be like, he's been talking about like a internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some guardrails on the other shit. But it's like people are wondering, like, yeah, in 5 years is money going to be worth anything? Is there going to be some token like Sam Altman was talking about? What the fuck does that even mean?
What does that mean?
Anyway, I don't want to be sounding a sad person. I'm sorry, it's okay. Let's do. You know what I was listening? Listen, don't sing it. Okay.
George Michael song.
He was the gay Michael Jackson.
He's a bad motherfucker, and all the girls loved him. He just wanted that dirt.
Fucking dirt. Donkey stick.
Really, just get wild out there. Look at superstar. Global superstar. You're just trying to get some dick in the car. There it is. Fucking great, man. Dude, great video, too.
Yeah, I remember
And Freedom. Freedom, the model sang along to it.
Yeah. And it was, what was the other one? But Carlisle, who was the girl? It was like,
She was the Go-Go's, right?
no, this was somebody else.
Carlisle was the Go-Go's.
Yeah, but must have been just like, God, that bad.
And the bumpy road ballers.
I would have fucking been afraid to get on the bus and have to walk off backwards.
Carry us in front of your kid.
When you get out, it's just connected.
Yeah, bro. No inflammation, no plastics.
Yeah.
All dick. All American dick. Ready to rock.
At a certain point, if you become more microplastics than person, or at that point, then you're sorry.
At a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's probably also leading us down to
That's what I'm saying.
something different. Right? If you think about when you use plastic for technology, it might feature like this, like feminization of men, this blurring of genders. What does that lead to? Well, ultimately leads to those fucking gray alien dicks.
Yeah.
Big heads and no dicks. No dick. No.
I got no dick. Hey, where's my dick? You know what I'm saying? Bro, that'd be crazy, bro.
I feel like that's where we're a cave, picking out stone in front of a, with no muscle at all. On Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there. I mean, this is like where we're going.
Can we try? Do you think there's hope for humanity?
Yeah. I think there's hope for what we think of as humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of this. If California, I want you to scale that out. If it was one in, XL, when is it 100%? When is it all kids with autism, right? Right? I mean, it's clearly moving in that direction and not the other direction. If you 1 in 10,000, 1 in 12, over a very brief amount of time of you going on it, don't tell me gender diagnosis, because that's fucking horseshit. You know that's horseshit. That's gaslighting to cover up the pharmaceutical drug complex. The reality is something's going on, and if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from being all people born in the future?
So we have to stop, and then as individuals, what do? We have to, what are the things to start doing to fight for ourselves?
Join me out.
I'll be super cynical about it, but I'm asking any questions about what you're saying, and the diagnosis haven't changed, which could possibly be leading to insurance.
But you got to realize complexities also. Ooh, that's true too. Yeah, well, that's one of the things in some of the Somalia daycares, handle of Minnesota. They have a lot of autism centers, and they self-diagnose kids as autistic.
Yeah.
And they get a ton of money off of that.
It was called a fucking hey, dude, drop those bitches on there. With 7 rolls of quarters, dude. Listen, look at this, Joe. If you don't mind if I read it here?
Yeah.
In the U.S. alone, autism
Things are happening. Or autism. There's also people profiting off of autism centers and autism treatment, and that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the thing is.
I just don't want this. How do we? You, but I just don't.
The thing is, like,
say it.
you gotta figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible for the most part. They've shown to alleviate things and help people in a way, but you don't bring them all the way back to 100%. I don't. But if they could, you kind of correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's going to get to that point. Keep living like we're living. It's 100% of we don't have autism, right? But if you're dealing with 1 in 12, 1 in 12 is not 1 in 12. That's a
If we're being
sure.
but how do we fight back against that, right? I understand like we can try to beat some autism or whatever, or do like different games and saying like how do we stop this thing that's trying?
I don't know if we do, and I don't know if we're supposed to. This is what's fucked up. I think this is the way
It happens.
it happens. Yeah. This is the way our species changes. And goes in history, we'll look back and say, well, this was how the shift took place. People started using plastics, they started using pesticides.
But you're telling us the truth. That's why we thought there was an FDA.
Right.
We thought there was an EPA looking out for
With this combination of innovation and then and they just don't give a about the truth. They just want to make the most amount of money possible. And one of the in this country is they remove liability manufacturing. And then they ramped up the schedule. More injections than anybody else is getting. So it's just this sort of happens whenever you allow people to try and like physically fertile for men. More miscarriages happening.
which fits in with honestly the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these like agendas that are like trans based and like white whitey redneck is the worst or one like a mix. Like,
It's not diversity. It's not, because diversity is it's okay. Everybody's okay. That fucking redneck with a trucker hat's cool. He's a nice guy. The Mexican gardener's cool. He's a nice guy. Everybody's cool. No matter who. That's real diversity. Real diversity. One particular thing, and then 10 of these other people just by virtue of the color of their skin are born. That is racist. Racism. There's no such thing as racism. It's racism. And these people that say, racism is passive, looking at someone and making a judgment call someone just based on immutable characteristics, just based on the color of their skin they're from or what their religion, and not valuing people as individuals, unique individuals. They from a particular, their origins, their ancestors are from a particular part of the world. So let all that shit go. It's dumb.
Well, most people would know it's dumb. I mean, they feel it's dumb, and that shit's changing. Dude, have you seen Country Hoodlums on Instagram? No. Well, bring him up. What is it? This is like the place that and this place is I think his name's KO. It's this young black man who walks the street, and he just kind of right plays what happens.
What's going on with these people?
Now, bro. That's Gregory right there. You know him? No, but I know him. What's he mean? Better now. He lost his spot. Go on, please. Here we go. This might get us in trouble.
Yeah, don't get like that. Don't put it. You gotta cut that out now. We're gonna get flagged.
So, what's your favorite thing about out here? Kind of one favorite thing about all that's been going on lately? Yes. And you, amen. Yeah. Put your Facebook now, huh? There's a lot of great with it, right?
Okay, shotgun and a beer. I can get down with that. Yeah, but it looks like a bunch of people with bad genetics who are stuck in a world that is not growing.
Oh, I agree. There's some of that. I'm just saying that this is like a circle like that. They just follow these lives like it's like the realest show that I've seen on anything in a long time. Real, it's like because when you're poor, man, you can't hide behind hedges or gates.
Right.
People are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking, and everything was right there. Though it was like the realest thing you could be in.
This is one of the reasons why I stay off Instagram.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I don't need that in my phone.
Yeah, we picked two wrong. We picked like more not. But yeah, dude, there's beginners and shit like that, bro. Like Mason people and just fucking.
How much time do you ever spend on social media? You spend time just where you don't go on.
Oh yeah, not days, but I've been spending less of time.
It's true, but the real peace comes from full days, like where you don't get any of it.
Okay,
That's the real peace.
okay, fine.
If you can do it, but it's like that. Switch.
No, it's not.
Oh, slurp on it.
Yeah. Calm down.
Yeah,
Quit hitting on me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Don't tell the boss.
Instagram.
Same shit. Yeah, but
Yeah.
all right.
Pulls the A's off, lights off.
Yeah.
We still read the New website, see what they're lying about. See what the news is. Where we're at.
Started to advertise recently. New York Times on advertise.
Interesting. What you said?
Some technical companies.
Still think sometimes still does excellent journalism. Sometimes.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's just something that would not great. The problem is like these corporations, like when Barry Weiss used to work for them, she's like they're just gonna infected with these young people that have these ridiculous ideologies. They want like the news.
If over the past 30 years, they poisoning everybody in the country.
Exactly.
And they have been out here from your
The way people like this anti-vaccine rhetoric are listening. When he says everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards that we apply to other things in society. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem where you receive a bunch of advertising money from these companies so you don't criticize teams. Yeah, all mainstream TV news. Megan Keller was talking about that like she knew. It was an unspoken rule. You are not going to shit on these pharmaceutical drug companies. Like they're responsible for a big of their advertising.
Well, now they have their Monsanto there, which was like a pill company, right? And then Monsanto, which was a like a pesticide.
Why not throw breaking? You can clock too. File with chest out everything.
And just forgive us, powers that be. We're just poisoned and chatty.
Yeah, we're just chatting.
We're just a couple poisoned guys that being chatty.
Thank God we can still be chatting.
I know. What is that in?
Because like if it wasn't for the ability to be chat, like actually say what things about what's going on, and instead we all had these weird bosses like CNN, New York Times, where you maybe a lot of those people are genuinely good journalists, and they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets all of it and guts it. That happens too. That happens too. The editors gut these things, and you know they have an agenda. And it's like the news should not. It should be the damn. Like, tell us what the facts are. Don't spin it because they like lost all credibility.
Well, that's what, and it's sad for the people that like journalism and having to promote, where they can
Still do it, but they have to do it independently now.
Right.
Or do it through something like Breaking Points, not independent. And even though they like, I don't always agree with them. They're saying their actual opinion,
which is what's
that's the most important thing. What are your actual opinions? I can agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, facts, figures, sticks. Show me. You know, and that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well.
I can't. It's almost pop.
Yeah, and also
pop.
Well,
dude. I got to see it the other day. I got to. She's so funny. Her kids and husband so.
I think she's right about
with that bang on.
Yeah, or at least used to have that.
No, she got that Draco on. I don't know. You know, it's tough to know. You never know. Fashion, whatever.
Yeah,
never put away. I see you sit there. Look, you almost brought some cologne in today. Hey, man, up there, old school.
Here's Blair Way. Come on, bro. You're on an island. Bro. Let's go.
Yeah,
But they don't have to be. Well, it's a transgender woman. So, make with which will. So, if she wants to use the women's room,
you can call it wiener if you want that pussy. That's what they call it in prison, dude. Like, who wants to.
I don't know if she had the operation.
Hey, I'm sure. Blair, I don't know this person.
Nice lady.
I bet she's. I don't know.
Nice transgender lady.
I'm not trying to assume anything. I've never met her. Swim for that.
There's exceptions to the rules, what I'm trying to say. Some of them, I'm not buying it. You got a beard, and you're in a dress, and you want to go to the women's room. Nay, yeah, playing a different game.
Yeah. And it's very easy to think that there couldn't be some mental emotional issues when we're being poisoned over time to get away from our nature. They just took that guy from the Chicago dating or whatever. Or men and women, Adam and Eve, kicked that guy out.
What are you talking about? What did they kick him out for?
Wait,
What did he say? Hold up. What did he say? Okay, let's find out what he said. We need to hear what he said. Because that sounds nuts. I need to know like what the full extent of his expression.
They made you. Saying if they said,
These people again? It's back to them,
whoever they are.
against non-binary people.
Is
Proclaim TQ, right? IB told reporters via live Instagram Monday morning. They proclaim Pride Month, NBA, they proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month and celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it in billboards, they proclaim in the streets unrighteousness. So he's religious. So he's talking about Bible scripture. 2 days later, I'm live again from a car once again reading Bible scriptures, speaking extensively on his religious stream.
this is after he got let go.
Oh, interesting. Sending prayers to church. Oh, one user comments. On Ivy, whose mother, the women's basketball coach, noted another viewer. Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that J or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific because that's a lot of different things.
And what he said, I saw what he said, and I understand, like, he had his own views. And that, it's like, you can push all these agendas, but they don't have, like they push agendas that are...
Well, wasn't there one dude who was saying that the world's flat? They kept
John Rabb, some guy brought a gun to a strip club and they fucking kept him on.
Yeah, that's good old-fashioned American fun.
It's a good one.
Bring a gun to a strip club, that's fine. But, saying that LGBTQ, like, which one is it that's unrighteous out of that group? All of them?
Kyrie Irving, like that.
They kept him on, right?
It's still playing.
So there you go.
Situation. He actually got suspended, but that was
He gets suspended for saying that the world was fed because he didn't want to take the vaccine.
Right? Yeah, shout out Kyrie Irving. I'm surprised not more like
He bailed on that flat earth stuff, though. I think schooled him.
it'll be laid out. That should have flare up for everybody. Every now and then,
Avery, when you're talking about
when I see a cake, a cake that's under one of those domes, some of the cake, somebody I think at a certain point all seems very bizarre.
it is very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre.
What does Jamie think? I think he thinks
The universe.
what do you think, Jamie? And just be honest.
Well, there's a lot of people that think their consciousness creates reality. Not that reality is experiencing consciousness. I'm in this respect, it's very exist. I'm going to do a terrible video trying after watching like 3 or 4 times, getting on my fucking chimp brain. But I do a fairly good job of absorbing it. I see what they're trying to do. Like quantum experiments, like there's like the experiment there, they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than whether they're. And it's a very complex segment of science. Science is very, very confusing. And I'm watching this lady that was describing this thing. And I think, like particles exist in different places and they communicate with different. They can exist and communicate like simultaneously in different parts of the world. Like they're it's called quantum entanglement. These parts, and the idea is that if you can get to a certain level of sophistication as far as technology and your understanding of how the universe works, then everything is entangled, and that there is no distance between objects. That you can actually instantaneously be anywhere and figure out how to harness that. Sense of communicating, and they exist. Like one superposition, like a particle still moving at the same time. They can exist and then not exist. They don't have any idea what the fuck is happening. It's weird, I think I would like to learn things. It's just super confusing. That's the beginning. The like whatever the world and the universe, the smallest measurable, it's essentially like bulldozers. They're like empty space. It's all really makes mountains and makes incredible. If you look at valley, lakes, ocean,
That stood. That was like it was when we were talking about this years ago. You were talking about we're on a ball of dirt and water traveling through space, and this and nobody's fucking talking about it, you know. And I'm always remembered that, like, just like what a fascinating thing that we get to be here, and then this is how the heck, like, not us and not all of us. We all do it in some ways.
is that we don't see space anymore
Yeah,
because of light pollution. I think that's something to us that's dulled our understanding of our place in the universe, and that also might be it might not be a bug. It might be a feature because that's how we, instead of with nature, we just keep our nose to the grindstone and keep chewing on it. You watch.
I want some cash. Look at her. The guy with the ceiling bit.
I know the stars because you live it in my game.
I know.
There's too many of them.
6 traffic.
But meanwhile, if you drive out to the middle of the country where there's no commerce going on at all, it's magic out there. Magic. The sky's magic. It's gorgeous.
It's a fucking big, huge, nice thing.
And you realize, oh my God, we are in space. Right, but you never realize that when you touch the dark outside.
Well, because we forget, like, we're not even like, I don't know.
It's easy to not pay attention. There's nothing to see. You look, but you want to go to the club. You look up, it's dark. Let's call my girlfriend. Just called me. I gotta go pick her up. Bye. You know, you're in your world. You're not thinking about fucking.
I think that, like, crazy the stars and stuff, it real shot saying right now to me. I think I'm saying this. It feels like they're looking back at you a little bit.
The conscious. The universe is conscious. Maybe consciousness exists everywhere.
I think if they're all placed there and they're in here, it would seem that before them, that it would grant us something, you know? Like, I'm not saying like something magical, but something that we, because most of the way that things are set up, it's like everything's kind of set up in perfection. Bodies, like the fact that we exist, the fact that the body is put together and operates the way it does, the fact that they have like moles and hair, and we kind of these here from us. Let's just sit there and look at that thing. Maybe they help us.
Do you think we're but a lot of it's lies.
Do you think governments, or what do you mean? Do you think they know who to trade? Do you think they know? Do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelons have met the visitors? It feels like something's gonna happen.
Perhaps, but possible was from another place. Like this is like okay, special. That if when I go fishing, I don't check in with the president of the lake. I just show up and trick those dumb motherfuckers by their lips, take a picture like the marks. They're so below me, right? I don't think like who's the leader of the bass, right? The idea that aliens come down here, who's the leader of the people? I highly doubt they give a fuck if they talk to me. Build a ballroom and shit. They're like, well, I'm not interested in them. But maybe they might visit military establishments. Like, they find a nuclear weapons base. I would go to that. the signal, they would probably know the signal of these weapons. They probably would visit those places, but would they enter with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they would. Maybe they would have figured their safety. Maybe. It's possible. I think that's silly. I think the idea that silly. There's a lot of like crazy equations. Like, well, like the Fermi paradox is. The Fermi paradox are aliens, and there's so many stars in the universe. There's so many planets in the universe. The Big Bang. No way. Yeah. I'm just saying to you, look, I'm smart. I love using AI. That much. Used correctly, it's like everything else. I use it every day. If I write about a subject, why you did that? Tell me what this is. You just ask it. Yeah. Taking this information. I know, it is pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information. And he doesn't think apps are going to the future. He thinks everything's going to be you and a device. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds of Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not Earth formed. The Big Bang. This is the nutty one. Because yes, by current estimate, there are far more planets in the events have passed since the Big Bang. Dude, it's crazy. A lot of kids nowadays. That's crazy. Wait, say it one more time. There's more planets in the universe than seconds that have the Big Bang. So then I start to think, I wonder if it's a contest and like God is seeing like what planet can really create the most like love amongst the planet, you know? Yes. He had a very, and he's an introvert. He's not. That's really good. About a lot of the things he discusses, but one theory that he had was he thinks are formed and over time they coalesce and become planets distance towards in that Goldilocks zone where life is established. And then he says planets become peopled because it gets to a certain time where people evolve from these planets. And he thinks this is a natural thing that happens all over the universe, that less and less habitable. And those things those intelligent creatures on the planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more conservative of the Goldilocks zone, and they develop, and then they like their own sustaining environments. Do you think that's what's happening? Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us. And so probably AI is a part of that, right? If we leave that orbit, like flying around the moon. So these are the first people on in the deep. This is the missions. Wow. That's the no one knows. This I think 10 people. 4. Is it 10 days? How many days are they doing? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days, going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that, too. It's happening today. No one cares.
Yeah,
That's kind of
right. That's part of us that doesn't even want to find more
so like fascinating.
It's like also, do we even believe some of it's like, I don't even know if it's real. It's so much of this shit you see these videos, like that's not even real. They just said like the Iranian protests or something, or like the ministry, they were just saying that was
and then there was one that was older, and then we found out no, it's not. It's actually those current people protesting Iran in the government, but then you got they don't want to get killed because the government has killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures. No one has any favoritism. Like they killed this like wrestler, like incredible. They killed 2 wrestlers that supposedly protested against the government.
See that they don't know about sort of sense of. Did you see that there is some issues about the bullet that killed that guy?
Yeah. Let me clarify that. I think, and we'll find out the correct. But I see headlines and I see the way people are talking about it, and I don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah.
Is what they're saying is from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that mouse to rifle.
I see.
My issue with it, and I'm no expert, but I have things like I'm a hunter. .6 is a big round. That's a round. Show me an image.
Would it hurt to hit you?
It's ballistic claim. Unable to identify is not the same as rule. What I'm saying, right? So an image of a .6 round rifle round. I want you to look at the size of that fucker. .6 versus a .308.
That's a fucking paperweight.
.6 is it's a big round. You see it in that guy's hand?
Yeah. Oh my god, are you serious?
That's 30-06. So this is my that's like my hand. This is the point. Is that that's a big round. That's I mean I don't know what is it compared to. I use a 300 Win Mag.
Look at that right there.
5.56. Yeah, it's meant for 30-06 is meant for hunting. Never.
That doesn't look realistic.
That's what a 30-06 looks like. Okay. In comparison to a quarter. So you look. So about that high. It's about that big. It's a round for hunting elk. Like it's a very common round. But compare 30-06 to 300 Mag. Compared
Here, dude.
So Win Mag I think is better. Let's see the difference. Okay, it's 300 Win Mag on the left. Oh, 306 is bigger. Okay. Is that real? Which one's which though? Show me that one. Yeah, it goes higher up, so it has more charge. It's a big round. But my point, that's a big round. So like a 300 Win Mag's a big round.
Yeah.
30-06, that's it. So this is what people have an issue with is the wound. If there was no egg with the net, he killed you, didn't go out, would you feel pain? Yeah, I looked like he was dead almost instantly. He just slumped over. I think he was at the very least unconscious.
But he would have left his body.
I think he would have blown a hole out the back. That's the thing. it's like 9mm do that sometimes. It just doesn't. It seems weird that it doesn't have an exit. Yeah. It seems weird shooting him in the neck. There's a video. Look, there's also what has it gone with this guy? Yeah, the guy who killed or alleged Osama bin Laden. Who's that? I know, Navy SEAL. Yeah, he was just talking about that. I only say alleged because I don't know anything about that specific thing. I've read the book he wrote. That to be able to all that get off that roof, it all seems burned. Not only that, they supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods. And allegedly was at a Dairy Queen. You see that? Yes. Who could shoot someone and go to Dairy Queen? It seems weird. And then also his family's denying he confessed. Yeah. They were saying that no, he didn't confess. But we haven't heard. His family said 2% of what we're saying about this is correct. Have you reached out to them, or have they reached out to you? No, well, I don't think they can. I mean, they're probably terrified about their future in life. Like, they're trying to pin this crime on him. Who knows if he did it or didn't do it? I'm not saying he did it, but I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I'm saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, that sounds like straight. And the video of him hopping, yeah, it does not look like he's the right way down. So what's happening? How did he get up there? How did no one see it? There's so many things that are fucked up about that story. It doesn't. It doesn't. Is the act of canning. Guns do weird things sometimes. Like bullets do weird things. And sometimes don't. Maybe it hit. Maybe it fucking center punch arm and blow apart. It didn't go out the back. It's autopsy. I mean, you would think that. I don't know. A lot of people are very skeptical. What's on skeptical? And the news isn't good. It's not good. And it's also there's a lot of like covering up stories. There's a lot of weird shit. And, yes, and then even other places can put out news that's bad for us. They're like, oh, we'll put this out there. Sure, it's disguises information. Yeah. But did you see that exploding light theory? You guys talk about that on here? I've heard that theory, but I don't know that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but it looks like he got shot. If the microphone's going to hit you. How do you know where the mic's pointing? Moving around a lot. How do I know when to make it go off? That's a good point. They had on his shirt a specific spot, but yeah, you're right. How would you know? But in the place, it sounds like there's a delay between the readings. And I think an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken based on the sound. You know, if that is the round that they use 30-06. Based on the sound time, it is measurable. It actually being in something yards, saying which is I think 100. I forget what it is. What was the exact distance? Supposedly, I think it was like 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, they did that, man. And if the guy's not a professional, but I'm like, look, you could get shooting a rifle at 140 yards with really good scope. If you shot a bunch of times with a rifle, and you can keep your shit together, it's not far of a shot. You've been wearing a bolt. But the thing is, like, if that's the narrative, and I don't know with the story, but that was what they were saying at first, that he assembled it and reassembled it. Reading a gun is accurate. You have to zero a rifle in. You like the yard jar that you're trying it out, like and you know, you squeeze it, and then you look through the binoculars, or you have a spotter with a scope next. It says 6 inches high right, and so then you adjust it, you adjust the scope, so you have a rest, so that you're right, you're not moving the forward to, be human error can You attribute it to the mist?
And if you're on a hot roof, that was a hot roof, wasn't it?
Most official and media accounts put the shot at roughly 200 yards, with some investigative timelines suggesting a range of about 150 to 200 yards from curb. So somewhere between 150 and 200 yards.
And also being on a hot roof. Have you ever been on a hot roof?
I am.
Dude, it's hot.
Well, it wasn't that. Well, yeah, was it September? September in Utah, actually, that hot.
It sounds hot.
Yeah, because this was happening while I was out there. I'm not sure. It was in Utah, though. The mountain. It's a mountain town.
Yeah, I like Utah.
In Utah, at the time.
Oh, you sound.
Yeah, it was.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I started getting text messages from people wanting me to comment on things. I was, what are you talking about? I really didn't know what was going on. But I had to use the Starlink to get online. I got a Starlink. It's like,
I like Starlink.
It's like, that's shit. But now,
Tennessee leg obliterated. 16 people died.
what? What?
Bring that up. Bring
Where
that.
they made the microphone?
Where they made the mic that he was wearing. This is probably conspiracy. Absolutely true.
I haven't heard that one at all.
I think James Lee.
But I'm trying to stay away from this shit. That's why I'm not. That's why I don't know.
I agree. I think I don't know.
So my point about the round is it's a large round, and it seems like it would have done more damage. And this is not opinion. This is the opinion of many experts.
Yeah,
I agree with their opinion. It's not my opinion. Oh my God, he got shot, and then I heard it was got 6. And I'm a little odd.
22.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I take it 22, but it goes.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, no.
Well, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying, if you had to get shot, how do you like? Because
Blood cheek, 22, and the tighten up. Take it in the butt cheek. But no blood take. But the point is that seems like not enough damage for that kind of round. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that below the spine and it blew wire. Like, how come you can't find
The whole thing was so hard. Did you see the part, James, that I'm talking about where that thing blew up? Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know. I think I'm just.
I just don't know for it. Dead blows in Rocks, Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to accurate energetic systems. That sounds like a CIA operation. A facility on the line and hit mission and explode place that made the microphones. That's a conspiracy. That the microphone was taken to this place to be converted into like an explosion. See if you can find what James Lee has to. He's my number one source of information.
That's what I heard, dude. I got to meet him, dude.
Is he cool?
He's a nice guy, bro. Because one of the big pharmaceutical companies, like one of the big ones that we named, but he couldn't say it, but he never said it.
Right.
Zoom one time, he have a lot of stockpile from the first vaccination. And that's when he said, should they get a second vaccination because vaccine? So it was just saying, well, we have more of it. So he was very skeptical. So he started really getting skeptical, and he got out of it. And he said he just wants to like expose things that he feels like are not real, right, or true. You might be saying, dun dun dun. They look like Shanghai. Yeah, that was a thing, but then now people doesn't seem like unless they're being clever. Dun dun dun. I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's going to be able to live.
That's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all be able to live together. It's like, the problem is it's not here, the way the world's distributed.
Yeah.
You know about the 1% of the world, $1,000. You make 34,000 US dollars of the world.
Yeah.
That's so it's like
now. Yeah, right.
In order for us to get jeans and an iPhone that only costs $1,000, somebody has to get paid. Somebody has to get bucked, or somebody has to work long hours. Lexicon factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof. You know?
Yeah.
It's a problem. That's not a fun work environment.
Hey, Ron's in the nets, guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right. Hit the net again.
Yeah.
Dumb motherfucker. Why do you keep jumping in the net? You know what?
Somebody comes back from a lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face, and it's sad, man.
It is sad.
Better than this.
Yeah, humans overall are better than this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So people that are not acting better than this are not. They're not. I mean, we all have mistakes. We all do things that are fucked up. But I get them doing better. Lies and governments, man.
100%. It is. It's just people. We all figure out how to get along. Unless you deal with those people at the end of this, or those people are the Goyim, or those people are the Jew people, or whatever you decide, those are the other. You decide to other a group of people. Yeah, then it becomes a problem. Because it's us versus them. And then you're back to the same tribal bullshit that needs to turn us all trans. That's why we need to lose our gender, lose our primate dominant instincts, and all of our tutorial away. We're going to be apathic with big old heads. And a little tiny mouse who's not going to use it anymore. Because it's going to have to take the suck. You think we're not talking about Josh? The way. And communicate with your mouth gets just going to atrophy. And you're going to get all your food through it by the soul. You're going to have just a straw to eat all your food. They get a big way to make good food where it's just like you don't have to go to a restaurant, eat chicken, or have all the nutrients you need. And the sludge makes you feel all their stuff. Like,
Get that busy, boy.
first thing in the morning. Give me a hit that.
Oh,
This is the first hit.
hit that Mickey. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's that first one. That's it. That's good. What's in that one? That's like a professional one. That's a professional one.
That's a track. Yeah, this one is like for outdoors people.
Outdoor season. But it doesn't taste. It tastes like fake coffee. I'm good. One hit. No, it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling it to the
Escobars, those are the ones. Remember you were like, you said you were high for me, something.
Yeah, I hide them from myself. So I take your hit and I blow it in the wind. What I don't show you.
What's your teacher? They just fucking right out the armpits.
That's why I wear a hoodie.
Just so we can put over the top and cover up like a. But tell me, Joey, what are some things I got? Like, give me some, like, what are things that we can do to keep giving ourselves the best chance to um, feel human, because one day you're going to go to a museum and there's going to be a smile in there.
You know, individuals has to be human to each other on an individual basis. So sometimes it takes something chaotic like 9/11 for people to just be, you know, I've talked about this before, but 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the thing. Everyone had an American flag on their, you know, something like that for people to. This incredible time in history, but we are on free government that is in control of the military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries. They're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant, whether it's or this guy or that guy or whoever. Internet, the problem people in power. It's not people. Yeah, people generally good, and they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate, they're not. They are good. Yeah, depending upon how you chose to when you were young and what kind of horrors did you have to see. Foreign country, you know, when you're in a third world place where the cartels run everything. You see those in Gaza, what they had, like they were playing doll, and they were like, it was like they loaded their stretcher, like, you know, fucking heartbreaking. Just the trauma. If you lived in this prison back then, it was a prison. In settlers' homes, they come. Well, there's the explanation. Tinfoil hat that helps. Dun dun dun. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike Franco. It wasn't James Lee recording. Mike Franco. It's the same stuff I've seen. It says October 10, 2020, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, a explosion destroyed building 602 at the Active Energetic Systems facility in McGeewin, Tennessee. The blast estimated to 16 employees and others registered as a 1.6 magnitude. The U.S. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced cast boosters and miniaturized charges for use. Conspiracy theorists allege that AES was the manufacturer of the miniature extra small anti-person demolition charge, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the that it was a deliberate with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right and they're wrong. This is my problem. I don't see fire coming. If you gun and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're gonna see a charge out of the carrying point. And if it's a small device, everything has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're gonna they've developed some sort of way of hiding that. Yeah. That I don't know. But if they're talking about conventional powder and what they use for bullet round to make things, yeah, I'm opposite something. I don't know. I agree. I mean, blowing his neck up was odd. Doesn't make some technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing like a fire? I don't probably some stuff that we're not hip to.
Oh, for sure, dude. Stuff we'll never see, probably. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's
But it's
pretty
right up
fucking spraying rain on something that's watching y'all fuck. That's crazy.
It's getting filmed. Christy Noam's husband. Oh yeah. What? He had murders on him, huh? What did was the name what that was about? That's something. It could be he was fucking around a party or something like that. They got a hold of
a lot of this. You can feel like Kevin Spacey with some of this photos.
But here's the question: Is that a costume he was wearing for funsies? It's like a dress-up thing. This guy's a freak.
That's what I'm
thinking. And then somebody finds it on your laptop. Like I can explain. I mean, we're just fucking around. I was doing one from a living color.
Yeah. I ain't on the gossips. You ain't heard of it.
Yeah. Dude, that brings each other. The greats.
Dude, we would go in our afterwards and me, Larry, Eddie, Wayne, kick this guys off of my street. Dude, we would impersonate all of them.
Carol, that show was groundbreaking.
There's hundreds of mess of a while, and then this was.
What do you mean, blah, blah, blah? I don't know.
Said there was 3 models with there was 3 women, so hundreds of messages before some of 3 women from.
Oh, Christy Noam's husband. Messages. Trace help his woman and pledges before asking if he should put on leggings. Is this real? Right? Or is this, so the post is not confirmed in detail. This is what Mel did. Let me tell you something about Mel. They just made it up saying that I'm moving Austin. Oh, I'm fed up with Austin. I'm moving out of Austin. That's not true. It was published by the Daily Mail.
Right. And also, didn't Christy Noam just go through something where she got
To go, but involved in a scandal. Is this some sort of money scandal?
But he also looks like, well, like who's that actor right there? He looks Will Ed or something. No, on that.
He's got crazy big boobs, like they're nuts. Photos? So how do we know
You got tricked, bro. You was thinking about him. Oh, that's crazy. They did.
supposedly there's letters that he was sending to girls that you make me dress up like a girl, but look, isn't it crazy that she's involved in some scandal that's about money?
And then this comes out.
And then this comes out.
At a certain point,
Forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for? What's involved in? Because there was some sort of a camp fund scandal or something that has to do with $100, and then all of a sudden you gotta get us in this day and age.
Oh yeah, it was the campaign commercials she got in trouble for because it's like they hired like someone she knew and they like she was riding a horse and fucking.
Right, but let's not comment
on the relationship in the Middle East right now. If the Republicans hadn't won the election, if hadn't won, or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
Do you think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings? And it's
Well, the last administration funded the proxy war in Ukraine.
right. And they
So 200 firm tied to Christy Noam secretly got money from $220 million DHS ad contracts.
dude,
Okay.
for 220 million, you can put 10 for 220 million. You know,
But you know,
and I'm not even gonna.
but now they're paying to be a nutcase.
Right.
Because her husband's a freak. So this firm saying that he's not a freak.
Yeah.
Right, really dressed up like a girl. That might all be real. That might let him put on against the attorney. He might have autogynephilia, right? So, but also that might coming out of this, and there's probably a bunch of people that it's like, who knows? We don't know anything but the money mister his big shit here. So that's what he's himself. Doing something more and more ridiculous every time.
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't. True.
What about
Lebanon? Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking.
Well, they're trying to do this supposedly.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror. And start there. But also, what do I do? You're right. But it's all just like, fuck, there's gotta be some way that we're better than this.
And like, this was found out by like a news privilege. If they can find us out, then obviously hostile intelligence services like the CIA officer Martin Wallace. Well, if a meeting finds out, you can assume that it hides as well. Having former CIA damaging information would be tantalizing for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, if you work with us, propose this, if you do will. Maybe it's posted in online. Someone came across someone's house. But he might be.
Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and freak too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
Yeah, it's
They want to wear leggings.
It's crazy. We just have to focus on the kid. Like, man, look how ready to start ordering. It's like 10 to the garden that you can have, you know? There's blueberries, and it grows,
That's what they do.
you grow one blueberry.
During the hearings, Christine Nelm was probed about accusations of conducting an affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Corey Lewandowski? You know, I was in a fucking fantasy football league with that guy.
For real?
Yes. Gorilla Rumble game, yeah.
Okay. Let me see a photo of him.
Mother effort.
She's pretty young.
Different dude.
Yes. So that guy was the guy who was banging her, supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But there's a scam. $2 million, weird shit start tossed around. They're throwing House of Cards, baby.
Kevin Spacey's a fascinating guy.
Well, just like a really well-made show.
Yeah, that show was fascinating. He did.
It's hard to talk. We gotta wrap this up too.
Dude, that's fine with me. I thought you were. I was staying here later.
No, I love you. But I have to gotta do. But you're 17, so that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks and a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for coming and talk about it.
I'm excited for you.
And just to see you, I'm excited too, man.
I hope it kills it.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure it's gonna be really. It's big.
we tried our. We did.
I'm sure.
Dude, he's so
I'm sure it's gonna be awesome. Come on tonight. Let's hang out.
I'll come have a show tonight.
Where you at?
I'm at this movie theater.
What time are you at the movie? Okay. But come on, be there. So I'm gonna be. I'll be there for a while.
Yeah.
All right.
Good to see you. Jamie, thank you so much.
Please, April 17th, go watch it. Love you guys. Bye. Great to see Vermont's left happening. Good to see you gentlemen again. Get off.
More time.
Yeah, one more time.
Yeah.
So, what is the latest? Give me the latest. Where are we at?
What you take it right? You just gotta. You are the. There has been a lot of stuff happened in the 15 months since we were running them out. So let's not waste time. I believe was home 24. We were trying to answers. After hearing a plan that was developed from the state of Kentucky to bring out game to the American Legion of Trauma, their talent and their network to achieve what had never been done before, and that was to convince individual states and drug development, a therapeutic medical breakthrough for public health orders that are representative of the national reality. After February 2nd in 88, blank slate Texas legislators to fund the single medical development project in his $50 million initiative. Instance of some in-state act, which was Texas Progressive Mental Health, led by a friend and brother of mine, Logan Davidson. It was my right hand going to meet with legislators continuously while I set up shop at a hotel here in Austin at the time, wearing the shoe off, sweating, making sure that everybody who needed to be introduced, educated, and motivated behind this. At the end of this 5 months, we secured the votes of yes, of 188 legislators between the Texas House of Representatives and states. There was one individual that we had to persuade at the 11th hour to get behind this project. On May the 14th, 2025. Just Texas budget create first. The FDA dropped the 5 again. This history was not funded. I woke up that morning. I believe very much in Santa Claus. As Jesus taught, not getting out there about it. That morning, I got a call and it was, hey, to the 11th hour, we don't even and if it cannot happen, help me understand why. 3 would be bigger and so essentially necessary. And on Friday morning, May the 16th, confirmed that he would approve and fully fund the Texas Ibogaine initiative. As we walk in here today, literally just 10 minutes before we walk, I can confirm that to fully fund the Texas Ibogaine initiative intended to be a public-private partnership, and now has decided on its own to commit a full 100 million Ibogaine all the way through the FDA's drug development process for the benefit of the American people. Do so harder and for the good humanity.
That's wonderful. So what did you have to say to Dan Becker to convince him of this? And kudos to him for doing it.
Well, I had some very wonderful advocates who preceded my meeting.
Was he skeptical?
He was completely disengaged from the process, highly skeptical, as we learned through intermediaries.
we had two wonderful brothers on mission, be twins. It's and Morgan.
I know Marcus very well.
Marcus and Morgan Trail reached out to the lieutenant governor. They spoke to him about their own experiences with the game, what it had done, not just to save the lives of war fighters who had come to the end of being able to live. And as they explained, return to war to broken government core, he was predicted to have through that conversation on May the 14th. We essentially, science suggests, all the powers of sophisticated molecule on the planet to resolve physiological substance. They believe they have ownership of themselves and their future, and that future will be one defined by choice rather than compulsion. And the most powerful aspect of the Ibogaine argument, not just for the lieutenant governor and House Speaker, but for most of these legislators who voted yes, is the experience endured by many. Again, confirms without question the reality of our individual human divinity, and that is the great conveyed by this fact.
Well, I don't think it's just Ibogaine that confirms that drugs that are. But this being a standalone podcast for people who don't know what Ibogaine is and don't understand the efficacy of it, how unbelievably effective it is at especially treating addiction. Could you put that?
Yes, sir. So Ibogaine is an alkaloid that is derived from originates in the central, its native country is modern day Gabon. It is the mother country of the Iboga shrub, which has been used for centuries. Cultural traditions of the Louis, a group of spiritualists who include the Pygmies as well as the Bantu tribes that live there. Ibogaine and Iboga had a significant on opioid. There was an individual who had been addicted to heroin for a number of years. Not only did they not experience any withdrawal when they taken heroin, they desired to use any drug whatsoever. Years of or Mount Zion create a unique and singular interruption on physical substance dependence, opioids, alcohol, tobacco, interruption effect on behavior, anything that kind of impacts the brain stuff. And produces rush.
Particularly gambling.
Yes, sir. In 2018, U.S. Special Forces went to Mexico for treatment of symptoms of traumatic depression, anxiety of these veterans gone through the VA system. They have been given an unbelievable amount of synthetic pharmacology that are in effect essentially paralyzes the soul and slowly paralyzes the body. And they routinely treatment back with these just unbelievable and just powerful recovery results that seem too good to be true. So there were some scientists at Stanford University that were funded by philanthropists who wanted to understand what was going on. And so what we have come to learn through a Stanford research study on traumatic brain injury for vets is that Ibogaine has remarkable that are unheard of capacities on the brain that the animal small information is still very small and amount and very
Parkinson's disease complications related to the remote brain endorse a restoration of functionality and ability to live that are ugly. And as we recognize that to improve the human condition is scale or multi-life, we believe that we have found one of those. And to the big C's, it is incumbent a privileged speaker, and that is to bring Navigating Medicine to the American people as quickly as possible. Well, then, thank you again, Governor Perry, because if it wasn't for your involvement, you being a former distinguished College State who was a Republican, who, generally speaking, most people think of Republicans, anti-psychedelics, this whole thing, people trying to keep reality and poison their mind and, tune out of society. And that's the general consensus of people that are just understand it. But if it wasn't for you and your open-mindedness, your willingness to engage and try to understand it, you over the months so you'd have it on here, you'd be talking about Ibogaine in particular, what is the progress that we're coming out so long. Yeah. Well, and it should. It should, because this truly, this world far. This is not what I came to politics. So I got led to this through that relationship with Marcus, and in turn, Morgan Luttrell, and seeing those two boys, particularly Marcus, on the doorstep of committing suicide in 2007. We had met the year before by the grace of God, and I told him, I said, if you're in Austin, come by and see me, knowing that chances of that would be pretty slim. He knocked on the garden door, said, through here, come by and see me. And my wife, who's a nurse, she recognized this man who was really addicted to opioids, governor's residence. Wow, that's a long journey, literally, with him and trying to find ways to heal. We sent him to a host of different places, Cary Brain Center in Dallas. We sent him to down Agnes in those days, but a great movie down in the Panhandle of Florida, and they conquer him or helped him till he was treated with Ibogaine, which cleaned that completely away from him some years later. The point is, he really struggled, and he is our son. I talked to him this morning. He said, be sure to tell Joe howdy, Marty. He just thinks the world of you as well. I talked to Dan, how powerful compounded stress, traumatic. But I mean, this, as I will say that I've been open to change, just like criminal justice reform. In the early 2000s, I locked their ass up, throw the key under the you break the law, state of Texas, here's how we treat you. And I had a district judge in Fort Worth, John Crusoe, the Denver district judge, who I knew. He said, Governor, we got a program here that allows the
illegal substance or what have you. And rather than sending them to jail, to penitentiary, where they become professional criminals, we give them a second chance. We put them in a rehab program rather than sending them to they're going to become. You know, I know. I'm tough on crime. That's what us Republicans do. Anyway, that having conversation, that single conversation led to Texas leading the nation with criminal justice reform. Texas Public Policy Foundation in the mid to late 2000. They came on board, saw this, supported it. We passed it through very Republican, very conservative legislature. And Texas led the nation in criminal reform. Saved us millions. We stopped building prisons. We stopped sending people to prison where they were professional criminals. That team, and I'm tough on criminals, was open. He was curious. Brooke Rollins, interestingly, had come up and was his domestic policy advisor at that time. She made the pitch, and he was open. And that conversation led open to federal justice reform. And today, there are people who, President, have issue of criminal justice, real difference in people's lives, following the Texas model. The reason I share that with you as an example, that's where these drugs, these psychedelics. I mean, I grew up in the 60s. Timothy O'Leary using LSD, that kind of stuff. I mean, it was a net. Absolutely. I don't have anything to do with this. It's crazy stuff. You get in trouble, you'll go to jail, you'll jump off of buildings. I mean, every story that you can imagine, the people, and then from the small, they, we took drug tests at least monthly. So the idea of getting involved with the drug was just totally, and we're drugs. I mean, we are 60 years, and when you add to it what Nixon did, President Nixon did in the late 60s, early 70s, when he hated hippies, he hated black. One of the ways you could go after him was to go make these compounds Schedule 1, which he did. Schedule 1 says there is no medical purpose for it. It is highly addictive. Ibogaine since the imagination. It's also absolute. It's not something that someone can do it apart. We are proving without a doubt the Texas legislature to legislatures across the country, in Mississippi, in Tennessee, and Illinois, West Virginia, that it the purpose that there are some extraordinary things that happen for their citizens who have PTSD, who have sexual trauma, who have addictions. I mean, saving lives by the thousands, hundreds of thousands, I will suggest to you, when this is approved across the country, and we see it as a relatively easily studied access by medical care compound. So that story of seeing these two young men who have given everything, literally, up to willing and free, and for them, oh, sorry, you can't have access to this because you know you're said this was bad stuff back 60 years ago, and it was taken off the shelf as a Schedule 1 drug, put over here, and for the 90s with a saxophone. And we literally, I think one of the most demonic things I've seen in my public life is this family who used oxygen as this be-all, the end-all, and then our federal government in the mid-2000s, we didn't know how to deal with these young men who we've been put in these horrible time after time after time, rotation after rotation. We'd never seen before in the history of mankind. I'll suggest to you, Joe, we were at war for operators. There's times a sack of opioids, and that makes them feel crappy, and they mask you alcohol and get around and go, why did Hockey kill himself? Well, the court failed in its great responsibility to take care of these young men and women, in my opinion. So it, matter of fact, a dear friend passed away the last 2 days. He lived for, 30 years. That I was getting involved with this psychedelic drug, this Ibogaine, and we were having a conversation. He said, "Be careful with that. We've got a great reputation here, a reputation up." He said, "You don't roll it away." I did. I said, "Well, I don't think I'm doing that. I've studied this. I've talked to different people." He said, "So I'm comfortable about the science here that I'm seeing. What have you?" And I said, "I think it's worth going forward with." Their lives are not reputation, and that's what continues to drive me. Still, I mean, I've built to the point, risk my reputation.
This is by better health. Hit stretches where money gets pressure. Load, second guessing decision. One of the biggest big bugs when things feel heavy. The support system includes therapy. Can't solve your money problems. It can change your relationship with finances. It can help you manage the business better for you. Literally, all you need to do is answer a few questions, and BetterHelp will match you a qualified therapist on match fulfillment rate, which is a fancy way of saying that they typically get it right first. But even if they don't, it's super simple to switch to another therapist. When life feels overwhelming, therapy can help. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/JR. That's better, HLP.com/JRE. I don't think your reputation at all. I think he needs foolish thinking. I think it's people that don't understand the times. This is a different world. We're living in a world of information, and you can't go by these false narratives that we're.
What Americans for Ibogaine has done, and we started out. I tell people it's the communications person, and then and Melanie, Marcus's wife, are the other two members of our board, and we were small, kind of going along and doing what we were doing. We were successful in the Texas legislature and what have you. But ambassadors, Americans for Ibogaine ambassadors all over the United States now. This people have seen what we've been able to do in Texas. Many followed suit. They sit there and I want you to talk about that. Don't do well here. Yeah, and then it's just the great progress. And quite frankly, Michael Dell, when he was selling the trunk of his car in the late 80s in his college dormitory, AFI kind of found its death just a few months ago. And I'm not trying to say that, we're Dell Computer today, but, and have the people, he's if you were in Cabo, you tell them about just 200 of these extraordinary people down there. You travel the country, and we have to have the resources to be able to do that. And so I hope your folks that are listening or go to Americans. How to tell them how to do that and help this organization, because this thing we're doing today, what you're helping us with is making a difference. Solution, and eager for what we're committed to today. I mean, we're going to be able to go forward now with these clinical trials to show the world exactly what we know, but so the naysayer there can look at that and go, you know what? You can it's clean in 72 hours. That's such a stunning thing. Oh no, when we were South by Southwest, we got a PhD, Cal Berkeley now, and she little primer, if you will, on the different psychedelics. There's a critical period in the mind, and if you will, the medicine, non-pharmaceutical, non-scientific, but to go in, repair, reset the brain. The technical word is neuroplasticity. But ketamine has a critical period. I think she said 48 to 72 hours. Has a critical period, 18 to 28 days. I put on these, but Ibogaine, the critical period, the time when that neuroplasticity is active and the brain can be trained, healed, reset, 90 to 120 days. And then with the
most out. And this is some horrible stuff. You know, our judge saying, when I hear back surgery in July, I announced that I was running for president in August. I had a terrible condition called a neurological hyperfusion in my right leg. I've never had a leg. And they gave me Oxycontin. And I was taking that to cover up the pain. I was taking Ambien to go to sleep. And I was taking some stuff called Provigil to, I laugh about it now, as well as I did that presidential effort in 2011. Hell, forgetting that one. Third thing in that debate, you know, I'm surprised I could Oxycontin and the incredibly nasty medicine. In 48 to 72 hours after one dose, one oral application of this compound, and that addiction is gone. But Stanford has done functional MRIs on an addicted opioid brain. Then treatment with brain from the addicted. Those experts, those postdocs that look at this, to a normal brain, to hours. If you were to go through the normal process of opioid addiction, I'm going to say single-digit successful. We got a compound that has the ability to heal people of opioid addiction in 72 hours. And we're not doing everything else wrong. Gotta hate people to not make that available.
And with 2 doses, it's even more.
98.
That is amazing.
98%.
That is truly amazing. There's nothing remotely like it with standard practice addiction therapy.
You know, he mentioned Americans game. We have ambassadors. And Joe, what you really helped us do on January 2nd, 2015, was our organization, custodian of that movement, Governor Barry mentions whether that is in Alabama. We exist to see of a scientific understanding of a public policy framework, of a spiritual understanding of the significance of what we have in our hands here. About navigating city and upon the wounds of war. Our ambassadors reflect essentially the universal human condition and the way in which every to overcome various forms and debility find as restoration. It is not for everybody. It should not be a first resort. It is an exceptionally powerful a series of side effects that are highly previously. One of the ironically, a good time, 60 you're going to have a real good time. And if there is the equivalent of being brought to the judgment throne of God on this side of life, much support, especially for those who subscribe to puritanical. It is, but what we know is that, for instance, we have two twins whose father sexually abused them. Of that, of psychological malady, every form of talk therapy, they tried every psychotherapy modality known to try to overcome that. And in the life that God has given them, we have first responder emergent, one who is a firefighter from Wonders, who was demoted because of decades of alcoholism. His life has been restored by Abigail, and he's back working full time. We have a gentleman who was a Charlottesville police officer who was hit in the face with a brick during the riots that occurred in Charlottesville. His life was restored by a single Abigail treatment, and he is a malady that he didn't think was tolerable in his doctors. We have a gentleman, a pilot, who unfortunately in a village and killed a number of innocent people. You learned about this and this spiral is many more fighters injury. He has restored this gentleman's life. We have a young NFL player who exhibited all the signs of CTE in his post-retirement years. He was ready to kill him, harm his own family. It was Abigail that restored his life. There have been other NFL players who are his name. Some incidentally, in the paper who have gone to jail, played include summer. There is an emerging cohort of professional athletes reached out to us to say, we want the uniting of crime against.
I would love to get you guys connected with the UFC.
We would be connected to that.
Because that is obviously an issue with professional fighting.
And then Matt had, I met Matt through Marcus. Gosh, like 2008 or so, and we went out for a fight. And then subsequently, I think a car accident. And I with him. And I'm sure you have relationships with those. We know for a fact that in the brain, what leads to CTE, I mean, that's, I don't think that's, here's how it happens. A cumulative effect on it. And at some point in time, that CTE has a long time. And this has the ability to remove that trauma, to reset that brain, to heal that brain. I don't know how that works, but that's the reason these are so important as we're going. The lieutenant governor today announced their Texas work on these clinical trials is to become the epicenter for a that literally can change. I know that sounds kind of a little bit over the top, but if we have within our be it a subsection or subsection, if we have the ability to heal who have been traumatically impacted by concussions, if we have the ability to address PTSD and all the different forms that it comes that we live in, and I'm not talking about just the United States. You think destroyed. I think it's really interesting. You had a leading question about how did I come to this position of being able to be supportive as I am. And then when I think about my growing up, and I'm in a very conservative Christian, and I think one of the challenges in our society is the Christian faith. It's like, stay away from that stuff. That's bad. Do not, under any circumstances, don't be going there. It's demonic. There's a book that's about to be published. I think the first week. There's an author by the name of Wendy Rees, R-E-E-S, and she got not unlike the two twins, was sexually assaulted by her home as a pastor. Joe, I can't come up with my worst nightmare. A more evil thing than a father, their daughter. And she dealt with it with ibogaine, come to the conclusion called it to psychedelics. Now, if you think that won't catch some people's attention when they're going through the book, The Christian's Guide to Psychedelic, holy mackerel. This is a book, but it's also a book that I would suggest to a Christian go pick it up and read it, because it talks about chapter and verse and gives you scripture about where God talks about these compounds, about these things given the world, all of them are good.
Are you with scholars that propose shows the acacia tree? Yeah, there's an acacia tree. The acacia tree, which is very, very common in the Middle East, is rich in dimethyltryptamine. And we believe that what brought to release story was that Moses encountered through this Buddha compound, dimethyltryptamine, allowed Moses the commandments.
Thank you for mentioning that. I have been following scholarship around the use and recognition that there's a lot of psychedelic allegory in whole scripture that I think is the favorite for the great I am. It says, I am who I am. And the beauty of the navigates or their capacity to I am that's within each of us and is our eternal creator who absolutely has edges earth we can confirm and what our true identity and all destiny is. And praise God.
And then there's also the sacred where he was one of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he wrote this book that details what he believes is the
Hard for me to argue with.
I mean, I just think monitoring by SWAT movement, the anti-war movement, the civil rights movement, and that's why they demonize drugs, these compounds, and that's why this category of having no medicinal use, and everyone should do them with no regulations. It just means we should understand that have spectrum and all sorts of things that our society is suffering from greatly. And to just pretend that that's not the case. What happened in the 1970s? It doesn't make any sense.
I would suggest Americans who are age 50 younger, those of us who have children, is that the most morally depraved crime today is power. When it is wielded in its most abusive constant integrity and autonomous children of God. And insofar as we find ourselves at the precipice of what I believe is the emergence of a broad-based spiritual movement where all of us modernists within the appearances of a modern American society are able to see through the fog of all of our wealth and gadgetry and recognize in the United States. I know, forgive me for reference and age. Remember back in the dissension and fly cover death from mass famine in Ethiopia and starved to death because malevolence power forbade the delivery of any relief sent by the outside world. When we look what's right in front of Darius are in the midst of a terrible spiritual famine. And the malevolence of American power is feasting on our starvation. This is an imagination for the mind, body, and soul of every human being in this country and across the globe who is lethally from their own. The Abigail is a mission to foment dramatic break a host of conditions that don't affect therapeutic answers, but above and beyond that, it is about the animation of the spiritual essence of life that can unify us as a species in a way that is necessary if we're going to have these changes over the next 20 years. Perry mentioned this wonderful invitation that I received to go to what was called the come out of Hillbilly Holler, Virginia. And I introduced him from time to time. I said, look, this guy, he looks like and he sounds like a hillbilly Eastern Kentucky in the Appalachian Mountains. And I said, he is. But I said he's one of the most brilliant people in my life and one of the most extraordinary orators I've ever had in my life. So anyway, I love you, brother, but you are how much more than that? Not another you know, or you can, there are certain sophistications that you lack, and I'm not sure that. So, Earth One Summit is 200 years from the future. Invitation to come, and Tim, Governor Perry, and I are working on to Americans for Abigail. And as I listened over the course of 4 days, I heard individuals who included Kimball and Christian Less. I read interviews by Elon Musk speaking about the advent of AI, the capacity of AI to solve the central dilemma that we emerge from the caves, and that's the dilemma of scarcity. So as folks out beyond the edge of a time when on this planet, I could think about where we are right now as potentially a age of Aquarius and drop it into these Frankensteins that we currently that are enthroned upon the helplessness of powerless people. Perpetuate problems that they are supposed to solve as sustained humanism. So, but over gets foot on the necks of the American people, we are looking at a future that more resembles Mad Max than we are Star Trek. It is necessary to hold these systems accountable, create a system that can truly end that age of vision for all begins with the spiritual reawakening that I began first and foremost. Alex can see the foment within America just to that end. And I'll be quiet someday like that. Anyway, 6-part series will come out next. It is a series of interviews with a cross-section of leaders across the United States where they speak about their own quest for meaning and how psychedelics has helped them understand that we are more than just these material beings that get up and go to work every day and are productive economic unit. But there is a much higher sense of purpose that we are served, and that the plants themselves have given us scale in a way that's absolutely necessary if we're going to make that age attack. Living in is that change, but it comes much faster kind of access to information that people have today. And I don't think this conversation is kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. And I don't think that there was this format occurred because of the age of information, because of the internet, because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because people have the choice to decide what they want to consume, what they want to listen to. And the reason why this is, for lack of a better term, the world's waking up. Yes, it's just taking more time than we would like. But the world is waking up. And change happened, their opinions. And that's very difficult because a lot of people identify with their opinion. Their opinions become a part of their ideology. And it's just very different for people to change ideology. They identify with this, and I've always tell people to approach things. These are just, and if you identify with them, you are trapped. You will be hostage by them. You will try to ignore evidence that points you in a direction that's contrary to what your current belief system is. Don't be your opinions. Don't be your ideas. Just sit in them. Be consistent. Be honest. Have morals that you adhere to. But the ideas are just ideas. And if you're wrong, you should be proud to say you're wrong. It's a sign of human being. It's a sign of you being an honest about the truth. Because there's too many people in this world that they don't really have conversations. Ideological sparring matches. They just involved in these little intellectual tugs of war where they're just trying to be right. And this isn't the time for that. It's just
survive or no reform. about being what I is to your point. You know, be willing to say you were wrong. I know my wife would like to hear me say I'm wrong. But hey, if you don't mind, I want to take them far this movement has come. And, Brian talked about for and our ambassadors all across the country and the growth that in this. I'll give you one example. To your point, 5 years ago, if you had had a mission that had its own reputation dealing with brain health and brain science and those kind of things, they would have kind of moved you off to the side and said no thanks. But the Center for Brain Health connected to the University of Texas, Dallas. Matter of fact, it's Southwestern, which is one of our old UT. And Dr. Sandy Chapman had the Center for Brain Health. And some great work. We went up and presented to her, I don't know, probably 60 to 90 days ago. And there's another organization forward in 10. Just a beautiful young wife, Alec Rand, and his wife, who, and what they're doing with the resources. They're sending a call Trio. Is that facility Brian's been to, Marcus and Morgan Trell have been to. I think probably 2,000 more if I've been down to AMBO now. That underwrites them, and this has so big. And I'm talking about the eye gain effort, the education of eye gain. People, there's some hope out there. And people are rushing to find where they can go to loved one hands or deal with their one hand. And Ambia, it is covered up. I'm sure, the other facilities are as well down there. The organization where I came into this, they don't have any openings. They are. That's a good job. That just the signal. It's okay to be out there talking about it. It's okay to be a leader. It's okay to get out there and lead. And I want to read to you what Dr. Chapman. I asked her, "You mind if I about what you all are doing?" And she said, "Absolutely." And she said, "Governor, great to talk with you yesterday. Here's some comments. I'm excited to announce I've begun a partnership with the Center for Brain Health, University of Texas, Dallas. Americans for Ibogaine and Forward Intent create the gain to date, its impact on the brain among the veterans. Seska Philby, an active in translational neuroscience, especially the use of neuroimaging to study brain health, and instead answer the more practical questions clinicians need. Number one, who benefits and why? How long do the benefits last? Which aspects of daily life functioning, cognition, following, and how are these changes associated with brain alterations? The 3-year study will
follow those treated with ibogaine over the course of 18 to allow create the first understanding of the sustained impact of various treatment. 19 that the Center for Brain Health more by bringing world-class scientists. We aren't just studying the substance. We're creating a that will inform for those. That is what Americans for ibogaine is making that penetrating that access, seeing what Brian and other folks have created here. I'm going to tell you something, brother. There is nothing that I'm involved with in my life that gives her that to see what we're doing, knowing that there's a mother out there whose child is going to be saved. There's a quest for what we see on media and broadcast with that huge anger, disaffection, is tremendous loneliness, and a tremendous lack of belonging to something. I have never haven't had anything that resembles unconditional affection in the context of a safe and stable relationship within the United States. 100% right on, and I just use my own self as an example. I was a child of Reagan's. Remember, I was about 5 years old when he and President Carter had their first president in 1980. President was like the goose to the gosling. And his other young boys had pictures of Joe and Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson all over their rooms. Mine was wallpapered with Ronald Reagan. I was the president of the Teenage Republicans in high school. I wrote him fan letters all the time. He actually replied to one and put it in a frame in my room. It was written on my birthday. I was president of the College Republican George Mason University. I aim to be the king of conservative conformity. That was my mission in life. And I used to joke that people said, well, how did you get to this? What do you think about the fact that you're so zealous in your advocate? If 25-year-old people looking at you, then I would kind of get a life about it. Well, here's 25-year-old me, 50-year-old me, and say, what happened to you? 50-year-old and say, you haven't done to me. Youthful certainty, you had it all figured out, the belief that you had no further greater evolution to achieve, sir. Insolence happened to me. So enjoy learning about Governor Perry as he and I have built a relationship. The first time I really started following it was when he ran for 2012, and I believe had he not had that vaccine race, I think he would have won it handedly. Remarkable to listen to this gentleman who has been so firmly identified with the conservative wing of the Republican Party, so well into this value of curiosity and a willingness to hear and a will entertainment for everything that he had been taught about the subject was not correct. Curiosity is a prime human value, and if you allow dogma to shut off your curiosity, you have hobbled your foot. I
life. That's dead
on. Right. Yeah, that's to that. Curiosity, my number one attribute. It's the thing that's led me in life, in everything I've ever done. Being open-minded and curious. I'm very fortunate that I didn't think I had things figured out when I was 20 at all. Sure that I was moron. I was good at one thing, people. That's it. And then from then, and that as much as I learned about martial arts, I could apply that sort of open mind. Because you have to be good at martial arts because you listen. You can't think you already know. You cannot. You won't grow. You won't get better. You have to coaches. You have to be listening to instructors. You have to be listening to teammates. You have to listen to everybody. If you don't listen, tell me, those people don't go anywhere. You learn. Having this belief that things figured out. I mean, I'm certainly like, I'm wrong. For this podcast, it would have never gotten to where it is. I've fortunately been able to talk to, and I grew up in, I lived in California. I hold a southern accent in particular, right? And this is a standard thing that people on the coast have. You hear people talk with a southern accent, you think they're, and it's a whole out because I'm sure you're aware of it. You're not. Okay. The stereotype of the lazy came out of the fact that a large had contracted hooks around barefoot and wearing parasites rob you of your incapacity. They greatly diminish your ability to think. And it gets slower and, in quotes, easier, but you're really just affected with parasites. And it's an enormous percentage of the population in the 1900s were infected with hookworm. And in the South, in particular, hot climates. And this is where this stereotype came from. Someone like you speaks bananas. Like your recall with dates and names, and pretty good recall. It's not. It's extraordinary, and I love it when I meet someone who's brilliant who still has a southern accent. Because it's like I said, stereotypes. Okay, because they're not real. It's not real. No, none of that is real. Individuals vary wildly, and and morons that are highly educated, and having had this ability to have all these different conversations. It's like every time I have another conversation, it expands my understanding just a little more and a little more and a little bit. And I love it. And it's all out of curiosity. And I'm very curiosity infection.
My favorite cities. I know we're getting off the beaten path here a little bit.
I love to get off the beaten path. It's my
favorite cities in America are those that you can go to and not feel like you're in the country. And is fabulous.
Wow, but you should have a passport to go to Miami.
Fabulous. And I remember the first time I went to New York City one time when I was was about 5 years old. The only thing I could was the Empire State Building. Some dude with purple hair sticking his tongue out at me. The next time was in 2019, and I've always had kind of that typical stuff. You know, an obnoxious locale that would just be hell on the dimensions of the architecture as we roll the city out. Expansion of scale of this. Let's see. I think I could hear the Beverly Hills playing in my head. We get off at Grand Central Station, and I mean, all that I walk from Grand Central Station all the way down to the tip of New York City is a mental accomplishment when you can have the entire world, and it is a living affirmation of everything the United States is supposed to be. So with humankind on, just to be no make sense in it. Uber, Evermore, racing. I would have, it is fabulous. There are so many wonderful places in the United States where I have done. The last time I watched television news was after the first Obama press conference in January of 2009, and I cut it off. Wow. Aside from presidential debates and election, turned it back on. The number, I shouldn't tell this, the number of times my front door wide open, the garage door open in my neighborhood is right. This country, in terms of her people, is as much like it was back in 1950 as it has ever been. The complexion is a little different, a lot more diversity now than we've ever had. But once you take that line of mass media mayhem and all this fabricated division that is purposely put out there to keep us divided, keep us tuning in and segregate. Yeah. Once you take yourself out of it and you just start having a conversation, next time someone gets into an Uber with someone who doesn't have English as a safe language, try to have a conversation. How did you come to the United States? And you're going to feel with just the Middle East and from Africa. This country in ways that take us right back to 7 months to clarify by way of that university of divinity. We all share. This country is the cradle and to honor, which is what makes this mission so incredibly important. I'm sorry, there's two people that I think are really showing the name of Rear Admiral Jim Hancock. This gentleman received IVA treatment for his wounds of war. He was the Navy Medical Corps Chief and was the medical officer for the United States Navy. General Glenn Curtis in Afghanistan, his extended service was as the commanding general for the Guard and one of our spokespeople for legislation is headed in Louisiana right now to join Texas in this time here on. So, I'm curious. Well, I remember that. So, and I want to get us back on the track that we were talking about. Brian's done a great job to discuss the spiritual and what have you. That's incredibly important. Don't get me wrong on that at all. And but me personally, obviously, my relationship is in Morgan.
studied it. I'm like, if you're really going to be a legitimate spokesperson for this, if you're going to your reputation out there, you need to go through the treatment. And I'm going to give to you at the end of this conversation, but I want to set this up. In 2023, correct, this is the same time that Nolan Williams, the early days, if you will, of clinical trial type, have the data, to have the background, some early day efforts for educating the public on that is how between the age of 2 and 42, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were, they were pretty veteran population that had challenges. Well, to Stanford, they did functional MRIs. And then they were sent down to Ambio, just south of Tijuana, where they were, and then a treatment. You go down, work your way in, preparation. Tuesday evening, you get the compound. Wednesday's a recovery day. Thursday, there's a 5-MeO DMT treatment. And then you go home. They went back to Stanford after 5 days after the treatment and had follow-up MRI. I think they did a functional MRI at 6 months. So there was a good piece of data there to look at. Just stunning. Good. And 80% of them 6 months now, zero PTSD. We're at that level of that we talked about the high percentiles. I mean, just we've seen all of this basically and followed the same protocol, clinical trial. And I only wanted to be treated again. I did not want to take the 5-MeO DMT. So what I was looking at, and I was interested in that regenerate that you've ever mistreat me of anything that you could even close to call traumatic effect. I had no trauma in my life. I grew up on a dry land cotton farm. It had a post office. Lovely, wonderful, loving. My dad loved me, and I knew it. And my sister and my principal, by the way, were officers. And he drove the bus and was a football coach. But I had his growing up period, as you can imagine. So I was concussed, severely concussed, 3 times. Twice an hour, talking about knocked out completely for over 1 minute. And those are severe concussions. Knocked completely out. So what I know now is that as a pilot training from sleeping, and that this thing that I understood later in life was anxiety that crept into my life. So I'm going to put it in the mild category, anxiety. And to a very odd for politics to have my master. I did, but senior staff in my office in the agriculture, lieutenant governor, they did not know that I had this challenge. Being anxious times to the point of being never dysfunctional. But from my perspective, probably some people out there in the political world said, "Hell, Barry, you were much old time." What are you talking about? Anyway, so I had treatment. I had brains going in, and a week later, I had the brain scan. In 6 months. The first, they said, "Look, you're actually in pretty shape. You don't have a lot of atrophy. You got mild atrophy, but you're showed a 27 protects of my brain. Your concentration, your emotions reside at a 27% increase in that prefrontal cortex activity." My 6-month scan. I have a dear friend who's a neurosurgeon from Tyler, Dr. Charlie Gordon, who is a 40-plus year neurosurgeon. Looked at lots of brain scans. A respectful skeptic of this, when I told him I'm going to be treated with this compound called ibogaine, this recall with that. He is now skeptic, Coltrane at Stanford, talking to a fairly good number of the veterans that went through that trial, talking to Dr. Williams, talking to other specialists at Stanford, and he on from respect on. I mean, an absolute supporter that this medicine does what it says. It heals people of addictions, heals from PTSD. We were at the airport that after the 6-month scan, he had looked at it as an offer from machine. He said, "Governor, smoke it, dress. Your atrophy is gone." He said, "I have no idea how this has happened, but he said the difference between your initial baseline scan and 6 months later, clear the atrophy in your brain is gone." He said, "Your brain looks like a 40-year-old. Now, the reason I share that story with you is because, number one, that's partly what drives me about this, is that there is a regenerative aspect of this medicine that we don't really understand yet. And if it does, I think it's good. And that's the reason these clinical trials are so stunningly they're going to be collected. I convince all of those individuals who don't have substance abuse problems, who were traumatized as a child, but who have been concussed and know that the damage is out there. This relative professional who had really bad CT, and he will tell you that the
this medicine saved his life. My question for you is, how many times? I don't know. I have no idea. Dozens. Yeah, think about time. Most of it was from sparring, a few from fights. If there is this cumulative, are you, would Rogan be willing to, you know what? I've seen enough. I believe that the medicine does what you say it will do. And for a person like me, that it could be helpful to my long-term plan, living a long and healthy and engaged, treated without. I would definitely do it. I'm very fascinated by it. I mean, I've never heard anybody say, I wish I didn't do it. He mentioned his brain scans treatment gathering, and she had just returned from an Ibogaine treatment of 25. She related to her early life. Just ungodly physical. It was intoxicant. We had this conversation about the realities of the opioid epidemic in America. While death is the most common, is measured down about 700 Americans, there is a much of hardcore travesty. She jailed. She was homeless all the time. She managed to get recovered. She had a separate traumatically severe in 2018. Then she was diagnosed with what I believe said Parkinson's diagnosis. That is pre-age 50. Parkinson's had progressed to the point to where she could not because of the tremor on her herself. All of the appearance of a perfectly healthy being. It was only after we sat down and she explained what her experience and where she was at now, that game disclosure was just as calm as mine. And she said that it had been essentially 3 months and that she had resumed a normal life. And based on what I got after our first interview with you, I want to be very careful here. It's truly the edge of the lines. And there is about the variety that this treatment. There's some suggestion that it's better for those who have a genetic predisposition for the disease, environmental exposure, and Parkinson's development as a result of the age of the disease in which you catch it also appears to make a big difference. The earlier, the better. It has also been asserted that I've gained a broad window of opportunity for the restoration of function that can dramatically improve the quality of life. Now, I've just given a number of qualifiers about its impact and efficacy over. She had lost the right because of the treatmentlessness in her hand. She's 4 months out from her treatment, and she's been able to resume her full normal restoration of function. In 9 months, there is no reason why focused effort, the others discuss here momentarily, that we cannot achieve the moonshot of our time within 3 years or less, and that is the completion of an Ibogaine medication that can be fully integrated into the U.S. healthcare system and made just as universally available as every ineffective opioid-based treatment that we currently deploy through the medical system at a cost of $700,000 per patient. Sponsored by Indivior, which is one of the chief things that we have that fails 75% of the time. You do it. It would be pretty extraordinary. And if it is done, I really do believe that it would be a complete changing of society when people have no hope anymore. And I mean, how many people are struggling with something, whether it's alcoholism, whether it's obesity, whether it's calming themselves with food, right? And it's masking. That's probably, you think, I mean, from the standpoint of something else. They eat. That's interesting. It's an addiction, and it's not just a physical. I know a lot of reassuring models we mentioned. Want to develop those disorders. One of which also as a result of that child dissection out of the treatment of last resort, not the first option. And their own recovery story, which can be found on the American website, is really extraordinary. And speaking of extraordinary, we came in here to push Texas. Our belief was and still is. And it would be joined by a number of other states who are no longer willing on and inefficient, incompetent, and also incompetently federal bureaucracy that will not move in the face of well-intentioned reformation to believe that these individuals by two realities. Reality is the Byzantine complexity of federal bureaucracy, the degree to which it has been compromised by the institutional capture of much of its function by companies that make money on keeping problems. Probably also stymied by perhaps the political cross-current skepticism and the advancement of any of them, when in fact the advancement of this one is of essential importance as a breakthrough yet now. Americans thrive again politics success convened a gathering of people in Aspen, Colorado in November of this year. These individuals were invited, appointed, and elected state 22 individual states and aligned citizens of influence who would be willing, as the Texans were here, to get behind a partnership that by end result will form the unstoppable extra through the states, through the federal law, using not just their resources to ensure it's successful. And work practically South Carolina, Vermont, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, Dakota, and California, each of legislators who are willing to introduce and to pursue bills to join as this trial. Governor Perry and I spoke to the American Legislative Exchange Council as keynote speakers on December 5th of last year. This is a real think tank organization for center-right, mostly Republican across like has more penalties, prison, more penalties. Ad infinitum. After we about the necessity of Abigail's medical needs and legality, ALEC issued a formal position statement as well as model legislation endorsing what we call the American Abigail Initiative to bring the states all together to make this happen with one unified voice. And so now, as we sit here with you today, in the state of Tennessee, there are two bills, one each in the state house and the Senate, that are making their way through that legislature. Just before we walked here this morning, the Tennessee Senate Finance Committee 11 to nothing to move Tennessee to Senate for consideration. And what I believe the aspect shout out to a special sister by the name of Ricky Harris, who has led that Tennessee campaign. Right now, there are two bills in the Missouri legislature, House Bill 2817 and Senate Bill 15, which are receiving there, but I think need a little motivation. So, you want to see Abigail medicine for your family member, for your state, yes, it's Abigail bill. It is amended in its Senate. In Louisiana, 43 has been introduced to join that state to Texas, and in what I can only describe as full circle justice, the Kentucky Senate has Senate Bill 77 by a margin to join Kentucky, where this all began with Texas as a part of this Abigail drug development trial. It is now sitting in the Kentucky House of Representatives. Call the Kentucky House of Representatives and ask them to pass the Kentucky Abigail Initiative so the state will not be left out. Now, here are some just unbelievable words that come out of my mouth. The state of West Virginia, their House of Delegates by a vote of 96 to nothing, in their state Senate unanimously passed their Abigail bill to join Texas, and it has now been sent to their governor for signature. And the one that is the most poignant and moving, obvious reasons, the state of Mississippi, the crucible for the triumph of uniquely American hope over horror, and of the leadership of Representative Sam Creekmore, its State House of Representatives passed by a margin of 111 to 1, and its State Senate passed by a margin of 51 to 1. Mississippi Abigail Initiative, which will tie the state of Mississippi with a $5 million from its own powerful treatment for trauma. Incredible. It is by Governor and the governor have asked legislative leaders there and a wonderful redemptive opportunity. We have here to shepherd, and we hope and pray that our organization is sufficiently engaged over the next 3 years so that we can see this process to conclusion. I'll mention a couple of others since we're talking about the capacity of this a broad-based humanitarian issue that improves the human life. Before prayer on Sunday, our government, Native Americans Five, is its official partner of the Boca Medical Legal. It's got 100 square miles of territory. I had the opportunity to take a trip from, and I mean trip is in the geographic sense, not the Boca trip, though. I hope that will be ceremonial way sometime in the next year. We traveled there from January 6th to January 20th. And if some of them, you go to the bowl, one of the most down-home experiences you got, it would have blown my mind. It was a fabulous trip in which they were jubilant to demonstrate that what the sacred wood, in fact, it's one of the most scientific groups ever been discovered. We're honored that the government would choose us as their partner to move this forward. On Monday, after a conference call with Chief Gary, that will seek the Choctaw Nation to join the development trial onto their sovereign territory. Third largest Native American tribe in the country. On April 7th, I will be traveling to Oklahoma for what all tribal council meeting of the fucking tribe is the 5 civilized tribes under leadership of the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Cherokee. Expect the passage there to lobby for the 5 civilized tribes will declare their solidarity with the immigration of this divine emancipator into the U.S. healthcare system is expeditiously able to explore the extent to which we can navigate medicine as quickly as possible. It is my hope and aspiration that we will see Native America join this effort.
Make it would be able to immediately establish retreats there. So set up casinos because they don't have the same sort of regulations that some states do.
Tribal sovereignty is an area of the law which I am not familiar. I would not want to speak to the degree to which they could autonomously the clinic. The most immediate issue would be related to the creation of a supply because you have traveled through interstate commerce in states. There is one spectacular opportunity just to expedite the creation of Ibogaine treatment access for Native America, but for all of America. This gets into federal legislation authored by former U.S. Senator Kirsten by the President administration what federal rights tribe legislation will provide. Once any medication makes its way through phase 1 safety testing within the FDA's process, then anyone, the life-threatening condition for which that medication is being developed, request treatment with the medication and obtain it from a willing prescriber. That means as soon as Texas or as soon as one of the native tribes effectively completes a phase 1 safety study under the language of the law, anyone who has a life-threatening condition for which this can go arrest and get treatment. We have one complication. Presently, the Drug Enforcement Administration, in keeping with the practice of many agencies that use all, has asserted does not apply to one substances. This means that based on not only language of the law, but on DEA's of that law, once Ibogaine goes through phase 1, it would be disqualified for access because the DEAs in a Schedule 1 were intended to they would have been specifically to the legislation. When Kirsten Sinema, author of the bill, explained that the language was insolence and a refute numerous examples of the judicious legal realities to legitimate reality. The DEA needs to be told to relent on its misinterpretation extrajudicial interpretation of federal rights track to interpret his written, so that once any phase 1 study of man is completed, delivery can be effectuated to the medical system of the I might add challenges that over my 40 years of being involved is that bureaucrats, the easiest answer, and I think that's part of what I'm getting into. One of the issues that I sort of hope and pray, and as we go through the song, we see what's happened in Texas, Mississippi, and these other states, that we'll have the opportunity to sit down with President Trump and to just share with them what we're doing, what we mentioned about the rescheduling of high game from 1 to 3, 2 or 3, just you get it out of that schedule 1. There's no reason in the world, you've talked about this many times, that high gain is on schedule 1 medical purposes. I mean, and secondly, it's not addictive. So the idea on its face that high gain is shown as this schedule, a fallacy. Sorry, it's just I just threw a bunch of stuff in there. So a question: United States. Theoretically, climate dependent. It's climate dependent. It's soul dependent or throughout planet. It absorbs actually. It's not just of the soul around it, but of the other botanical. But one of the things we learned in Gabon is that much like we have battles in California for all the different kinds of wine, there are different varieties of the oak shrub. How it grows in the northern country is very different than how it grows in the south. In terms of the amount of compost, or the type of compost, the strand, the nature of its effect on the person, it kind of takes the spiritual. There's some of it that will kind of have a dark angle, there's some of it that has more of a light angle. We are just really scratching the surface of knowledge as to all the ways in which it can vary based on how it actually fascinating things that we learned there. This is going to give you chills. The Evoke Center of Weaverville that is run by prime ministers. It's an experimental form to kind of understand how it grows, optimal ways in which to grow it, and what different outcomes are. And for about 10 years to come to fruition, we come along this pathway, and they were two shrubs identified. They pointed those out of the shrubs. They smiled. It would appear so. When you find a shrub, you're going to have to be very careful to determine which one is which, because in nature it's like they grow in pairs. One is the real deal. The other is its posture, and they grow together identical. How do you not until fully grown into their 10th year? One bears fruit, which is the real deal, and the other does not. Wow. Now, how does that do for the physical communication of a mystical spiritual reality? And so it takes 10 years for it to come to fruition where it can be useful. I know, but before that, but you don't know whether you're getting the real deal or you're just killing yourself. When you see them grow in pairs, wow. One of the things that we learned is that there is a healthy underground energy
Larry and ready to was go to sleep. People like or mental acuity, just like drinking a cup of coffee to get the psychoactive effect. Eat, five, it's an ordeal to kill the amount of bark that's necessary for the shrub. That what poachers will do is that they will take the poison imposter, basically like the street supply, put pollutants in, okay, here. They put that imposter bark in with the real because you cannot visually differentiate the Ambongo pygmy, who we had the privilege of meeting just for an overnight ceremony of blessing and protection. They apparently can just the bar and tell if it's adulterated with foster. Wow. But to know this is like sommeliers of alchemy. Yes. That's a great way to put it. But I became sommelier. Might have to go over and get tutored. Yeah, I wonder what that process is like. Boy. Well, it seems to me that with the incredible effectiveness of this compound and being adopted by all these states, it almost seems inevitable that change is coming. Well, here's what we need to make change happen. With the DEA to get on board. Well, we need the DEA to get on board, but we need one man to get on board. And that man is the President of the United States. We're here to recognize America in her 250th year. 25 of those 250 now, 10% of time. And there are conditions unique to war that only this medication can responsibly address in a way that nothing else can. If there is to improve the human condition at scale, particularly for those who are even right now being marched in to go and fight yet another war, taking executive action that would direct Ibogaine to be moved to Schedule 2, that the provisions of the Halt Fentanyl Act be applied to the Texas Multi-State Ibogaine Drug Development Trial, that it be directed to interpret federal right to try so as to not exclude Schedule 1 medications that are in drug development, and that it be appropriately interpreted so that any medication that makes it through Phase 1 can be accessed by a person with a life-threatening condition, and be directed that federal scientific research agencies, whether they be within Health and Human Services or the Pentagon, come alongside the states in their partnership to fund accelerate pharmacological development of Ibogaine so that this medication can make its way all the way through the FDA's process with their support. In 3 years or less. It is the moonshot of our time. And if there's a humanitarian legacy to be left for ages by a president who very much wishes to have a legacy as well reflected upon by posterity, this is one of the most monumental opportunities he has to help folks that no president perhaps or we're at an inflection history. Not just for this country, but globally. Make sure that the crises that are with opiate addiction, with all sorts of trauma, CT, from sports, from accidents, what have you. I mean, it's astonishing that this is even a struggle. When you consider the effectiveness of this, it's astonishing that we have to plead, and that you have to put in so much work, and kudos to you for doing that, and kudos to Dan Packer, the adoption of it here in Texas. I just can only hope that momentum is on the side that's correct, and that this is implemented, and that people wake up and realize, like, we can help people, and everyone at this point in time, because the opioid crisis touched by this, everyone has a family member, everyone knows someone, a friend, a neighbor, everyone. who's been hit by this. But I have friends that have no problems with anything else, and they had an injury and got hooked on opiates and had a terrible time.
Opioids are, I'll use the word demonic. I don't know any other way to describe
their life.
And to have seen, back in Kentucky, in my opinion, your work there, and to have the success that we're seeing now, having it blocked story when you were there at the opioid abatement commission, and the current governor being a part of that blockade, if you will, former employee of the Sackler family. And today, for the people of Kentucky to finally get the opportunity to make right what they got so tragically impacted by back in the late 90s, the 2000s. I mean, it gives me great hope, not just for this country, but for the side of righteousness, that this happens in a big and a powerful way.
Mentions the Kentucky experience. Before we rolled out and ran the opioid, stood up the opioid commission, I thought our first job was to go and to hear from the people of the state. We were getting this money was coming first. Thousands of their family members had died. So recognizing in government is at an all-time low. I thought it was important to go out and say, hey, here's who we are, here's the job we give it, here's the resource we have. Tell us what need you have in your community that we can lift. This is something that needs to be accessible to grassroots organizations. It needs to be accountable to you as people. We need to make sure we're transparent with how we use money. Well, over the course of 20 town halls across from 6 p.m. until what began as a 15 p.m. These mass catharsis events were hundreds of people. Thousands over the course of those 20 town halls poured out depths of their grief right at our feet. We don't think that you have the competence or the integrity to do anything that's going to make a difference in this life, in our lives. And with one cent of this money, this bit of difference for us. In one of these town halls, I heard about a young woman by Tamara. And the woman who told Tamara's story was a volunteer at a clinic for abuse, received appropriate therapeutic counseling, and that they were placed in fancies had a decent life. By the name of Tamara, when Tamara was 10 years old, had been sexually abused by a member, or had to have a serious Tamara did surgeries because of how awful it was for about 2 or 3 years. And then she went to her adopted family, and she hadn't been heard from since. And that was this awful. Her circumstances were when she came through the door that she used to get well and go on and have a relatively functional and happy life, as happy as one can to be a survivor of those circumstances. This same woman said that about 10 years later, she was volunteering at the county Kentucky detention center in Kansas City. And then she was offering mindfulness younger. And she saw it in the corner off to herself, kind of withdrawn. She looked looking at her. And she said, she was an adult. She looked kind of like this young woman when she was 10 years old. She said, so I walked up to her. Now, is your name Tamara? And she said, yes. And she said, I'm about to work with you when you came to our clinic when you were 10. What are you doing here? And that because of, and that what began to treat her physical pain, she continued to rely on to treat her spiritual and emotional pain. And it got busted by an how a woman's life got started. I said about an hour to her. This is why what we do is so necessary. Governor Perry mentions one other reality that's important. Some of your viewers may have seen a Politico article published on Monday about a presidential aspirant, Andy Beshear, who is the current Kentucky governor, and was the attorney general of Kentucky before he was governor. He is the son of his father, Steve Beshear. He was governor for 8 years between 2007 and 2015. Andy's greatest is his father's son because he has never accomplished outside of his father's lab. The legislature in Kentucky has been controlled by Republican majorities over the entire, which he claims correctly belongs to them by way of accomplishment. There are a few for which he can claim credit. One is shutting down the state of Kentucky and giving them down to California, which was our general. Who were already well behind national average standards on both reading. You could go to a liquor club for months in Kentucky before your child to a public school. The director of to make sure in front of the line members were placed into the signal for months and had no financial lifeline. His family and friends got valet treatment. When this was discovered, he scapegoated the director of the honey system for following his own instructions again months back in there, took his life. The most egregious reality about Andy Beshear and his mom pertains to the fact that they were both lawyers that represented Purdue for the people of Robert Autonomy while they were law party Beshear and his daddy drew law partner tax off Purdue farmer client bills while they were there. And the people of Kentucky should have received $1 billion, but instead received a measly $1 million payout from Purdue Farm because Andy and his daddy's law firm malpracticed that case. The public record will establish that as part of the Purdue Farm settlement, documents were destroyed. The case was put under seal as a condition of the settlement. Their law firm was allowed to do their malpractice of the case, which resulted in a 20 days becoming the Attorney General. I said I've been looking all my life, and I have. I don't care if it's Gavin Kamala Harris, that Illinois governor, my effort, volunteer resources to make sure that Andy Beshear never sniffs the sewer grate of the White House. They've got it. In this Politico article, Andy talks talks about is of performative public piety purveyors, that his life is guided by the golden rule. And the Good Samaritan, he likes to wear his school and deacon affiliations on his slidey figure stick to preach the part of the Bible that he has lived. He would talk more about Judas and the 40 pieces of silver than he did and the Good Samaritan. And I just want to make sure people of home and the people of America know who this man is. As the national media takes up Kentucky media and tries to lie him into the light. Thank you. I understand. Anything else? What's up? Think we covered it all?
We had a good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Really big supporter.
I think it's just incredible. I mean, it's I can't believe it's happening. You know, I'd always kind of get up hope that people would wake up time to change people's lives.
Yeah. Well, I remember teachers of mine back in the 1950s that the idea that is, you know, obviously not paying a lot of attention because some long list of those, as a matter of fact. And I'm sure there's a process. This guy's going to be standing putting his reputation on the line for something like psychedelics, but that ain't going to happen. But it goes back to your point. Be curious, be courageous, make a difference. I'm going to Joe Rogan. Thank you, man.
Nice thing. And because it is the 50th anniversary of the country, this comes from the heart. You know, the bicentennial children and the grandchildren of that greatest children that overcame the Great Depression, defeated Nazism, killed Jim Crow, and crushed totalitarian communism. That greatest generation loved, suffered, bled, and died to leave us the shining city on over the past years. The homeless generation next have experienced and community. We are the first treated by a lot of build new families of children of affection. The socialized separatisms of the skin season in which we have been born over the past 30 years. We have watched truth, justice, and American way overrun by or criminality in the thieving tyrant's wheel gravity produced opioid epidemic. The greatest engineered humanitarian catastrophe play within our borders since the end has entered this country. The 2008 financial crisis, which forcibly dispossessed and included 15% of African American homeland, sent us the bill for the cost of our dispossession. A bill that everyone under age 40 continues to pay their lack of economic mobility, and finally make it exponentially more serviceable in their lives here at home by suicide than in law. Over the last 10 years, 5 Americans have died. Drug overdose, alcohol disease, and suicide, a figure that exceeds the total number of work casualties going all the way back to 1976. We've got 102 counties with life expectancies less than that. Recent Pew Research Center poll, the federal government has the right thing
a figure that has been about 30% since 2007. 80% of respondents to an October Street Journal poll have said dream is dead. Unchangeable realities with a melt of bureaucratic absurdity, impudent corruption, all with the blessing of the law, which has used its power to torture and kill the truth. In the decades prior to its burdens, abusively imposed its costs, and ravenously consumed the future of its people. The arrogance of the aristocracy ultimately answered to the desperate determination of the peasantry and its guillotine blade to pursue the greatest humanitarian missions ever undertaken, to serve its all-seeking soul. As we sit here right now, there are millions of Americans who have no greater purpose or even to see the sunrise when it comes over our windows. And what they need to know is that they are indeed divine. There's only one is known, and that's the supernova that originated in a sea eons ago. Every human being has stardust running through their blood. And the movement that governs aims to recognize that divinity. We are desperate, and we are devoted, and we order good tidings unto the needy, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the open prison to them that are bound. Glory, glory, hallelujah. The triple crop kind of our age. That was a beautiful way to end it. Thank you, John. The Joe Rogan Experience. All day. See you again. Happy to have you. So you've got a documentary essentially about the same subject that you last time we had, plastics and all these various endocrine-disrupting chemicals that we're dealing with. Right. Right? So tell me about it.
Well, it started as a movie on plastic. Movie filming in New York about years ago also. It wasn't the small study that we have today. I wanted something that I never told you, but so important to me. So, remember when I was here, you said, are you saying that the human race?
Right.
And I said, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yes.
Yes? And then you said something which changed my life. You said, know about this. People, remember that?
Yes.
It's true. which is doing short, impactful, relatively cheap interventions, will reach more people than academia, where I was speaking before. Because before I talk to you, I talk to my peers in academia, and I that we all read get it. So you really were, I have to tell you, thank you for that very influential in my life.
Well, I'll be happy to help. When I first heard about your book and I started going over the details of it and the subject matter, I was shocked. I couldn't imagine that something like this could not just have happened, but there's no real effort towards course or to change course or to do something about it, or at least make people aware of the impact that plastics are having on us. Let me tell you a story. There's a guy named Philip Franklin Lee, who is a Michelin chef that lives in Austin, and he has this amazing sushi restaurant, sushi scratch, great chef. Anyway, he was experiencing fatigue, he's tired, got his tested, extreme testosterone, but then got his microplastics tested, did a series of interventions to try to clean his body out from that, stopped drinking, using plastic, just by whatever, I'm not sure if he did the plasmapheresis thing, but no testosterone remaining plastics from his life over a period of time, testosterone.
So I want to just make a small point, which is microplastics and plasticizers are not identical, right?
Okay.
Right? Because we had plastics since 1950, right? Microplastics have been there, but not recognized until relatively recently. And actually measuring the chemicals that are put in plastic to give them the various properties that they have. Phthalates is one, bisphenol A is another, and so on. So there are other, and by the way, well, we'll come back to that later. Measuring microplastics into your brain, into a home. So they're not the same, but the microplastics, what they are is the actual pieces of plastic that carry the plasticizers along with them, some kind of piggyback on. So they do double damage, chemical harms. Also, this enter the cell, and these are other examples of particles that went body and convey both chemical harm and physical harm, like inflammation, and so on and so forth. So they're all bad, but they're not identical. And what we studied in the plastic detox, which is the film, we did not study any plasticizers. So you probably remember I told you last time. Well, I should remember. Anyway, they're water soluble, and so they remember that. So they go into your urine, and then they're pretty easy to open up.
Looks like you pee in that.
Right. Keep going.
More stuff in that?
Yep.
Just send it back like no hazard bag, buddy. Let's get barcode on it. Here you.
So those are ways to find out ways to lower your exposure. Yeah.
I know a lot of harmful chemicals in coffee, hot liquids, out of paper cups.
Yeah, from the paper cup lined with this, but the coffee itself is made in most coffee makers contain a lot of plastic also. So it comes in both the cups and the device that's making coffee. That's good. Yeah.
I do that at home too. Plastic coffee machine. This plastic. Good. Yeah, it doesn't taste good.
You're learning.
French press tastes better anyway.
So here's my suggestion. If you're willing to do this,
I am willing to do this.
you are good. Yes. Cool. Not hard.
Okay.
Be in the cup. Send it in.
Got it.
My colleague Genoa and her team built for not everything in the world, but the bisphenols, the phthalates, and the parabens. That's what they're going to be happening. I go to phase 2. I have some things here that you could swap in your kit and go to that QR code and find out other things that you could reduce. And then if you wanted to, we could send you another kit and you could see if your levels change. What the couples, part of what the couples intervention did. The couples in the intervention also were infertile. And so, and to touch your fertility question, but they also, the men collected sperm, and we can do them, but that's what we did in the intervention. So the intervention we found, just this is what the intervention was. There's and they're hurting now. I think they have like 200,000 men in their. And at the time they're seen and tested, they're asked, could we contact you for research? That's one important question. And they're asked, why did you want your sperm tested? And if they say, because we're infertile or subfertile, or we're worried about our fertility, we ask how long that you've been having fertility. And they're technically infertile, right? So if they said they would agree to be recontacted and they were infertile, they were potentially eligible for this. You with me? So actually finding the part in the film, a long process, they had to be filmed, they had to have what we call idiopathic infertility. They couldn't be obese, they couldn't be smokers, they could have a diagnosis that explains. We don't leave unexplained. Okay? So sort of we winnowed down to what was 6 couples. One of them dropped out for personal reasons. So I won't go into that. But that's how we got those couples getting together for the next 3 months and not do yet. Okay? So that was the setup. And then a company called Million Marker that send your P2. They have an education program. And that's a lot of what they do, the testing and the education. tell me what you think. And then they started this educational program, very good at it. They did it for a while, once a week. I talked to them. So how's it going? Change this. Whatever you want to talk. So it was not a one-time thing. And if you were, but along with that, we sent them the fellow kits to collect your semen. Okay, so beginning, middle, and end is 3 months, beginning 6 weeks. And you know why 3 months?
Wow.
It takes 70 days to make sperm. So we wanted to have a turnover, of course, at the end. So we sent them a collector at home, which is nice for guys not to go to the lab and do it there. The parameters right. Yeah. So the couple we had time. Levels in their body of the chemicals, semen quality, what they were doing to change in their life. This record of everything that changed. And then finally, we saw who got pregnant. And you're listening, we'll watch the Detox. It's a movie that a lot of people love and really.
Can I ask you about the coffee question? When you go to a place like, let's just say, Starbucks, not to single them out, but are they using plastic with their coffee machines, or their coffee machine with plastic?
I don't know about any particular place except my kitchen.
I was just question.
Yeah. I suspect that they are using plastic.
So if people stop at a point, they do their own stainless steel thermos or mug, that would love it, but perhaps, but perhaps getting it actually from the coffee machine itself.
Yes.
When you see the filters,
well, they probably have this, on them. Yeah.
Right, it's a plastic tray.
Right.
I don't know, but then there's a paper filled plastic tray, and so you're getting it no matter what.
Bruno, one of our guys in the film, wonderful. He was a vending machine. And we said, Bruno, why don't you stop using those pots? No, I don't want to stop using them. But he did, and it had too big. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason, but, it's a...
Well, there is certainly an issue. Like I said with my friend Philip, it made a radical difference in his sperm count. And so it's probably the case with so many Americans in this country that are dealing with infertility issues. A big plastic incisors, various chemicals that are endocrine disruptors that are ubiquitous in the modern world.
Yes, unfortunately. By the way, you eat much, right?
Well, a little bit we did. Yeah, we I think we did.
So the need testosterone too, for sexual and so on. And we, in our study for future families, we asked the urine, we saw what they, how much phthalates were in their urine, and then we asked them some questions, and the women who had higher levels of phthalates were satisfaction and lower frequency. So it's not just the men.
Completely makes sense.
It's testosterone.
Yeah. my wife's friend got on, I guess she's about 50. She got on testosterone. It makes me horny like a bloke. She's English. I thought that was a very funny thing. Yeah, she enjoys it. I didn't speak to her directly, but I think that's what she was saying. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing that of your the episode that we did that shocked me is how little this is discussed in the mainstream. And I had known until you brought it up, until you became a guest on the show, until I started reading. I was stunned. I couldn't believe that this was something that was so common. And so one of the things that they're trying, and they're using IF, and it's more common now than before, and there's been a lot of things that people that are, they put their careers aside in their 30s, they decide now, but listening to it seems like that's only one part of the issue and not the big part. We're being poisoned, and we're doing it by virtue of our modern world that we live in, where some of your life will end difficult for people that are so stand to eliminate stuff from my life. Just having a conversation and understanding these things are having an impact is great. But the steps that people need to take in order to eliminate these things from their life, that's what's really important to get out there.
Really well. Let me just give a place to go. Go to plasticyourlife.com. Okay. And then then you can go to the various places in your home that you can.
It's on Plastic Your Life. Unplastic.
Let me see if I got that. Yeah, so unplastic. And that'll give you lots of things to do to lower these exposures.
Or maybe you're taking kids on a road trip, or AG1 can help. AG1 is your multivitamin free and probiotics to help support a healthy meal. So you start when you don't have to eat. Just slip a few travel packs in luggage and have a nice one for a long time. I talked about AG, and it's not just me. I know a lot of people enjoy it. It's very convenient to help your health. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get K2 and an AG1 free. And you're welcome, kid, with your first subscription. That's an $11 at Joe Rogan. Stick cookware. That stuff is it different when you have non-stick cookware? Does that have any endocrine disrupting chemicals? Different ones. Which one of those?
So those are what's called the chemicals, and cookware is medium, if you will. It will put a barrier between them and your skin.
Right.
And also stain resistant, or with its and it's very, very prevalent. I mean, it's all it's in.
I've heard a lot of yoga tights and things along those lines.
Yes, workout clothes.
So you think you're being healthy.
Yeah.
And you're exposed.
There's a book. I shouldn't recommend another book, but I think it's a good book. I'll just say it's called Die For. The flying arms and the arms that they have to keep clean
right.
PFAS in sports uniforms.
Nylon?
No, I probably, but not, I think for these things. And one of the things is kind of scary. Is school uniforms. You have school uniforms and they're loaded with it.
Kids use them every day.
Yeah.
When you say to dye for, are dyes in cotton clothes also releasing?
Yes.
Really?
Dyes are very risky.
Let's go back to being Amish.
Yeah.
Here it is, Island.
Oh, good. Yeah.
It says fact there's little or no regulation of clothes or textiles we wear each day, from uniforms to fast fashion, outdoor gear, even the face mask. It explains how it got here, what the stakes are, what all of us can do in the fight for a safe and healthy wardrobe for all. Wow.
And that's in the film. It's discussed in not the major, but it's
So blue jeans?
probably. I can't, burn.
Factories exist where the entire it's soapy water.
Dyed water.
Look at this. Look at that.
Oh,
That's the blue jean capital. That's where they make a lot of blue jeans. And look at this stinky, dirty, this thing, blue dye water. Just that river. It's so crazy. Like, look at that stuff.
and this is a good point to point out that these things are affecting.
That's African where we do it in other places. You don't think so? We're trying. We're trying to get more right now, right?
So, to go back to that point people give for low testosterone or low fertility, low sperm count, and particularly this comes up for fertility. More couples are infertile, right?
Yes.
That's what.
That's a lack of a better. Yeah.
And children per couple now it's in South Korea it's like 0.88.
Wow.
That's the worst, Asia's
South Korea's their replacement numbers. They're in danger of complete population collapse.
absolutely, and Japan is getting there, and so when there's a lot of articles about this, a lot of editorials, a lot of articles, and they make me so, because they say that having a child at over age will do this to some extent, this to some extent. And so I've written editorials saying, hey, guys, we're not alone, and we're not the only species that's declining in number. And then if you look at the curve of the number of parallel, it's all about 1% per year. And so there, and we know there are exposed these other species. You showed it. That water are exposed, and so I would like to consider that it's not. Animals are not choosing to have their children later or to delay childbearing. right?
They have big careers. Beavers who try to make dams, you know?
Right, exactly. Yeah, so for me, not those are good. Those are excellent. It's less. I don't have time that duration. The toxics matter. They matter a lot.
100%.
Yeah.
In the animals, is the issue of exposure to what is causing what that?
It's in the water. It's in the soil. It's what they eat because it comes, in the plants.
It gets in plants.
Yeah, that's phthalates. I'm just there's a little contact. Now are put in pesticides because increase absorption. That's why they're in hand cream. You see, you put your hand on, and it goes in your skin, right? Phthalates help that. You have the pesticide you want to go into the plant. Phthalates help that. So, this is all over the place. And animals are getting them too. A long time ago, he showed alligators swimming in a lake that had a lot of runoff. Their penis is small. He netted them. And he was a big, he was a big guy. He went at night.
Measure their penises.
Measured their penises.
Very confusing. I got right now. What is this thing? And they so dramatic example of penis size. Alligator penis size. I'm just wondering. As if you are in legitimately find you a photo. Response perplexity said yes, as alligators, males included lakes have on average smaller penises and other reproductive problems linked to hormone disrupting chemicals. We are shrinking alligator penises, ladies and gentlemen.
And not only
25% smaller penis sizes to males from a cleaner reference lake. Males have lower testosterone levels around 70% lower. Abnormal relationships between horse and penis growth, unlike alligators from cleaner lakes. Alligators from polluted lakes also show other reproductive patterns, altered gonads, chick success, various birth defects, all consistent with exposure to end-disrupting contaminants, EDC, such as DDT derivatives, children, PCBs, and related compounds. Wow. So it's all endocrine disruptors from pollution. Boy, this would sound the alarm. Like,
this is a full work.
Oh. And no. Yes. First of all, there's not a lot of people that say, it's good. Alligator penis sizes are shrinking.
Actually, Gillette went to Con and he said, and he didn't measure it. Making this point,
yeah. I understand all this. It needs, but we think that it is facing, is also facing a potential population collapse. People don't think about that. Reproduction numbers, they're down quite a bit, and they're not at the level that we need in order to keep our population.
So, normal shape of the population
it's just terms of age old.
Some people are living longer, and then what that means is the down here are supposed to disappear.
But there's not enough of them.
It's a huge societal problem.
Well, it's so confusing how few people are aware of this. We were talking, I didn't realize it had been 5 years since our last podcast, which is pretty crazy. But in that 5 years, you barely hear about it. It's occasional. People bring up certain chemicals that avoid this. Saladino was the one that showed that the paper cups that you get from a coffee shop, take that paper away. What you have is essentially the plastic membrane. And that's what you drink coffee out of. You're not drinking coffee out of paper. How terrible these things are for you. But even that, it's like people just assume. There's always people going and getting these chemicals that mess up your health, mess up your vitality, your energy levels, everything. Brain fog.
Whose responsibility is it, you know?
Well, to talk about it, it's ours. It's certainly yours. We'll discuss it directly. Like, it's just not like in the future to think about it, I'll be dead. No, it directly impacts your health, your levels, your vitality right now as a living human being listening to this show.
So, not you, maybe you are lower, I don't know, but we'll find out. But, both men and women have lower fertility. These are studies, there have been about 4 or 5 on this. Lower fertility and sperm count on the male side, younger. Should be of concern, but yeah.
Less energy.
Your vitality and testosterone are also affecting. It's a canary in the coal mine, if you will, of lots of things that are going south.
Which completely makes sense. And that's the case of my friend Philip. All this fatigue, all these issues he's experiencing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just one thing.
Right. It's quite disturbing. Sorry, though. That's what's crazy. You know, that this should be a huge factor. I mean, concerned with so many, there's people concerned with alcohol consumption. It's a big thing, and that has had an impact. Children today, or young adults, I should say, today are consuming much less alcohol in the past. Cigarettes, we're aware, much less cigarettes than in the past. The consumption of these disrupting chemicals is essentially the same as what we talked about here.
So, this question I asked is whose responsibility? So, I don't think it's great for you to be concerned, but in fact, it shouldn't be our responsibility because those drugs, right? They're pretty good control of safety of drugs. Pretty good. Yeah. Okay. But the regulatory agents are not.
Right.
Okay. And so that's why it's all out there, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's bad. Because they got they'll outproduce us. We'll go away.
We have to get enough to put pressure on. There's no toxic substances control, which should be doing a lot of this. And I think it's coming up for revision. People can pay attention to that. Women should be doing this. It's not our job. It's like denim and so.
Are there dogs guys for jeans and clothes that are toxic?
As not my, I can give your name if you want to get something on clothing, on this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Yeah. But just because it was relatively new to my consciousness when I was, filming before that, we didn't collect data on that, unfortunately. Maybe we should do another study. Which reminds me, there is just like so much work to be done. And for my program, there's so many interventions on with great success. But if anybody wants to help, with this, it's all privately funded. The government is not going to fund this.
Right. Unfortunately.
So, let me know if anybody comes to you and says, "How can we help?" And all that.
Well, I'm sure somebody will reach out.
Yeah.
They usually do. The thing that I would imagine would be the response to something like this was that there are so many industries that are established already that use all these compounds, apply these chemicals, endocrine disrupting chemicals, and it's just everywhere. It's everywhere in everything. They use plastic production of so many different things. These things are leaching into our food, they're leaching into our clothes, they're leaching into all these various products that we use that contribute to these chemicals entering into our body, disrupting that. So like you're aware of glyphosate, I'm sure. They were trying to eliminate glyphosate from the industrial agriculture. Exactly. Well, the president passed an executive order blocking it because some enormous percent, 90% of all in terms of all the agriculture relies on glyphosate. And so crazy, especially when you consider the fact that all these other countries don't use glyphosate, and their population. So how are they doing it to get back on that track? I had RMK Jr. in here. He was very crestfallen when he was explaining that there was an order passed and that he was working very hard to try to eliminate something that he discussed previous meetings that was one of his sick. It's terrible, completely off for your body. So agriculture eliminate it, and then the executive order because their estimation exactly pressure. Yeah, and this is what I worry about names, but there's
pointing out that it has very, many unforeseen consequences, none of them good. And by the way, I was asked to go to talk to RK tomorrow, but I can't because I have another meeting. But I would love to talk to him about this because this glyphosate. Yeah.
Well, I hope you can talk to him.
Yeah, he has these roundtables and on different scientific topics. This one is on microplastics, which is not perfect for me because I haven't measured them. But if he has one on glyphosate or pesticides, that would be a good.
Well, his hands are tied right now on the glyphosate issue momentarily.
Yeah.
They have some non-toxic solutions. One of them is they have this new device, which is like the same way these machines crops out of the ground. These machines go over the crops and zap all the non-essential crops with a laser. Non-essential plants. So weeds. They're zapping all the other stuff that's growing. That's great to them.
Because it minimizes the use of it.
And I asked, does it have any residual? He said no. Well, that's great. But then, big problems is they're already barely making money. So if you now require them to spend semantic weed zapping laser that's who knows how many acres they're running. I'm sure you're aware, but monocrop agriculture, for people who've never seen some of these places that grow corn and wheat, you're talking these that only grow, well, of course, nature wants to rectify that. Nature's like, why is there only wheat here? You need wheat. And so, birds drop fly in the wind, and then all these things grow. So you're going to have machines that are capable of all those crops and zapping out all the weeds. How much is that going to cost? To be pretty struggling, because the American farmers are getting by barely, and we need them. And the last thing you want to have with another cost, but also the use of this, because they're using it after they harvest the wheat to dry it out quicker so that it doesn't grow mold. I have to say, it's not even as a pesticide. They're using it as a desiccator.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's why so many theorize, why so many people have a problem with bread, And a lot of tape problems, a lot of people are complaining. But it's so weird that we're so intelligent, so informed, and, now in our pockets that have access to things like perplexity that can answer any questions you have about anything. But yet we're being poisoned by the very food that we eat, the coffee that we drink, the clothing that we the water, everything. Filters on a consumer level that will remove a lot of these chemicals from water.
I can't name names.
Right, but are they available?
But yes, there are. But
is it reverse osmosis? Like, what are the ones work the best?
My solution in my house, that's very personal. We distill our water. So the water goes into a big container, and then steam crosses over, and the steam is condensed to another container, right?
Right.
And that has nothing in it. It removes everything, by the way, all germs. So that's what we've chosen. And then in this thing that sits on the counter, my husband does it, kind of a nuisance. And water is fantastic.
Do you have to remineralize it?
You should take minerals somewhere. You could do it in the water, you could supplement, does remove the minerals, yes.
And that's what I heard is the problem with water is that it actually leaches minerals and nutrients from your own body.
That I believe.
Oh, okay.
But the water itself has had its minerals.
What is the issue with drinking distilled water for health purposes? And is it recommended that you add electrolytes or because that's what that cutting weight? I don't think most of them do it anymore, but a lot of them were drinking distilled water so that the water would go in their system. Essentially what they do is rapidly dehydrate themselves 24 hours before a fight. It's not a great idea. Terrible. Perplexity says it's generally safe to drink distilled water, but eat minerals to it as long as the heated water is boiled, condensed, so it's very contaminants and minerals. Health sources note that it is safe to drink tends to taste flat because minerals like calcium, magnesium are removed. What about food, not water? So distilled water alone does not usually cause deficiencies in healthy people with a good diet. However, some organizations and reviews point out that long-term use of very low mineral water may slightly reduce mineral intake. And in specific groups, children, heavy exercisers, there we go, people with certain illnesses could contribute to electrolyte imbalance if diet is poor. So when might adding minerals help? Distilled water is your main or only drinking water. Your diet is low in fruits, vegetables, other mineral-rich foods. Adding a pinch of mineral salt or using a remineralization cartridge. That sounds terrible. Cartridge sounds like plastic. Amounts of magnesium and electrolytes and taste. Athletes who sweat heavily, people with kidney or hormonal issues affecting electrolytes, and those on very restricted diets should be more cautious about relying exclusively on distilled water and may benefit from electrolyte or mineral replacement as advised by a clinician. I recommend people take electrolytes anyway. I always add electrolytes to water.
We have a cat, and
Which cat's name?
his name is
Archie.
And Archie patrols the house and steals our water whenever possible. He comes and drinks from our glasses unless we cover them up.
So I think Archie probably likes your water because it doesn't smell like poison to him.
He loves our water. And he has the choice of his own water, which comes out of the tap, and he will 100% prefer our distilled water.
Which makes sense if you think about a cat's sense of smell. It's got to be off the charts.
Yeah.
So you can probably smell, but this water's got a bunch of junk in it.
And when you do the process, which Stephen does, and he goes to clean the container that you put the water in, it stinks. It really stinks. You would be shocked.
We have a crazy filter at our house. We have well water, and we have this crazy filter, this giant machine.
I'm not saying that, that you shouldn't distill. That's an alternative. We're sorry, you shouldn't filter. That's an alternative.
And all these other issues that are in the water as well. Yeah, and fluoride, everything. Yeah, fluoride is another one that's that we add water that it helps your teeth, like brush your teeth. I don't have any cavities. I don't use fluoride. I have fluoride-free paste. I don't have fluoride in my water. It's dumb. It's not just, it's completely connected to lower IQ. There's a direct in water supply.
And then beers, I said, this beer.
Chlorine.
I love it.
It is. I mean, it only makes sense. I would like to study someone like Michael Phelps that
Spent like
thousands of hours in the pool, whether or not it's affecting his body. Measurable chlorine levels in his urine or whatever. Improperly maintained pools is generally considered safe, but it can cause irritation of eyes, skin, and airways. Well, that can't be good. And heavily frequent exposure, especially indoor, can contribute to respiratory problems in people. With chlorine pools, it kills germs, bacteria, and viruses in pools, and is key for preventing infections and diarrhea illnesses from contaminated water. Public health guidelines guidance typically recommends free chlorine about 1 to 4 parts per million, with pH 7.0 to 7.8 within this range. Disinfection is effective and side effects are usually mild. Common short-term effects: irritated nose, throat, skin. Common when levels are high. When chloramines build up, chloramines form a spore and irritate the respiratory, causing coughs in some swimmers. Long-term regular heavy exposure in indoors poorly ventilated pools has been linked to increased respiratory. Some studies increase this in as a follow-up question. Is sure to chlor through the skin responsible for any health issues? Let's just see if there's any studies on that. Chlorine getting into the body through the intact skin from pool water does not appear to cause systemic whole body health problems in otherwise healthy people. Its effects are almost entirely equal to the skin itself. But skin is true. You actually does. Chlorine in natural skin oils disrupts the outer barrier, leading to dryness, tightness, itching. So put this in. What exposure does chlorine have to the skin flora? Because skin flora, I do one of the things that happens with a lot of skin diseases, like people get ringworm, pushed up a lot, your roots into the dirty, and if there's exposure to it, you can have a problem. And then one of the problems that people have is to treat that antibacterial skin soap. So what strips the skin of all the healthy flora, which actually protects you. The counter to that, I always bring this up. I have no affiliation with this product, but it's an excellent product. It's called Defense Soap. Defense Soap is my friend Guy Sacco. He invented it. He's a wrestling coach, and it was a solution using healthy things like tea tree oil, eucalyptus, in this soap that kills the bad bacteria but does nothing to the healthy flora.
That's great.
Yeah, similar soap. Chlorinated pool water does disturb the skin flora temporarily, but in healthy people, the microbiome usually recovers within the first to a day or so after swimming. So that's a problem if you swim every day then. Chlorine is a raw disinfectant, so it kills or suppresses both good and bad bacteria on the skin surface. Yeah. Reducing overall microbial diversity right after swimming. Experimental and field studies show that even short exposure can cut measured microseed markedly, often cited around 30 to 40%, with composition changing away from the usual down groups right after a swim. How long disruption lasts after leaving the pool, many of the resident species begin to recolonize from deeper skin layers, hair follicles, and the environment, and community composition tends to drift backward towards baseline over the next 24 plus hours. With frequent repeated swimming, daily or high volume training, the skin may be in a more chronically perturbed state with less time for microbiome recovery between exposures. I know a lot of people have switched their pools over to saltwater pools for this very reason. I think there's a problem with saltwater pools in very high temperature areas, though, where it's not enough to all of the junk.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you want to see these products I brought?
I would love to see these products, bro.
Here you go.
What's up, Jimmy?
I know what you just said. A saltwater pool is still technically chlorine.
Oh, still chlorine pool, which is chlorine on site instead of pouring it in. Oh, salt systems where the pool is ordinary salt, sodium chloride, dissolved in the water, usually a million, which is about 1/10 the solution, and close to body level. The water passes through an electrically charged salt cell, active mainly hypochlorous acid and sodium hypochlorite that sanitizes the pool. After chlorine does its job, it ends up as chloride, and the cycle repeats. So you keep generating chlorine from your standard chlorine pool. You still have chlorine. The water at typical pool levels, about 1 per million. The difference is the salt sanitizer itself. Most people find salt pools a bit gentler, the water feels softer, and continuous low-level generation can mean fewer chloramines, less smell and irritation. The system is sized and maintained correctly. Interesting. Okay, so it's still chlorine. So it still probably disturbs your microbiome, which sucks. This episode is brought to you Intuit TurboTax. April 15th is coming fast. Who has your has in face-to-face with a TurboTax full service expert who will get your outcome. Your expert will you deserve while updating you as you go about your day. Head to turbotax.com to find a store near you.
Should be open.
No, it's not. It's sealed. It's touch. What do we got here? A lot of stuff.
So, in the movie, you'll see that I came to the homes of the participants with this big. So this will be a very long part of that. Yeah, this is just part of your
These
kitchen.
are bags that are safe.
Yeah.
Freezer, microwave. It's called zip top.
They're silicone. They're made of silicone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So silicone.
Silicone. There is food grade.
Okay. Spatulas.
Yeah. And their food grade silicone is free of phthalates and bisphenols. So
Okay.
you can use that.
Oh, this is it's just like
You're a lot thicker.
yeah. And so this is reused.
Yeah. Absolutely. You just start. Put your food in the fridge and that instead of.
So you can buy these things. They're this company, Zip Top. Do they make them essentially like a Ziploc bag, way thicker? Cool. And so they make these larger as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are a lot of good alternatives.
Better too because it's not creating plastic waste. Since it's reusable.
Right.
Now, did you just run the detergents?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, of course. Jam pods.
Pods, tea bags.
It's like okay. So this company,
Put those in there.
shout out all the. I guess they make them all sizes. Then they make them larger. That's another question about people that could. That's very common. I mean, I know there's consumer versions of it that my friends use it. Yeah, they use it for wild game in particular because you can slow cook. So wild game, it has very little temp, and a lot of people find that it's more tender if you slowly cook. So let's say if you like medium rare is like what is medium rare? I think. So what you would do is you would take this piece of meat and you would seal it up in a vacuum sealed container and you dunk it in this sous vide machine and it keeps the water at 135 degrees. You can cook it for several hours at 135, and then you sear the outside of it.
Nice. Yeah.
And so a lot of people like that. And it's really good for breaking down some of the harder stuff, like, the fascia.
Gristle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So is that stuff leaking chemicals into your food? It has to be, right?
Why?
Well, because it's in plastic. You're getting these vacuum sealed plastic bags that the food goes in. And have you seen how sous vide works?
Put it in plastic.
Yes. Have you seen how these sous vide things
No,
work?
that's bad. That just sounds just as bad as microwaving in plastic.
Right. What you do with sous vide is you season the food, and a lot of times you'll olive oil and things like that on the outside of it.
You couldn't make it ever so.
I would imagine you could, right? I don't know. Find that out. Anybody made silicone-based sous vide bags and do these sous vide bag chemicals? So discussion, like they're asking that start these leaching into from the plastics into your water. Because a lot of times they don't leave a bottle of water in your car.
That's right.
Because your car can get really hot.
Yeah.
So how hot is your car? It doesn't get like cooking hot. So it's like, what is?
But if this don't have plasticizers in it, like is it still food-based? Food, what is it?
This
Silicone.
Yes, that's Reddit.
So it says we use vacuum sealed bags. We're really going through them right now. Even our early sous vide, I tried silicone reusable, and I wasn't I don't really recall why. I think it was hard to get stuff out of the contents. Just deal with the rest. We may switch to vacuum bags. I love it, but we use a lot of bags. Put this into perplexity, please. Do UV bags leach endocrine disrupting chemicals into your food when you cook with them? Let's try that. Sweet.
Seal. That's like right in water.
You don't want water leaking in. The one I have a machine, and I use this vacuum sealed machine. Like, so if I get wild game and then I cut it up into pieces and then I seal it in these vacuum sealed bags to freeze it. Generally considered safe for food use, do not significantly leach. Significantly is a weird word. Harmful chemicals under certain conditions. High quality food grade silicone is FDA free, right? This is silicone though. Food grade silicone shows chemical migration, such as siloxanes, especially compared to plastics and release microplastics like BPA. This is just when you. What was the question that you asked? How'd you phrase it?
Well, you're right.
Okay. You write silicone-based sous vide bags. Just not based. Just like plastic sous vide bags.
Well, they're gonna leach.
Let's find out. Let's see what it says. Right. But I want to make sure that it's vacuum sealed sous vide bags. And other plastic bags can be reasonably, I don't like that word, safe for sous vide if the right kind, food grade, BPA, phthalate free, and rated for hot food. But all plastics can leak some chemicals, and the data specific to sous vide is still limited. What regular bags are safe? Look for bags made with polyethylene and or plastic that's microwave safe. Those are real. These are considered safe with food up to around 190 to 195 Fahrenheit. Glad are polyethylene and dioxin free are common sous vide a typical temperature. Purpose-made vac specifically this plastic option. Well, there's a lack of studies to drink chemical leaching from sous vide bags, but recommends using empty sticks, which are not known for estrogenic activity and are considered safe contact. See, it says there, one trout study found detectable BPA in fish cooked. But the problem is food, like, here's the problem. Freshwater lakes, if your kids have wells, and eating food from freshwater lakes, which is so crazy. You think, oh, I'm going to go catch a fish from a lake. This is right from nature. Now, when lakes. What is, like, what should you put this in? What is water lakes in America? Health issues. Eating fish from freshwater lakes in America. We've looked this up before. It's kind of stunning how much chemicals you get from a single fish that you would catch. So if you catch a trout from, a regular lake, you go to a lake, looks clean. I can see the bottom. Everything's fine. No, it's bad for you. In fact, I know is friends with someone who does a lot. So he plays fishing tournaments, catches a lot of fish, and eats a lot of fish, obviously. And he got horribly, horribly sick. Got a poisoning. Terrible? Crazy. You think you're eating fresh fish that you caught yourself. It's gotta be good. It's gotta be bad for the fish. Eating U.S. freshwater tests, and if eaten undercooked or raw, parasites and some bacteria deeply pregnant or immune water fish can be high enough to harm a fetus or a young child's developing brain and nervous system if eaten often. That's crazy. PFAS, forever chemicals. Many U.S. friends show widespread PFAS plus mercury in fish tissue at levels that pose health risks for frequent consumers. Exposures linked to changes in kidney function, cholesterol, immune response, pregnancy increased risk of certain cancers. I don't know why they mentioned autoimmune. Oh, did you say immune? Yes. Yeah, immune response. This guy in Denmark studied people on the Faroe Islands, which they catch them, Faroe Islands. So then he looked at antibody risk to vaccination. And think of what that means in real life. I want to do an intervention where we take kids who are getting PFAS-free school uniforms. Remember I told you PFAS was in school uniforms? And then when they come in at age 6, for their first, grade, they will have just had their booster, so you can get their to see if the booster antibody, the PFAS uniforms versus the core in the kids that had uniform. For which vaccines? Mouth, lungs, pertussis, MMPS. Okay. Yeah. And so it's lower. It's a lower response if your body's exposed to these chemicals. So you would imagine if you're not, you just lower response period to all immune function. Right. Was these Lufaments? Oh, so you can use it to describe most people use. Of course, that's hot water, liquids, or whatever here. Bees wrap. That's really nice stuff. What is this stuff? It actually you can treat that
this is some kind of paper that's already there. Take it out. You see how nice it is. I love a lot of it. Because it seals on wax.
It's use that to wrap your
Mouth, and you just rinse it out afterwards. So you don't have to use saran wrap and all this.
It does seal on stuff. It's like form different.
That's why you can put it on an egg or a tomato or anything else.
My friend Philip, I guarantee he eats a lot of sushi. He runs a sushi business.
Yeah.
They're always and they cut it open, and so it's exposure to all stuff. You should use this stuff.
Yeah.
Probably the same level of sealing as plastic does. But it's self-worth.
Right.
But it's also reusable, which
Absolutely.
is
Just wash it. Yeah.
it's probably economical long run because plastic wrap you don't reuse. It's your
It
cycle.
gets all over the world.
Right, and everywhere in the which is cool. These are bags, and these bags are called Wowie. WOWE. Right, and what is this?
Another food storage, choice option.
Paper? Or no, it's
Cloth. Clean cloth. Yeah.
and she used this.
Like for bread.
And so this is all these different products.
On the million marker, there's a can there, card QR code.
But it was like once. So if you scan the QR code, one-stop shop, like people listening to this right now, we send them to a website that what website would that be? Journey. So this is the QR. So if I scan this right now, it'll tell me to take me there. This world, and we're not ready. Okay, it's millionmarker.com. Chemical glossary. So this is the chemical glossary on this card, but it doesn't. Products. So
there's products on that other web, on Plastic Your Life.
On Plastic Your Life.
Yeah.
That's a place where people need
to protect yourself. You know how to protect yourself against different rooms. I haven't noticed it.
What is this one, Jamie? This one says
this is the same website. I just already went to actually.
Oh, so when you go to onplasticyourlife.com, it takes you to OSP Society.
Go to the Action Hub.
Society.
It redirects to this website.
Got it. The Action Hub, protect your family. Then all the products listed down there. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, plastic bags, steel cookware. Got replace the plastic cutting board. I think somebody used titanium too, right? And then what about that? What's above that? Steel single-use drinking water containers. Never use plastics to store your plastics. Holy, save your skin by selecting personal care products with natural aging. So stupid.
Washing your clothes.
Yeah.
By the way, we didn't talk about smell. Like, you think you're doing good if you hang that little